All righty, folks. Welcome on in to the Central Committee stream. Thank you so much to Calm Like a Tom for gifting the 10 gifties and everybody else or the 20 gifties. Thank you, brother. Kicking off the hype train to start off the stream. Welcome on in. Ladies and gentlemen, wow, what a couple of days. We can safely call it. Katie Wilson has won Mayor of Seattle. It is Jover.
Now to the Seattle mayoral race tonight. Fox 13 is projecting Katie Wilson to be Seattle's next mayor. The numbers show it's now nearly impossible for the incumbent Bruce Harrell to retake a lead in this race. Let's take a closer look at those numbers. Today, Wilson extended her lead by another 600 votes. She's now up by 1,976 votes. King County Elections tells Fox 13 it has counted every ballot that has arrived to date, adding they only expect a small number to arrive between now and certification day. Fox 13's Jennifer Dowling has some insights from Fox 13's political analyst on what we might see out of a Wilson administration.
Good evening, Frankie. Sandeep Kaushik says that rather than starting out with a political fight
That was
right
fun,
out of the gate,
Seamus.
Wilson might want to find common ground in order.
One of the things I would recommend, running for a state house race can be a good learning experience. The first thing I would tell you is if a district is very Republican, it's going to be impossible to win. And I don't mean that to discourage you. I'm just saying that so that you have a clear understanding of how politics unfortunately works today. Is people don't even listen to, like, Republicans especially. If it's Republican by more than, say, 10 points, it's almost impossible to win, no matter what your views are, because people just don't. They only look at the name, the party that's next to the name. That's just something to keep in mind. But I do think it's a good idea to run on races that are uncontested, learn a little bit about politics, and try not to become bitter. I want to tell you something. I want you to understand that people, you're not entitled to anyone's help. Remember that.
To pursue a progressive agenda and revenue in
So good
due
luck,
course.
my brother.
He says because Wilson has never held elected office before, it will be interesting to see who she brings into the administration along with her. Because the race was so close, Sandeep says it may prove challenging for Wilson to get legislation passed because of the city's political divide. Still, he feels there's a lot of opportunity for her. He says if she pushes for tax increases, she'll likely go after larger businesses.
We'll see, though. I mean, even with some of these larger businesses, we've seen the tech industry here in Seattle already maybe about cut back on the number of jobs by about 10% already. We just saw big layoffs at Amazon announced a couple weeks ago. There's more to come, we're hearing on.
Yeah, but Sandeep, that was under the incumbent.
That front, there's concern that if you turn the dials of taxes up too much on some of these larger businesses, it's not that hard to move over to Bellevue or, outside the limits of the city of Seattle. And it may become more cost effective for some of these businesses to do that if the tax burden between here and Seattle gets.
One of the things this is one of the things that is oftentimes done, which is like you have these parasitic suburban fake cities. A perfect example of this is Beverly Hills. That shit should not exist. And that's why I don't like a lot of people don't understand about local government is that there's like secession plans. Rich neighborhoods which thrive and depend upon the larger city will like secede and provide services only to themselves. That's the type of shit that a effective leftist movement needs to completely eliminate. Beverly Hills is not an independent city. It should be annexed.
Too much higher than it is out in the suburbs.
In a statement tonight, Wilson thanked her supporters, saying she will, quote, expand the table to include everyone in the decisions that impact their lives. We reached out to Mayor Bruce Harrell's campaign to see if he would provide a statement or do an interview. They referred us to an address that is scheduled for tomorrow with the mayor to, quote, address the people of Seattle. So we'll see what he has to say at that time. Reporting live in Seattle, Jennifer Dowling, Fox 13 News.
This happens in Birmingham, Alabama all the time. So many parasitic suburbs, a lot due to white flight and segregation. Yes. I mean, it's a problem. It's a major problem in American
We begin with the federal
public policy is that you have what amounts to white suburbs that parasite on the larger city and avoid paying taxes. Now, one of the things you'll often see from people who are not very smart is the idea that, oh no, these suburbs actually cost money. It's a good thing that cities don't have it's a good thing cities don't have, like, you know, power over their residents. It's actually a good thing because the infrastructure is so expensive. Well, the thing is, infrastructure spending is often paid for by state and federal governmental organizations, right? Like they fund it. It's like the state, like the DOT for highways, and there are statewide departments of transportation as well. And so, yes, suburbs themselves, when you take it a holistic top to bottom accounting, oftentimes do cost more than they generate in taxes, or at least have a lower tax generated per square foot than cities. That is true. However, that's not how finances work. Finances for cities are the culmination, or, you know, the addition of all sources of funding from state, federal, and local taxes that are then appropriated to various governing entities. So you're just wrong to say that, oh no, annexing is bad for the larger city. No, it's not. Also, by annexing, you can increase density. There's all sorts of reasons that it's a good idea to make it not worth it for people to engage in white flight and or to secede from larger cities. Another thing is that they also create schools that people in cities can't go to while leeching off that same city, furthering. Well, exactly, B. Holtzman. That's exactly the point. The reason why, and when people say suburbs, they're oftentimes not even suburbs. They're just neighborhoods in the city. I'll give you the quintessential example of this. Quintessential example of this is Los Angeles. This is the city limits of Los Angeles. Do you notice something? Malibu's not part of it. Beverly Hills is not part of it. Burbank is not part of it. Santa Monica's not part of it. Huh? What is this weird gerrymandering? But then it stretches all the way down to San Pedro? Glendale's not part of it? No, Mike, you don't want to annex Beverly Hills. Look at Beverly Hills is in the middle of Los Angeles, and it's not part of Los Angeles. It is completely surrounded by Los Angeles. Why do you think Beverly Hills is not part of Los Angeles? I'll give you a fucking hint. So they don't have to pay taxes to take care of the city. And it's like, in order to live in Beverly Hills, they have to take advantage of amenities. They have to take advantage of the infrastructure. The reason why Beverly Hills is so valuable is because of its proximity to the rest of Los Angeles. You know, Santa Monica is the same fucking deal. Culver City, Baldwin Hills, Marina Del Rey is so funny too. Like, that was another perfect example of what I'm talking about. Is rich white people secede from the larger cities so they don't have to pay taxes on it. A good government socialist at the state level or the federal level would get rid of this local municipality bloat, and all these communities would be annexed into a Los Angeles regional government. This is the kind of shit that no one else will talk about but me. But now that I've talked about it, I wouldn't be surprised if a few other streamers start suddenly becoming experts on regional government. And like, this is a major problem. When I was debating Vosh many years ago on sewer socialism, I tried to bring this idea up, and he was like, no, suburbs actually cost money. It's a good thing suburbs secede from their larger cities. And I was like, you are a complete fucking idiot. You know nothing. He watched one YouTube video about how suburban development is bad, and he thinks that therefore means it's a good thing that Beverly Hills doesn't pay taxes to the rest of Los Angeles. Well, I mean, he is from Beverly Hills, so it's like Eagletown and Parks and Rec. Yeah, I saw a couple of people describing that.
Clause 2A.
Marie Glustamp Perez is attacking a Democrat?
Clause 2A1 of Rule 9. I seek recognition to give notice of my intent to raise a question of the privileges of the House. The form of the resolution is as follows. Whereas on October 27, 2025, Representative Chuy Garcia filed nominating petitions to be on the Democratic primary ballot in March 2026. Whereas on November 5th, 2025, on the last day of filing, Representative Garcia's Chief of Staff, Patty Garcia, submitted her own paperwork to enter the Democratic primary. Whereas on November 6th, after the filing deadline, Representative Garcia confirmed that he would not be seeking another term in 2026 and would be withdrawing his nominating petitions. Whereas Representative Garcia's Chief of Staff was the only Democrat who filed to run in the primary at the direction of Representative Garcia, undermining the process of a free and fair election.
If you wanted to run against him, they could have run. What? That doesn't undermine. I mean, I'm sorry. I think it's a little bit of a shiesty move. But if you wanted to primary Chuy Garcia, you should have primaried Chuy Garcia. You only wanted to run when it was an open seat. Now, if you don't know who Chuy Garcia is, he's one of the most left-wing representatives in Congress. He's probably like the 15th most left-wing person, somewhere around there. So this is literally just her attacking a left-wing rep for no reason. Shut the fuck up.
Whereas Representative Garcia's actions, the dignity of his office, and incompatible with the spirit of the Constitution. Now, therefore...
What? In no way is that. What are you talking about? Again, shiesty move. Clearly he wanted his chief of staff to replace him, but it's not incompatible with shit. Anybody else could have filed. Like, what the fuck? Like, if you wanted to primary him, fucking primary him, you right-wing ghoul.
Be it resolved that the House of Representatives disapproves of the behavior of the representative from Illinois, Mr. Garcia.
Under Rule 9, a resolution offered from the floor by a member other than the majority leader or the minority leader as a question of the privileges of the House.
What a fucking loser. What a fucking loser she is. And by the way, Chad, she did that while also voting for the shutdown surrender. She voted for the shutdown surrender. Not only did she, like the other Democrats in the Senate, they may have voted to end the debate to give cloture, but she outright voted for it. There's a Y in primaried. It's like primary. I can't spell this shit. Primaried? I don't know. How do you spell this, chat? Oh, there is no Y. I thought there was. Maybe I'm crazy. Okay, whatever. I am crazy. I can't spell. Since we're on Illinois reps, what's your opinion on Dila Ramirez? Dila. I feel like I don't know if I know Dila that well. Hassan receives an incredible gift from a fan.
No worries. Dallas Stars fan.
Dallas Stars.
Dallas Stars. Yeah.
What is this? Hey, what's going on?
No problem, chat.
Whoa! No way!
It's a small one.
And it's the first version.
It's the first. Yeah. Wait.
Yeah. Really?
What the fuck? I'm soy facing right now. I'm fucking. What the fuck? He can't keep getting away with it. He can't keep fucking getting away with it.
It's a small one.
And it's the first version.
It's the first. Yeah. Wait.
Yeah. Really?
Is that a Bible?
No, that's a little red book.
It is basically.
The Little Red Book?
The Little Red Book. It's the Red Bible is what it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Some may say more important than the Bible.
Especially over here.
Yep.
First of all, Bible what?
Yeah, I know. That's crazy. Okay, these were incredible. Well, they weren't very.
Basically, the Little Red Book is various sayings from Mao to help people. Before the revolution in China, under capitalism, almost everyone was illiterate and there wasn't schooling, okay? Because peasants were treated like farm animals and the property of their landlords, okay? So in capitalism, poor Chinese people were basically considered to be livestock, all right? And so after the revolution, while people were getting literacy for the first time, they produced the Little Red Book, which includes a lot of like sayings and simple teachings to explain politics to peasants who were finally being educated for the first time. So the Little Red Book is like some of Mao's like, you know, teachings that people could reference and learn from during that period of like going, you know, during the uplifting of the peasants, basically.
Rare at the time, but this is a red book. Okay, quotations from the chairman Mao Zedong, and this is an English version from the
1966. Yo, what the fuck? What the fuck? How much? I mean, there's got to be more. First edition Little Red Book. Okay, this one's signed by Mao. Okay, this one's signed by Mao. Okay, wait a minute. How much? I mean, maybe. Okay, so it's like $200, $265. This one has some mold on it, so that's a few $100 at least. Son of a bitch. I'm happy for him. I'm not envious. I'm happy for him. That's no big deal, you know. I'm glad he's having a good time.
I guess from 1966. Okay, initially they actually started printing these. I mean, there were so many that they
were
printed
blue.
of these. I think by this point they did not want the English versions to be printed, so they tried to secure all the copies back. They were trying to like get as many of the copies of the English versions back as possible. And this is really, really special.
Yeah, do you remember? We will.
Thank you so much. This is incredible. Wow. This is literally what I talked
Give
about
her
on
a
the
fucking
stream.
hug, you piece of shit. What the fuck? Give her a photo. Give her a hug. What the fuck? She is giving you like what the this sucks. I'm backseating the interaction because god damn it, she deserves it. Some people China isn't huge on hugging. Fair. Take a picture with her then.
First day, I was like, I want one of the English copies of the OG Red Book. I actually want to get
She's like, you know, Bob.
if it's even possible, I want to get like if we can find it here, one of the early English versions
for the mouse book.
Yeah, for the
I think
quotation.
you can find from the market today.
Yeah, because like it's very. I want the small one.
Wait, I want the
Like the
small
actual
one.
You're just trying to steal the Lemon Bro moniker. I am way more of a Lemon Bro than he is. He's barely a Lemon Bro, and he knows that. He knows that. He brings it up. He's happy about it. He's like, haha, Mike is really a Lemon Bro now. Haha, Mike, I'm in China. Haha, cope. He literally did that.
Yeah. There's a message there. You.
First of all, if people are if somebody's going to an orgy, I think they're already probably familiar with communism, okay? They're familiar with communism.
This is really, really special.
Yeah, do you remember? We will.
Thank you so much. This is incredible. Wow. This is literally what I talked about on the stream like the first day. I was like, I want one of the English copies of the OG Red Book. I actually want to get
Did he at least take a picture with her? Yes? Okay, thank God. I didn't watch much of the stream yesterday, unfortunately. But god damn it. Hassan Mods moment? Oh my fucking God. A Haas Mods moment. We haven't had a Haas Mods moment in a while.
You know who we are?
Okay, well, wait.
No. Oh, okay.
She's just like, she thinks you're handsome. She doesn't know who you are.
You know who we are?
Okay, well, wait.
No. Oh, okay. All right, cool.
Okay.
Hell yeah.
So they're
Nice
supposed
to
to go
meet
to
you.
this dinner place, but are we still going?
You know who we are?
That jacket is kind of fire. I don't know if I love the yellow, but it is a really fire jacket. Not gonna lie. I'd want something in red. That I think would be fire. Or like grayish, you know, charcoal. Stupid sexy Hassan. I'm sorry, but Austin's friend does way too many hair flips. Bro, your hairline looks like you did too many hair flips. And he follows me. Sorry, chatter, but like, come on. Don't you dare pick on fucking Christian around me. He's a person. Stop being a misogynist. I think that you could be misogynistic toward bottoms. That's all I've got to say. I think a lot of misogyny gets transferred onto bottoms, and I don't like it. Okay. Hashtag bottom rights. Okay, maybe that joke is a little bit sussy. See, that's an edgy joke. Mike, have I ever been to Tbilisi, Georgia? No, I haven't been to Georgia. I haven't been to the furthest east I've been is I went to Istanbul. And obviously I lived in Tokyo. I haven't been anywhere between Georgia and Japan. I haven't been to China. I haven't been to India. I haven't been to Mongolia. I haven't been to Russia. I haven't been to Afghanistan or any of those places. I haven't been really on the Asian continent. I have been in Japan. Ever been to Poland? No. I have been to Amsterdam. Turkey is Asia, though. I was on the well, no, I've been on both sides of the Bosphorus. I guess I've been on the Asian side. I went to both sides of the Bosphorus. So technically, I guess I was on the continent of Asia, if you consider the east side of the Bosphorus. I have been to Budapest. All right. What are we talking about today, chat? Oh, okay. Donald Trump is actually panicking over the Epstein files. Bro, he fucked kids. That's the only logical explanation. He's absolutely freaking out. And there are so many Epstein emails about Trump. It's crazy. My work just said healthcare is going up 41%. Japan's prime minister has triggered a diplomatic spat with Beijing over saying that a hypothetical Chinese attack on Taiwan could amount to a survival-threatening situation and trigger a military response from Tokyo. Japan tried to colonize Taiwan, in case you don't know that, chat. And they were thrown out in World War II. In Beijing, Foreign Ministry spokesperson Lin Wan told a press conference that her remarks represented a crude interference in China's internal affairs and dealt a heavy blow to bilateral relations. Basically, the reason why Taiwan exists as an independent entity is because the colonizer, Japan, handed it over to a far-right fascist government and collaborator government as they were surrendering during World War II. And then the United States Navy sailed in the Taiwan Strait to prevent reunification with the rest of the country. The Taiwan only exists because of foreign interference in China, mostly by the United States, but also by, Taiwan being handed over to the fascist right-wing KMT. Mike, look at that Gianmarco tweet that went viral. It's not just that he's a pedophile. He was the least popular pedophile. I'm at the door, but I will wait for my time. I don't want to come early to find Trump in your house. An Epstein victim didn't want to encounter Trump. I mean, what can you even say? What can you even say? I'm going to send this in the family group chat. This is going in the family group chat. That's how bad this is. The fact that the Democratic Party sat on this. Holy fuck. Look at the date on the email, 2017. Oh, okay. Fair enough. I don't want to get into, maybe they just really hate Trump. Who knows? Merrick Garland sat on this. I don't know about the Democratic Party, more like the DOJ. Okay. You think that Merrick Garland is independent of the president on when it comes to releasing files? Recall, I've told you, I've met some very bad people. None as bad as Trump. Not one decent cell in his body. So yes, dangerous. Jeffrey Epstein was privately messaging Larry Summers. Now you're trusting Epstein's judgment after everything he did, and you wonder why MAGA really doesn't like you guys. He doesn't have any incentive to lie, buddy. The dude is dead. Have you seen the link yet? It has everything. No, I haven't seen it. Oh my lord. Okay, well, let's get back into the Epstein files. Holy shit. Holy shit, this is insane. It's like one of those things where you knew it to be true. You knew it to be true, but like nonetheless, like seeing it in black and white and going, wait a minute, why did the Democrats sit on this even as they were losing? Like, how the fuck did the Democrats, like, we thought that there might be one or two things in there, and maybe there was, I think part of us were like, he's probably in there, but we didn't think it would be so obvious. I guess we could watch the Voidzilla. Why not?
Today we're talking about the 20,000 Epstein files that got released. It's a complicated...
I changed my mind instantly. Let's keep going.
Eventually...
I'm sorry, chat. I don't like centrists. I don't like centrists. I especially don't like centrist content creators on YouTube. It's like you're going to say nothing about a genocide and then you're going to set up a special account to grift off of politics content that is like neutral. Like, what use are you? What fucking use are you?
the House will vote on whether to release the Epstein files. Then remember, that legislation will go to the Senate, and the pressure will be on the Senate. And who knows, they may never take it up. In the meantime, investigators on the House Oversight Committee, Democrats, I should say, released emails that were written by Jeffrey Epstein. And there's actually a couple other emails sort of embedded in these emails, right? Like you email me, I reply to you. I can see both your email to me and my email. Here is Caitlin Collins teeing this up.
Yeah, John, these are emails that show Jeffrey Epstein mentioning Donald Trump by name multiple times in private correspondence that he had with people, including Ghislaine Maxwell, obviously his longtime associate and accomplice, and also the author Michael Wolff.
Everyone completely ignoring how they did all this shit on Gmail, which means Google 100% knew what was going on. I don't think Google actually reads your emails, do they? I mean, I think there is like carnivore, like the government has the emails in some fucking database that they claim they don't read, but they look at the metadata. I'm sure they fucking do. You're probably, now that I say it, what am I even saying? Of course. Everything you put in email is instantly on the fucking front page. Like if I sent an email saying, you know, I'm going to do X, Y, and Z thing, I'm sure it would immediately ping in the FBI and they would be like, socialist, he slipped up, said to the SWAT team. Epstein to a New York Times journalist in 2015 about Trump. My 20-year-old girlfriend in 93, that after 2 years I gave to Donald. In 2015, I'm a serious, okay, starting from the bottom. Not everyone coming to me thinking I have juicy info on you and Trump because of this. I knew Jeff for 15 years. Terrific guy. Trump booms from the speakerphone. He's a lot of fun to be with, and it's even said that he likes beautiful women as much as I do. And many of them are on the younger side. No doubt about it. Jeffrey enjoys his social life. Would you like photos of Donald and girls in bikinis in my kitchen? Yes! Hawaiian tropic girl. I'm a serious man for the good of the nation. Why not try to get some of this out there? I would not do it myself, but would pass it on to a political reporter. Plus, look at these lies. In response to a message left seeking the Trump campaign's commented on the article, on Thursday, Trump's general counsel, Alan Garten, emailed threatening legal action against BuzzFeed News. Mr. Trump's only connection with Mr. Epstein was that Mr. Epstein was one of thousands of people who has visited Mar-a-Lago. That's it. Mr. Trump has never been accused of having any involvement or even any knowledge of any of Mr. Epstein's conduct by anyone. As a result, I have no idea what the purpose of your article could possibly be other than to try to intentionally, with actual malice, defame my client's name and reputation by mentioning him in the same article as Mr. Epstein. In other words, suggest guilt by association. This is the very definition of irresponsible and reckless journalism, and to publish such a story would be highly unethical, even by BuzzFeed standards. God, the fucking... And yet, and people like this guy. It's one of those things that is so inexplicable to me, I don't even know what to say. Like, they like this fucking guy. They like the fact that he's a scumbag. They like the fact that he's a fucking scumbag. It's crazy. There's an email that suggests Trump sucked Bill Clinton's dick. What's your boy Donald up to now? All good. Bannon with me. Okay. I don't know what else to say. I don't know what else to say.
I'm the person who sees this elemental story. Donald Trump, and I've gone through this with Epstein deep into the background. Donald Trump is the best friend of, evil. I mean, he is the best friend of a deeply, deeply diabolical person.
Well, I'm going to say...
Vio is getting all the Parenti books. Very cool.
I've known you for a long time. As we've often mentioned, we've known each other 25 years, and I was shocked by some of these emails. And I want to read one in particular that I was like, wow. And this is based on you sending Jeffrey Epstein an email in December 15, 2015, on the eve of a primary debate, Republican primary debate, and it's CNN's holding the debate, and you send an email to him saying, I hear CNN is planning to ask Trump tonight about his relationship with you, either on air or in Scrum afterwards. He writes back, if we were able to craft an answer for him, what do you think it would be? And then you say, I think you should let him hang himself. If he says he hasn't been on the plane or to the house, then that gives you a valuable PR and political currency. You can hang him in a way that potentially generates a positive benefit for you. Or if it really looks like he could win, you could save him, generating a debt. Of course, it is possible when asked, he'll say Jeffrey is a great guy and he's got an Iran deal and he's a victim of political correctness, which is to be outlawed in a Trump regime.
Let's remember the entire context here.
Okay, but what I want to say is in this particular email, it sounds like you're advising a convicted pedophile about what to do, and you're colluding with him against a potential.
Well, I don't know. What emails sound like. Would one have rewritten them in hindsight? Yeah, of course. Emails always are. Oh, that's embarrassing. Remember what's going on here. I am in this. I am where no one else is. I am in proximity to a story which actually most people don't see at this point.
In these emails, what strikes me is that you're...
Okay, I'm not going to defend Wolf too hard, but there is a method of getting people to open up called elicitation, okay? And when you're speaking to Jeffrey Epstein, the guy's a fucking sociopath freak. If you're trying to get him to say shit that's really incriminating, you can kind of lead that conversation to that direction by you saying something that is a little bit, not so great. That being said, I think Michael Wolff is a fucking freak. And that was my reaction yesterday when I read it for the first time. He's a fucking disgusting freak. But we'll see what he says.
Frequently giving advice to Jeffrey Epstein about how to handle the media, how to use the media. Were you his media advisor?
No, he had. And given the fact of how badly he has managed the media over the course of his long difficulties, I would not want credit for that in any way. But this was always a major thing. And this was actually, part of the reason, part of my entree here, that I knew about the media. That gave me the kind of cachet that got me a place at the table, which has gotten me the Epstein story, if anyone wanted to pay attention.
Right, so this is 2015.
Yeah, I'm the person who sees this elemental story. Donald Trump, and I've gone through this with Epstein deep into the background, Donald Trump is the best friend of, evil. He is the best friend of a deeply, deeply diabolical person, a person who is involved in, well, we now know what he's involved in.
1,000 women, trafficking 1,000 girls,
and
ferried back and forth.
So what I understand at this point is that Donald Trump may become the president of the United States, and this is still in 2015 an iffy proposition. But nevertheless, a possible president of the United States has been involved for well more than 10 years, has been joined at the hip with this person, has been involved in both of these men, in every aspect of each other's lives, sharing girlfriends in their financial lives. This is, to me, and this is a moment which I think we ought to pause, because I think we're very close to the smoking gun. This is what is not only implied in my emails, but in other emails Epstein has sent.
And by the smoking gun, what do you mean?
Well, the relationship, and remember, Donald Trump has denied this relationship. Oh, Epstein, passed him in the hall.
Well, he's calling it a democratic hoax again. He just
which
is all a democratic hoax.
Of course he will. He's called it again and again. Everything is a hoax. Everything in his life he doesn't like is a hoax. But the smoking gun is obviously, has Donald Trump been involved with Jeffrey Epstein and underage girls? Did Donald Trump know about Jeffrey Epstein's, that the underage girls in and out of Epstein's house? Now, I have spoken here and in many other places about the photographs that I have seen. And Epstein, in one of these emails, confirms or says Trump knew about the girls. And he damn well did. I have seen the pictures of the girls, of again, a dozen snapshots, 3 of which I vividly remember, 2 with topless girls sitting on Donald Trump's lap.
Okay, there's another one I wanted to read to you here, which was came out in October of 2016, so just before he was being elected. There's an opportunity to come forward this week and talk about Trump in such a way that could garner you great sympathy and help finish him. Interested?
One of the things that I was focused on is trying to get Epstein to come forward. Why don't you go public with these pictures? Why don't you go public? Let me help you go public in telling your story about Donald Trump. I mean, I saw then, as I have continued to see and see every day now, that Donald Trump was unfit to be the president of the United States.
So Blue Sky and X and social media is full of journalists just saying this is completely unacceptable. This is not how you speak to a source. This is not what...
I mean, she's kind of cooking him right here.
Journalism is.
Well, these are not people who have written the kind of books that I have written. And
Mike, so our government is controlled by a cabal of pedo Zionists. How long do you think it's been going on? Oh, God. I mean, as I said before, this is the pattern and practice of the CIA. The CIA has always been, and in fact, when somebody's compromised, the CIA promotes their career. So actually being a pedophile is why these people are elite, because they're compromised by the CIA and other CIA assets promote them. That's why that's why they're all illiterate and they can't write a sentence. Epstein and Bannon talking about Slovakia's government collapsing as planned. In 2008, Steve Bannon had a dinner at Epstein's house where they appeared to be messing with Slovakia's future. Jesus Christ.
And, and I often make the distinction between journalists.
If they are compromised by the CIA, why doesn't anyone get arrested by the CIA? Whenever I say CIA, I'm really using that as shorthand for American intelligence services / the blob. The CIA doesn't make arrests like that. They want you to be a pedophile. They'd rather blackmail you and hold risks of criminal charges against you in order to force you to do what they want. It's called compromise. The 4 reasons people become spies: money, ideology, being compromised or coerced, and ego. So the CIA loves when someone's a pedophile because that makes them very vulnerable to being criminally compromised. And that's blackmail that you can't get in front of, right? If it ever comes out that you're a pedophile, you're fucking cooked. So it's the ideal compromise. Like, you might be able to, get people to forgive you for committing adultery or, stealing money or, you know what I mean? But you're never going to get people to forgive you for being a pedophile. So when they have someone as a pedophile, they have them cooked. They love pedophiles. Like the CIA's favorite person, because it's pure. You have to understand, the CIA is pure fucking evil.
Journalists who do what they do, daily reporters, working for organizations, working within a very prescribed set of rules. And what I do, I mean, I'm a writer who manages to make relations.
Do you buy the theory that Epstein inherited the abuse network from Robert Maxwell? Have you heard of the insane book David Barr wrote about abusive aliens that ruled human society through child abuse? This is a real book. Yes, I know. Jeffrey Epstein was hired as a teacher at an exclusive private school even though he doesn't have a college degree, by Donald Barr, who is the father of Trump's attorney general. Excuse me. Trump's attorney general. So like it's gone back, and yes, Maxwell was also a spy for Israel, and he became rich because he was a spy for Israel, and Epstein became rich because he was a spy for Israel. The pedophile cabal is largely being quarterbacked by the Zionist forces in America, usually Mossad. There's a reason why the people that are implicated are all pro-Israel. Another he can't keep getting away with it moment.
Relationships that let me tell a story in the ways that
chat, as much as I want to talk about Hassan and China, I don't want to juxtapose talking about Hassan with talking about this shit out of respect for him. You know what I mean? Like, as much as I want, and keep it coming, but when we talk about Hassan and China, we're going to make it in a completely different section. We want to have a buffer, okay? Let's have a buffer. Let's keep them separated, okay? You can keep sending me cool clips from China. I want you to do that. But let's be nice to Hassan and not go from talking about pedophiles to immediately reacting to Hassan. That's not okay. Hey, Lainey, what's up?
The New York Times or other very reputable journalistic organizations are unable to tell. I mean, I am the journalist who got into the Trump White House in those first months, for 7 months, actually. I sat there and was able to write a book, that's my book, Fire and Fury, which was, I think made a substantial contribution to understanding what was.
That's also why in China, they don't tolerate pedophiles, because if someone's a pedophile, that means that they're probably a spy for the CIA. So by uncovering pedophile networks, communists effectively protect themselves from CIA spies. So they're extra incentivized to go after pedophiles. It's like literally materially beneficial for the Chinese to crack down on pedophiles.
Going on, and the utter uniqueness and out of controlness of the first Trump White House. I did the same, my biography of Rupert Murdoch. Somehow I was the only journalist not in his employ who has ever spent an enormous amount of time with him, basically a year. And
what do you
and
do?
The emails, but no, I just want to make the point that if you saw the emails that I shared with Rupert Murdoch, I would be embarrassed about them. But I was able to write the book that no one has been able to write, and the book also that he profoundly hated.
All right, so I was going to ask you about that, because you go in, and certainly Rupert Murdoch is the perfect example. You go in, you spend an inordinate amount of time with them, and they believe that you are on their side. Do you basically go in and sort of suck up to them and agree?
Well, let me ask the question in a friendlier way. Am I acting? Am I play acting?
Right. Are you pretending?
Am I playing a role? And the answer is yes. I mean, that's what a journalist, a writer in that situation does. If you want to stay, if you want to be invited back the next day and the next day and the next day, yes. So the point is not what you say, but what you write, the story you tell, and and that's always the thing that I'm constantly focused on. Tell me what you would not tell other people.
I mean,
in order to do that, you got to. I think as my mother would say, you get more with a little honey.
Right. Some of the honey feels a lot when it's a convicted pedophile.
But that's not the point is to get the story of the convicted pedophile. I could have easily not gotten the story and could have said, you're a fucking pedophile and I can't see you anymore. But in order to get the story, and this is a story that I have told as often as I can in as many places that I can. The story of Donald Trump's relationship with this pedophile, a story that virtually, and certainly many of the journalists that I'm sure are now criticizing me, have chosen not to pick up. I've had a very, very hard time telling this story.
So you used the phrase twice in the email we started off with about let him hang him.
I personally think of Michael Wolff as a fucking scumbag who didn't give a shit about anyone but himself and trying to get his book sold. It's one thing to do this and then publish it when it could have made a difference. It's another thing to do this and then, you know, keep it covered up. Have you ever come across this channel, Mike? He talks about China's economics and such.
Good morning. Western economists.
I don't know. I think I've seen this guy before. Hassan is going over these leaks, well-edited video.
Let's talk about why it's
we may watch this. Oh, they did polling on it.
This morning, the pressure is mounting on President Trump and the Justice Department to release all of the files related to the Jeffrey Epstein investigation.
All right, chat, listen. Obviously, uncovering the elite pedophiles is very interesting and important. I just want to point out, though, thousands of people are going to die because of the subsidies to health insurance being cut. And every one of those people are going to die alone. And it's going to seem like it was their fault, you know, that it was just the way things are. Isn't that fucking like the way these people murder us? They create a system where their guilt is obscured, where it almost feels like the victim themselves is to blame. That is the most demonic shit. Our elites, the best way to describe our elites is somebody at an all-inclusive resort, lounging by the pool, Mai Tai in hand, and watching a 5-year-old drown right in front of them without even lifting a fucking finger. That's the best way to understand Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein. They are utterly depraved. An even better way to describe the analogy is that they have recess at an elementary school, and when they let the kids out, they let them into an 8-foot deep pool. The door into the classroom opens out into a fucking 8-foot deep pool, and they're just watching children fall in and drown for entertainment. That is our elites.
Public 20,000 more pages of documents. The House is now set to vote on the matter next week. And among those demanding full transparency...
Oh, and they shoot anybody who proposes a lifeguard.
Survivors. Here is one of those survivors who talked to Aaron Burnett.
We need the government to release everything that's in these files, of course, with the appropriate redactions to protect privacy of the survivors. But we really need this information to be out there so these crimes can be investigated. I think it's really upsetting to us that this is so politicized when it's not a political issue. This was a crime, and it's a crime of sex trafficking, and we really just want to see justice for the crime that happened to us.
Survivor Liz Stein there just asking for justice. CNN's Harry Enton is here with us. Now, look, when you talk to you hear from the victims, it is very clear what they want. They've made that clear again and again. What does the American public think about how Donald Trump has been handling the Epstein files compared to all the other issues that he brought up during the campaign?
Yeah, you know, Donald Trump is underwater on basically every single issue he ran on in 2024. But the Epstein files, the Epstein case, are especially dreadful for him. What are we talking about here? Well, let's take a look at Trump's net approval rating on the issue. Look, they're all in red. They're all in the negative territory. But on immigration, you know, he's 5 points underwater. Foreign policy, 8 points. Trade and tariffs, he's 17 points. The economy, 18 points. But look at the Epstein case, 39 below water on the Epstein case. His net approval is 39 points in the negative. My goodness gracious. What Donald Trump has been selling on the Epstein files, the Epstein case, the American people, simply put, have not buying at all, Sarah Seidner.
All right, so is there any sign that things have gotten better since there have been some things that have been released?
Yeah, okay.
Although released by Democrats.
There have been some things that have been released. Donald Trump has been trying to make some sort of case saying that, you know, the folks don't necessarily care about it. But take a look here. Approval of the Trump admin on the Epstein case in early July, right when you had those DOJ droppings, right? It was 17%. Look at where we were by late September, the latest poll I can find it. 20%. You know, we often talk about Donald Trump having this floor, right, of at about 40%. On this particular issue, he is less than half the level of the supposed floor. There is just nobody in the electorate who is buying this. They do not like the way that the Trump administration has been handling.
And by the way, chat, notice that this is the weakest issue for Trump. Everybody hates Trump. They know he's a fucking pedophile. They hate the way he's handled the Epstein files. And the Democrats are trying to downplay it. They're downplaying it. They're not going after it. Why? Because it would really hurt the Republicans. And it would really hurt the least popular centrist Democrats. I'm just waiting for Chuck Schumer to pop up in these emails.
In this case, one eye.
Republicans have generally said they like what Donald Trump is doing, generally speaking. How do they feel about the Epstein case?
Okay, so you see, approve of Trump on the Epstein case. This is overall, right? And you see 17%, you say 20%. That is way below the 40% floor that Donald Trump supposedly has. How does that possibly happen? It's because of Republicans. Because look at this number. Okay, Republicans who approve of Trump's job as president, 87%. That is basically in line with the long-term average, 85, 90, 95%. But look at the Trump admin's job on the Epstein case. 45% of Republicans, less than half of Republicans are even buying what the administration is telling. Look, we're not necessarily sure whether or not this case has moved the ball on Trump's overall approval rating yet, but I can tell you that the more that this case is in the news, the worse it is for Donald Trump, because simply put, it is his worst issue by.
We could be seeing a vote on this next week. This case is not going away anytime soon.
It is not going away anytime soon, and that is bad news politically for Donald John Trump.
All right. Thank you so much, Harry Enton. And now joining us is John Berman, hopefully.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
He's over there.
I am so pleased to be with you today, Sarah Seidner. Thank you very much. With us now also is senior politics reporter for Axios, Mark Caputo. Mark, I've been reading you, but overnight, your story on what's been happening in the White House really over the last 24 hours. Plus, not every story is a process story, but boy, the process here is fascinating because of how the White House is handling this. Why are they doing what they're doing?
We can only speculate. Speculation that circulates its orbit, whether it's some people around the White House, longtime advisors, confidants. Trump's name in some way, form or fashion is in the Epstein files. That really bothers him because he knows that if you have Trump and Epstein in a file, it's going to be a headline and it's going to dominate news coverage, social media discussion, be all over television. Just consider what's happened here. It wasn't a smoking gun in the emails that was released, yet it's just totally dominated everything. So imagine if there's an criminal investigative file or files where Trump's name is mentioned in some form or fashion. Again, I don't know what that form or fashion is. It would be what we're seeing now, just on steroids.
And what exactly have they been doing? There's the stuff that CNN has reported on. We know about a situation with Lauren Boebert, but what else is happening behind the scenes?
Well, from what we understand, they've made a number of calls. They had played phone tag at one point with Nancy Mace, the South Carolina representative, and he doesn't want the phrase discharge petition. Most people don't know what it is, but he doesn't want this measure backed by Republicans to go to the floor. But it increasingly looks like that's going to fail, and there is going to be a full vote on it. Ultimately, Trump had decided.
This is going to be one of those situations where all the Republicans don't try to block this, and then when it actually happens, they all vote for it. This actually might be really funny, where it barely gets across the finish line, and then Mike Johnson votes for it. When it actually hits the floor, it might be unanimous. So they were fighting behind the scenes to block it through all their fucking all their efforts, but when it actually hits the floor, they all vote for it. This is what happens with stuff like minimum wage as well. Is when the minimum wage increase actually hits the floor, typically a bunch of people vote for it if it's going to pass. That don't support it.
In July, that despite his campaign trail promise, despite the comments of his advisors, now J.D. Vance, or better said, now Vice President J.D. Vance, Pam Bondi, now the Attorney General, Kash Patel, now the FBI Director. On the campaign trail, they were saying, the Epstein files are going to be released. July rolls around in 2025, and once that decision was made, it just sort of created this snowball effect, and Trump is living with, a better phrase is karma. This is political karma, the law of action and reaction. You promise you're going to do something, then you reverse yourself, and then it already becomes this massive political issue that just becomes very difficult to.
And what's the mood inside the White House over this, and and you've done reporting on this, how do insiders feel about what would happen if they approached the president on different ways of managing.
The people I've spoken to who talk to the president say, look, we don't just going to get angry. And as a result, that's how you're seeing, or that's why you're seeing him acting. The White House bothered by this release of emails from the Democrats because it was released in a strategic way, a political way, to coincide with the ending of the shutdown. Also, the sort of eyebrow-raising email, the one from Glenn Maxwell, that the Democrats released, they purposely redacted the name of the victim. And from what we understand, that victim, Virginia Giuffre, was a person who was not a victim of Donald Trump. In addition to that, had testified, had written, had spoken, had publicly said that Donald Trump didn't sexually assault her. She didn't know of Donald Trump sexually assaulting anyone, and that she had good relations with Donald Trump, friendly and legal, warm relations. And the fact that the Democrats had redacted that really, really bothers the White House, because the Democrats essentially sort of got one over on them, and they spent an entire day on defense. And this is a White House that likes to drive the narrative, not have the narrative driven against them. But obviously,
I will say this. We don't know what happened. Virginia's not here. She killed herself. We don't know if she was victimized by Trump or not. Now, he was president of the United States while she was trying to get the files released. Maybe she thought by clearing Trump, she could protect herself. Maybe she thought, if I clear Trump, he'll let me go after the rest of the Epstein people. And when I see killed herself. I'm not going to take that as gospel that Donald Trump is cleared. Read the BuzzFeed, read my airplane logs at Hawaii Tropic Contest. Have them ask my housemate about Donald almost walking through the door, leaving his nose print on the glass as young women were swimming in the pool. And he was so focused, he walked straight into the door.
They were in a situation where they were just on that defensive crouch and on a back foot.
You know, it is interesting with the discharge petition, which does seem like it will go, and I use the words too, but this vote on the House floor, where the full House will vote on calling for the full release from the Justice Department of the so-called Epstein files. But that doesn't mean they'll be released, because then the Senate has to vote on it, and the president would have to sign it into law there. So the president can stop this. The question is, why is he fighting so hard? Is it clear to you why he's fighting so hard, therefore, and why he's used so much capital and had Speaker Mike Johnson use so much capital to keep this vote from happening?
Well, this is how Donald Trump is. If he doesn't want something, he fights tooth and nail to make it not happen. And if he wants something, he does that as well to make it happen. Here he doesn't want it to happen, and he's just going to fight tooth and nail. And he doesn't matter how many sort of rakes he's going to step on in the process in doing it. He fights. Sometimes the way he fights, you saw, for instance, and I referenced in the piece in Axios, in 2017 in the Russia investigation, if Donald Trump had sort of let FBI Director James Comey go in just typical law enforcement work, it probably would have just blown over. But instead, Donald Trump fired James Comey, and that triggered the Russia investigation. Then there was COVID, and the way he handled COVID, he got a lot of criticism. And so he called that a hoax. And people didn't understand, well, what's he actually calling a hoax? The other day on Sunday, Donald Trump was asked about the affordability crisis on Fox News in a friendly interview. And he called the affordability crisis So Donald Trump sort of reacts very negatively. Criticisms and issues that reflect badly on him, or that his critics say reflect badly on him. And he doesn't always react in a way that helps him. He doubles down, or he gets so heavy-handed, it winds up making the story big and making the story more negative. I think that's what you're seeing here. Gone along with his campaign trail promise and release the Epstein files, or come up with a process to release them slowly in some sort of deliberative process, we probably wouldn't be talking about this. That's not the situation that Donald Trump finds himself in, because a debacle of his own making.
As I said, every story is not a process.
A debacle of his own making. He's a fucking pedophile. What's he gonna confess?
Breaking news this morning: after 43 days, the longest shutdown in U.S. history, finally over. President Trump signing the bill to reopen the government late last night after it was passed by the House. But as Washington turns a page on that battle, new fallout is looming over the White House from the newly released trove of documents in the Jeffrey Epstein investigation. Among the files, multiple emails from Epstein that specifically mention Donald Trump's name. The White House is now ramping up pressure on House Republicans after 4 of them, including 3 women, signed a discharge petition to force a vote on fully releasing the Justice Department's files on Epstein. That vote now set to happen next week. One of Epstein's survivors telling CNN she's grateful to that handful of Republicans and urged them to stand firm.
I think that there's just such a broader message that for those women, particularly Marjorie Taylor Greene, Boebert, and Mace, I think they are really standing up for women everywhere, and they are saying, they're throwing down the gauntlet of what is acceptable in society.
And new this morning, new CNN exclusive reporting on Ghislaine Maxwell, Epstein's longtime associate and now convicted sex trafficker, and her life behind bars. Sources telling CNN she now gets special privileges, including private use of the chaplain's office for visitors, the warden personally helping her send emails, and yes, even unlimited toilet paper. CNN's Elena Treen is at the White House with the very latest on this morning. What are you learning?
Yeah, look, Sarah, yesterday was a dizzying day of political intrigue, and it really cast a dark cloud over Republican hopes of claiming victory over the government shutdown and passing that bill to reopen the government. Now, the president, of course, signed that bill last night, but it finished off a day that brought new urgency to this issue that he has tried repeatedly, as well as has his team, to try and shrug off. But he shake it. It's an issue that keeps coming back and bringing new information every time it does. And of course, there was those new emails from Jeffrey Epstein's private estate over the last 15 years that mentioned the president by name. And ever since then, ever since those were released, the White House has really been in damage control mode. And my colleagues and I broke yesterday that part of that was bring Congresswoman Lauren Boebert, one of the people who ultimately did join that petition, bringing her to the White House, and not just coming to the White House, but bringing her to the Situation Room, the room where presidents go over war plans, to try and urge her to sign her name. Now, the White House has argued that that was a sign of transparency. Listen to how Caroline Leavitt, the White House press secretary.
Doesn't that show the level of transparency when we are willing to sit down with members of Congress and address their concerns? That's a defining factor of transparency, having discussions with members of Congress about various issues. And I'm not going to detail conversations that took in the Situation Room, in the press briefing room.
Now, look, despite that meeting and also the president's efforts to try and get the Republican Congressman Mace on the phone as well, it was an unsuccessful effort. Both of them, including and then Marjorie Taylor Greene and Thomas Massie, all ultimately signed it. Now this signature has 218 votes, and the House Speaker, Mike Johnson, that they will get a vote on that next week. And to be clear, I want to be clear in all of this, that these new emails do not appear to pose any new legal implications for the president. The White House and the president have repeatedly denied any wrongdoing, and the president has not been charged with any crimes as it relates to Epstein. But all of this just continues to bring new urgency to that question of why isn't the president releasing these, particularly after he and his supporters for years had argued that the files be made public. And really, why isn't he willing to release these and get justice for these victims who have been trafficked and abused by Epstein? And so the question continues is going to be, how does this White House continue to deal with this, particularly as we know that this vote is going to happen next week to try and force the Justice Department to release the materials they have. And one of the questions I know that has really been something that I think this White House is struggling with, Sarah, is that, most seriously, it raises the question of, did the president know more than what he has said publicly? All of that.
Yeah, there's a lot of questions that people want answered. Elena Treen, thank you so much for your reporting, John.
All right, let's get right to CNN political analyst, White House bureau chief, Washington bureau chief for the Boston Globe, Jackie Kucinich. Jackie, what does it tell you that the White House and the president seem to be working so hard to keep more information from coming out?
Yeah, the assertion that it's transparent to say that Boebert was there when they're trying to get her name off of something that would reveal more documents when it comes to the Epstein case, I think tells you everything you need to know. We don't know, as Elena pointed out there, is why they're trying the rest of these files a secret. It's hard to believe this actually started in February when Attorney General Pam Bondi distributed that binder to conservative influencers that turned out to be a lot of things that were already released and were heavily redacted. And this has just been a over and over and over again. And now here we are in November, still talking about something the president promised during his last campaign, but also that started at the very beginning of his second.
And one other thing on this, Jackie, as you well know, what happens if and when the House does vote next week to release more of the files? Does that mean automatically they become public the next day?
No, it doesn't. It means to go to the Senate, and the president has to actually sign this at the end of the day. And it's hard to believe that this House, in particular, and this Congress, would have the necessary votes to override a presidential veto. So all of these, so they don't have, House Republicans don't have to be on the record voting to release these files. It's an excellent question. The vote is going to happen. That is going to happen potentially next week. But yes, then for the purposes, it kind of ends there unless, a lot of factors.
Some of the big questions are why the insistence on not releasing more and how hard they're working a situation room meeting. Very unusual. Jackie Kusinic, great to see you this morning. Thank you very much.
Joining us now is CNN senior legal analyst Ellie Honig. All right, I want to talk about this one email that you and a lot of us looked at. It seemed like the most significant one. It's from 2011, where Epstein is writing to Ghislaine Maxwell saying, and here's what he says: "I want you to realize that dog that hasn't barked is Trump." The victim's name there is redacted, but he says, she spent hours at my house with him. He has never once been mentioned, police chief, etc. I'm 75% there. What stands out to you about what are the things that this particular email tells you?
So lots of questions raised by these emails. Not a lot of answers, but really important questions. The two fundamental questions I think that are raised is what exactly was the nature of Donald Trump's relationship with Jeffrey Epstein back then? And what exactly did Donald Trump know about Jeffrey Epstein's criminality back then? Now, this email I think is the most important one. Let's start with the simplest part. Name a victim, spent hours at my house with him, with Trump. Okay, that is contradictory to much of what we've heard from, for example, Ghislaine Maxwell, who denied Donald Trump was ever at the house. That, for hours, by the way, at the house. So what is Donald Trump doing at the house? Was he in fact there? What is he doing there for hours? What is he doing with the victim for hours? I think those are really important questions. The second part of this email is the whole dog that hasn't barked part of it. Now, that actually goes back to a Sherlock Holmes story about a robbery where a guard dog doesn't bark, and the inference is, well, the dog must have known the robbery. And this sounds like they're speculating about, is Donald Trump the police? Is he providing information because his name hasn't been mentioned, and nor has he said anything publicly. So it's important to think about the timing, Sarah, as you said. This is 2011. This is after Jeffrey Epstein has pled guilty in Florida to his sweetheart deal, before Donald Trump's running for president, of course, but he's in the public eye. So I think this raises important questions about the relationship between Trump and Epstein and what Trump knew back then.
Is there any sense here? I mean, this is happening at a time when, you mentioned all those things, that there was, why would they lie, I guess, when you're looking at this?
Yeah, on the one hand, you have two convicted criminals communicating here, in Epstein and Maxwell, two people with no credibility. On the other hand, they're communicating with each other back in 2011, what they believe is private, through email. And so it does have the hallmark of credibility. I'll just say this. If this was a trial of some other co-conspirator, this type of email would be admissible in court, because the theory is when you have two co-conspirators communicating like this, they wouldn't have a reason to lie to her.
The president is facing no legal ramifications from any of this. But the president is responding to all this. He's called it a hoax. He went on Truth Social and went after Republicans. He called a meeting some of his cabinet members. I mean,
Trump slams new trove of emails as a hoax. He's guilty.
What do his actions and words tell you? They don't seem to match.
Well, some of the things in these emails actually corroborate and support things that Donald Trump has said in his own defense over the years. But yes, the whole "there's nothing to see here" approach is very much inconsistent with the idea of, now let's have a situation room meeting with White House officials, the AG, the deputy AG, and the FBI director. So the messaging here is quite contradictory, and the whole, we're calm about this is belied, I think, by the actual actions.
Ellie Honig, it's always a pleasure to have you here in person. Good to see you.
Good to see you.
I wonder if part of the deal in Elon Musk re-injecting.
Not autoplay being on.
Yesterday, the situation room at the...
Okay, chat, I want to watch the I've Had It women, because I know a gift for you, Mike.
Whoa, it's cold.
Yeah, it is cold.
It's cold, sorry.
Yeah, chat, so this is back at the White Hand side. Now we're on the river, though. This is the Pudong side, and the Puxi side we're going to be going through. We're currently at the this is Bay White Hand, which is the northern area. They recently developed this entire area. There's a giant walkway that you can actually... kind of cool about Shanghai. You can actually walk along this river.
Wait a minute, a walkway along the river? Why isn't there a highway there? Why isn't there a walkway along the river? Why isn't there a giant highway there? That's good driving territory. Walkway?
Way around, all the way around, and like far that way. And there's a bike path and walking path. You can walk like, I don't even know, it must be 20 kilometers. I don't know how far it is. But they've developed this, the Bund area with like a walking path that almost circumvents the entire Bund all the way to the West West Bund, which is like far, like out of sight, way over there. It's like and people go and run on it, they bike on it and stuff. In the morning, you'll see people doing it, but they've developed this site recently.
A lot of river walkways in Portland. Yeah, I mean, that's typically a sign of a left-wing area, is they don't have highways in the middle of the river walks.
Yeah, it's random facts. I don't know, you guys don't really care that much.
No, we like the random facts. Oh my God, chat. They're just stunting on us right now. They're just stunting on us. And Vio has made a post. Congress, 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 Congress. She's drawing up a list. Mike, I even got a cool clip too. You will love this one more.
Important than the Bible.
Especially over here.
Yep.
Yeah, I know. That's crazy.
KGB Cowboy, thanks for the 5 tier
Okay,
ones.
these were incredible. Well, they weren't.
Did I see the marsh photos? No, I haven't seen any of the photos. I only saw the Congress, and I'm like, yes, yes. It's like one of those things where I think all of us understand that if I could get Caroline to run for Congress, obviously she would win, and she would become an international superstar and incredibly famous from it. I think honestly, Caroline's, that's what she's afraid of. I think that's what she's afraid of, honestly. She's afraid of being that successful, you know? She'd be too powerful. Most people are afraid of that. It's terrifying. So true. You know, it's really nice. Like, Hassan has gotten too famous, and it's kind of a bummer. Palantir and Nvidia are crashing. Did Michael Burry call the top? Did Michael Burry call the top? Tesla's down 7% today. Holy shit. That's huge. Underrated UK stocks to avoid AI bubble concerns. Fund manager. Waymo begins offering free freeway robo-taxi rides. What the fuck does that mean? Why would there be a December rate cut? Inflation is up. All right, let's keep. I want to see these women. They must be going wild on the Epstein story, and I want to see them going wild.
White House was used to cover up the pedophile ring that is in the epicenter of the MAGA family values, in God we trust party. And so, Kylie, go ahead and put this first piece up.
She's wine mouth. Oh, that's so good.
Breaking. CNN is reporting that Trump held a meeting in the Situation Room. Yes, the Situation Room with Pam Bondi, Todd Blanche, Kash Patel, and Lauren Boebert over the House effort to force the release of the DOJ's Epstein files. They are panicking big time. They are literally resorting to the Situation Room. This whole presidency pumps has been about one person and one person only. His ego, covering up his crimes, keeping him out of jail. And at some point, your consequences catch up with you. And that's what's happening right now. And of course, he's going to lie. Of course, Pam Bondi's going to lie. Of course, Cash Money, Cha-Ching Patel is going to lie through his teeth. And the biggest 180, his whole identity was release the Epstein files before he was the director of the FBI. And now his whole identity is the Epstein files are no big deal. I love Donald Trump.
Here's the thing. Trump is such an unserious president, and he's such a terrible person. Like, when Jeffrey Epstein says you're a bad person, how bad of a person are you? And then you wonder, why does he surround himself with these bottom feeders? And now we know. It's clear as the nose on my face.
100%. Okay, here is a victim.
I love both these ladies, but I feel like it's just the one lady who does most of the talking. Anytime you have two people that are doing a talk show, you have the play-by-play and you have the color. Okay, one of the people is always going to be the motor mouth, and the other person's going to cut in and they're going to lay the big haymakers. Right? It's just how it goes. You know, having things be perfectly balanced is very stilted. All right. So I hear what you're saying, but it's just It's just how things, you end up having in a talk show one person who's a little bit more of a motor mouth. Totally normal. New hell unlocked? What some Democrats would prefer is a centrist manosphere of their own. One imagines a podcast studio attached to a well-appointed gym where a bunch of white guys are discussing abundance over beta-alanine smoothies and doing pistol squats to the theme song from Pod Save America. I want to tell you something, chat, that I want them to do this because it'll be fucking hilarious, because the only type of people that are centrists are robots, and they're pussies, and they never say anything interesting because they're sociopathic social climbers. They're nerds, they're losers, they are completely unattractive. Doesn't matter how many pistol squats they do.
And we have to remember, as juicy as all of this is, at the core of this were little girls that were raped and sexually abused by very, very powerful men. And here is one of the victims speaking out. Play the clip.
Met Donald Trump, is it right, through Ghislaine Maxwell?
I did, yes, and I met him on several occasions. Ghislaine Maxwell did introduce me to him, and she introduced me to him with a clear message of my being with him in the same way that she had trafficked me and brought me to Jeffrey Epstein.
Okay, so remember Pumps when Kank said, Ghislaine Maxwell, I wish her well. This is a woman who is a child sex trafficker who really, a lot of the victims say her involvement felt more like a betrayal than even Epstein's, because she used the feminine bond in a maternal way to lure them in. And now we know why. She has been sent to a cream puff prison, apparently has a puppy. I've read reports that this woman has a dog in jail.
Fuck?
And I mean, y'all know how I feel about these Republican women having access to animals. Look no further than Kristi Noem. But then now I've heard that they're filing, in the process of probably going to file papers that Trump is going to have her released. And it's because she is a witness to the president of the United States. More than likely illegal activity with girls.
Well, of course she is. And one thing we cannot forget is she has been convicted in federal court of perjury. And Todd Blanche, when he went down there to meet her and see her and take her statement before he transferred her to Club Fed, he knew every single bit of what's in the Epstein files. So he either actively covered it up or he's so fucking incompetent. I would go with a little combination of both, heavy on the first one. He's covering up because Trump is his client. He represented him in his 34 convictions.
Okay. Now, this is where, you guys, this stuff is all making sense. Put this up. Jeffrey Epstein said in emails that he had been advising the Russian government on how to deal with Donald Trump, one of several cases in which he wielded his connections to try to influence the course of foreign affairs. And Rob Farden on Twitter points out that this collusion was 1 month before Helsinki. And you may remember Helsinki, for any other president, would have ended his political career forever. He sided with the Russians and he bashed American intelligence officers. Then you keep playing this out, how Trump rolled out the red carpet for Vladimir Putin, refused to say anything badly about him, attacked Zelensky, bullied him with failed drag queen J.D. Vance in the Oval. Putin has this guy by the balls.
Bruce Harrell to deliver address following Katie Wilson's win in race for Seattle mayor. Has he called her to concede? I think what people really need to understand is that the centrist Democrats, and by the way, they're just saying it out loud now. Moderate Democrats are going to leave the party, and they're planning on trying to defeat the Democrats if they go progressive. Zohran Mamdani's victory represents the culmination of years of concerted progressive political organizing. The left wing of the Democratic Party, embodied in the DSA and the Working Families Party, now run the city. And a city journal, SS, I argue the city's moderates need to start playing to win. They gerrymandered Jamal Bowman to a very pro-Israel seat. They left a bunch of Republicans in New York, but they made sure to gerrymander Jamal Bowman into a very pro-Israel seat. And they're pretending like they don't play to win. I think it's pretty clear a moderate, scandal-free Democrat would have won in New York City. The delusion is so funny. The only reason Cuomo was strong at all is because he had decades of relationships with working class Democrat base voters from himself and his father, meaning patronage and money they've handed out for decades. A like regular moderate would have gotten 10%. Cuomo was a strong candidate. This is such a dumb argument that people make because they don't like Cuomo's policies and him as a person. Yes, he's a piece of shit. But politics, plenty of pieces of shit win. Like, you just don't know what I mean by strong. Not that he was like a good. Yeah, I saw that, Young Roll. That's cool.
Always had him by the balls. And also something that American media is not reporting on, Pumps, are the collusion with Jeffrey Epstein with Mossad, with the Israeli government, because of course the American media always gives Israel a pass on all things. But now we know that these bad actors like war criminal Benjamin Netanyahu, and that's right, Cory Booker, I called him a war criminal, and a war criminal like Vladimir Putin have the goods on this guy. The American president is compromised via the most prolific child rapist in the country, aside from the Catholic priests.
Right. Let's not forget, Trump sent out the interpreter in his first meeting with Putin. He didn't allow any interpreters because he didn't want anybody to hear what Putin had on him.
That's a really good point. And you may remember, like at the Alaska thing too, remember how the reporters in the room, Pumps, would say when they all came out of the room, they looked like they had seen a ghost. They looked ashen, even Caroline Leavitt, because, Putin was like, look up, motherfucker. I have all of this. And, Jeffrey Epstein had all of these cameras everywhere.
Yeah.
In his apartment. So it's safe to say that this information has been given to foreign governments. Another podcast we need to do later is if the Biden administration had this, DOJ had this information all of this time and didn't put a full court press on making sure this man wasn't elected again, it's just another failure of democratic status quo politics, in my opinion. Moving along. All right. This is stunning. I mean, Jeffrey Epstein, total pedophile rapist.
Donald Trump is a pedophile rapist too. He was found liable for a rape. He was found liable for literally raping a woman, and he had to pay her millions of dollars. He's a fucking rapist. He said so much pedophilic and incestuous comments about his daughter. He said pedophilic shit about children on camera, on tape. We all know about the grab her by the pussy remark. We know he was close friends with Jeffrey Epstein. Like, he sent him a sexually charged letter in a birthday book they put together for him. Like, Donald Trump, we know he's a sex criminal. We know he's a rapist. We've known it for a long time. It's kind of crazy how right-wingers just ignore everything about this guy because he's a racist like they are.
Tweets that he knows how dirty Donald Trump is. Jeffrey Epstein in 2018, I know how dirty Donald is. And then here's another one, Pumps, put up this tweet. Jeffrey Epstein, would you like photos of Donald and girls in bikinis in my kitchen? So you guys, Pam Bondi with her big Christian cross, Cash Money, Cha-Ching Patel, they all thought stupidly, naively, ignorantly, that somehow Donald Trump was this great guy, and they go and they get this file, and he is at the epicenter of it. And even Jeffrey Epstein says he's dirty. So imagine how depraved Donald is, you guys. But it doesn't surprise me because he's spoken about wanting to screw his daughter.
Why was that not disqualifying? When you look back at that video, why was that not enough for the Family Values Party?
That's crazy. All right, here we have Trump banging into door at Epstein's house, oogling over girls. Jeffrey Epstein in 2015 says, have them ask my houseman about Donald almost walking through the door, leaving his nose print on the glass as young women were swimming in the pool. And he was so focused, he walked straight into the door. Now, compared to all of the stuff they have, this is child's play. And I also want to point out, and I think Pumps, you can confirm this for me, all of this is coming from the Jeffrey Epstein estate.
Correct.
So this is probably the most PG of all of the evidence that there is. I would imagine that the FBI, the Russian government, and the Israeli government have the really, really, really damning stuff. All right, now we have, there's the leaking of the circle is starting to come out. Put this up. Jeffrey Epstein to the U.S. Special Envoy to Syria, Tom Barrack. And he says, send photos of you and child, make me smile. This is a man that is in Trump's cabinet, in his administration, not cabinet, in his administration. This is this whole group of people are either involved in this Jeffrey Epstein thing or they're involved in the cover up.
Right.
There has not been one person in Trump 2.0 that has seen this stuff and said, I'm out. I am done with him. Marjorie Taylor Greene and Massey have come the closest, but they haven't called out Donald Trump directly because they're too cowardice to do it. And so it's going to be interesting, Pumps, to see the Republican Party, MAGA movement right now. Are any of them, is somebody going to look at this and say, he's knee deep in it, he's compromised, there's activity with underage girls here or covering up, and I want nothing to do with this man anymore? Do you think one sitting person is going to do that? Or do you think that the people that have triple trumped are that morally corroded that they just won't do it?
I think that's a tough one. I mean, we know Mike Johnson, Mike Grinder Johnson, he's all in. You know, he's even talking today or yesterday about how badly the Democrats are, blah, blah, blah. So, but I have read that there will be more than the 218 signatures on the discharge petition because Republicans are like, I'm not putting my name on that I covered for a pedophile. So I do think there will be small movements. Do I think it'll be wholesale get rid of Trump? No.
Okay. And then moving along, we have Brian Tyler Cohen on Ghislaine's lie and the Trump cover up. He's reporting Ghislaine Maxwell lied about Trump never going to Epstein's house, directly contradicted by her email correspondence with Epstein. And she was rewarded for that lie with a transfer to a cushier prison. The cover up is happening in plain sight.
I mean, it's not even a cover up. It's not even a cover up. They're just openly saying that they're in league with pedophiles. And what are you going to do about it? And I think fundamentally, that is the question of the day. What are you going to do about it? Also, retweeting somebody else's report on the email is not reporting anything, but it is what it is. Okay.
So this goes back to Todd Blanche. This goes back to Donald Trump saying, I wish her well. You may remember the only other person I remember him saying he wished well was Elon Musk, when Elon Musk also whistle blew.
Yes.
Immediately after he and Trump broke up, the reason they won't release the Epstein files is because he's in the middle of it. And so this is just a slow drip, you guys. And I think this is probably the most PG stuff there is, and it's going to keep going. Okay, just a couple more points here. We have Trump met with Prince Andrew. Okay, so Donald Trump and Prince Andrew met up in London ahead of Jeffrey Epstein's arrest on new sex trafficking charges. And our friend Hassan Piker says, if true, this is an absolute nuke. It proves that Trump's involvement with Epstein went far beyond what we knew about, and that Epstein was arrested shortly after this meeting and then died under the custody of the state in the Trump administration. And that's something that we always need to remember. He died in Trump's DOJ. So while Cash Money, Cha-Ching Patel, and Dan Bongino are making their podcasting careers about all of these conspiracy theories, all roads lead back to Trump and Trump 1.0 administration mishandling this. And then I will also put blame on Biden's administration for not bringing all of this to light, because they should have done everything they possibly could to have prevented a Trump 2.0 to keep all of us safe. And it's just a huge failure, no matter what infrastructure or what legislation that man passed. It is an absolute failure that they didn't fight the threat of fascism tooth and nail with everything there is. And let me just explain it to you this way. Do you think for a second, if the FBI or the DOJ had something on Barack Obama, that when Trump came into power in Trump 1.0, that they would have sat on it, that they would have twiddled their thumbs on it? And this is the difference.
I mean, that's the thing. Well, that's because the Democratic Party is not a real party and the Republican Party is trying to win. Democratic Party is the Washington Generals.
Play two different games.
Like, honestly, I want to get a Washington Generals jersey with Obama as the name on the back, or Biden as the name on the back. Fucking losers, dude.
The Republicans fight, and they fight to make the country worse so they can consolidate power and set up a Christian nationalist regime.
The Commanders, no. The Washington Generals are an American basketball team who play exhibition games against the Harlem Globetrotters. The team has played under several aliases in their history as the Globetrotters' perennial opponents. The Generals exist primarily as part of the Harlem Globetrotters Act, effectively being stooges for the Globetrotters. While the Globetrotters play tricks and perform spectacular displays of skill for the crowd, the Generals attempt to play a normal game of basketball. The Generals' games involve playing genuine basketball at times, but also not interfering in the Globetrotters' tricks. Almost every game has ended in a resounding win for the Globetrotter. That's what they are. They are the fake team that gets dunked on by the Globetrotters. That's the Democrats. This is Kamala Harris. This is Donald Trump. And this is a clip of Edgermentum in 2024.
Let me get this straight. You took all the money you made franchising your name and bet it against the Harlem Globetrotters? I thought the Generals were due. He's spinning the ball on his finger! Just take it! Take the ball! That game was fixed. They were using a freaking ladder, for God's sakes.
Well, can we at least hear what he thinks about 2026? What's the harm? He'll have a really good insight on the next Harlem Globetrotters game because he learned from his mistakes.
The Democrats just assume the good in everybody. And we don't want to bring down people. And if we release Epstein files, then it's just going to feed the conspiracy theories.
Hassan Piker says Gal Gadot, a dog shit actress, eclipse. She has no business being at the Oscars for the crime of what she has done to not only the DC franchise, but really any movie she's been a part of. All jokes aside, Gal Gadot serves an important role in normalizing Israel as not a fascist ethno-state, but instead a place where a lot of beautiful women come from. And those beautiful women happen to serve in the IDF because there's also this weird sexualization of the forces as well that takes place and plays another role in normalizing Israel and its activities and actions and whitewashing it. Holy fuck. Oh my God. I don't know who this guy hates more, Jews or women, but the fact that you give such violent hate speech a stage is everything that is wrong with press today. By the way, literally, who is he and why did he deserve such an article? Oh, they're so fucking bad. Holy shit. You know, chat, it's been fun. It's been fun. Like being, being Twitch streamers and having like a small amount of micro celebrity where we could make decent money and we could talk about stuff and have fun with our communities. And, maybe I could, help certain candidates win. It's been fun. It's been fun. But we've flown too close to the sun. We helped get the new mayor of New York City elected. The centrists are molding. They're pointing fingers. Oh no, we're in trouble. We're so in trouble. Oh God, they're not going to let us live anymore. Everything we say on our streets, oh God damn it. I would often say this to my mods chat. I would be like, these are the good old days. These are the good old days. You are living through the last of the good old days where we could just have fun and be normal and say our opinion. But now we're going and I've said this before, that I get more scrutiny than the average Senate candidate. I get more scrutiny than the average Senate candidate. And Hassan gets presidential level scrutiny. Do you think anybody goes through every single post Chuck Schumer has ever made? Do you think they ever go through every single video that he made? You know what I mean? Like, he doesn't even get the same level of scrutiny that we do. Nobody's bringing up Chuck Schumer's take on the gays from 2007 or 2000, right? Like, that's just forgotten forever. He was in I think he was in the Senate at that point. Presidential piker.
It's bullshit. They need to start fighting and get their hands dirty. All right. A couple more things here. Bondi is getting torched. I mean, torched for the cover up. The Daily Beast is reporting the Attorney General is getting torched from both sides of the aisle over what critics call a shocking cover up of Trump's ties to Epstein. And you guys, I just want to also say this is a total indictment on MAGA evangelical Christianity. Yep. These people have proven to be hypocrites that endorse and cover up for the most heinous crime there is on the planet. Yep. Sex crimes against children. And Pam Bondi and Caroline Leavitt defend this and gaslight about this while wearing a cross. Now, there are a lot of you out there that are Christian light people who have seen the bastardization of your religion, and it sickens you. But these white evangelical Christians take it from two women who have lived in Oklahoma their entire lives. These people are dead serious about consolidating power and eroding human rights. And the one thing that my mother told me after Trump 1.0 is he has exposed these evangelicals for the hypocrites that they are. And so to the MAGA people that live in the United States that are evangelical Christians, you have been lied to. They have taken your faith and weaponized it against you. And they Christian signal to you to make you think they're doing God's will. All of the evidence has always proven that this guy is knee deep in the middle of a horrific pedophile ring that can only be rivaled by the Catholic Church. And then finally, this is how they're going to explain it to you. Steve Bannon is going to trot out and lie to you. And Steve Bannon says yesterday, Trump's not perfect. He's an imperfect instrument, but one infused by divine providence. Without him, we'd have nothing. So stay focused. This is 12 o'clock high. We're on a bombing run. Don't lose sight of the mission. So that's the gaslighting bullshit that they're going to sell these earnest, at one point, evangelical Christians in rural and suburban America that think that Trump is somehow their imperfect vessel. This is bullshit. That is gaslighting. And you have been lied to now for decades by the Republican Party. And this cherry on the top, this Trump administration, to sit there and lie to you, to try to make it right that this is God's vessel, right? That also has this side hustle with Jeffrey Epstein is just so insulting to everybody's intelligence.
Here's the deal. Steve Bannon was an associate of Jeffrey Epstein. He knew what was going on. So, Steve Bannon, your hands aren't clean. Shut up. Shut up.
That's a good point, Pumps. All right, listen, to support our channel, buy our book. Pop it up, Pumps. Life is a Lazy Susan of Shit Sandwiches. It is linked right below in the show notes. We will be back later with more of this piping hot Jeffrey Epstein tea, but I always want to remind you, at the core of this were children that were abused, little girls that were raped and abused. And it's incredibly, incredibly sad. All right, we'll be back later.
So look, as we mentioned, Congresswoman Grijalva's first act after being sworn in.
Truly 4D chess to get the Zionists to self-report by tricking them and defending an item as black and white as Gal Gadot's non-existing acting talent? Yeah.
Yesterday was to sign the bipartisan petition to release the so-called Epstein files. Members on both sides want these files released, and with their signature, that petition can now move forward in the House. Democrats cheered her on, and two Epstein survivors were actually in the chamber to witness the signing that they had been waiting for. Under House rules, Speaker Mike Johnson must now take mandatory action on the measure. He said yesterday, a vote on the Epstein bill entitled the Epstein Files Transparency Act will be brought to the floor next week. While it now looks like it will pass pass the House, it faces an uphill battle in the Senate. On social media yesterday, President Trump called out Republicans backing the bill, saying any lawmaker on the right supporting it was, quote, very bad or stupid, and stressed there should be no deflection to Epstein. Congressman Thomas Massie of Kentucky, the House Republican leading the charge on the bill, said he has spoken to colleagues about the vote.
I've already had a couple Republicans tell my office privately that they're going to vote for it, and I think that could snowball. I mean, the deal for Republicans on this vote is that Trump will protect you if you vote the wrong way. In other words, if you vote to cover up for pedophiles, you've got cover in a Republican primary. But I would remind my colleagues that this vote is going to be on your record for longer than Trump is going to be president. And what are you going to do in 2028 and 2030 when you're in a debate, either with a Republican or a Democrat, and they say, how can we trust you? You covered up for a pedophile back in 2025.
But I don't think it even is 2028. I think the conflict within the MAGA base is right now. Let's bring around MSNBC national affairs analyst and a partner and chief political columnist at Puck, John Heilman. Also MSNBC senior reporter, legal reporter and former litigator Lisa Rubin, also with his former state attorney for Palm Beach County, where most of this happened, Dave Ehrenberg. John Heilman, I want to start with you. You know, if it were only so easy for a Republican congressman or congresswoman or senator, as it has been since Donald Trump became president in 2017, it's been very simple. Don't make the president mad. Keep the MAGA base with you. Win primary. It's not, I actually think that Congressman Massie may have been getting a bit of his analysis wrong, because it's not worrying about what your political world looks like in 2028 when Donald Trump's gone. It's what it looks like now, because the MAGA base want they want these Epstein files released. So it's when you have the FBI director and the attorney general lobbying a congresswoman from Colorado saying get off the petition, and they do the same to Nancy Mace, and both of those members say no. You know right there that there is a deep divide in the MAGA base, and actually voting to cover this up, voting to keep what they consider and what they've considered for a decade, this conspiracy under wraps, actually ends up hurting you more with your Republican base.
Well, yes, Joe, and I would say it's actually a hit in no matter which direction you look at this, right? You've got the problem, which is with the Republican base, if you're worried about getting primaried. On the other side, you've got a general electorate where the polling is overwhelmingly in favor of releasing the Epstein files. You were talking before about good gets better and bad gets worse, right, and how things build on each other. If you think about what the message of the off-year elections.
By the way, chat, new polling coming out from the shutdown that the Democrats gave up. Who do you blame for healthcare premiums going up? GOP 47, Dems 21. Who do you blame for rising costs? GOP 46, Dems 19. Who do you blame for electricity costs going up? GOP 38, Dem 19. Trump's approval ratings declined notably in the shutdown. That's why centrist Democrats like MGP. What's her stupid Twitter? MGP. I'm sorry, my keyboard fucked up. That was weird. I don't know how P's went off. That's nowhere near the W. Like, I didn't hit it. I don't know what to say. MGP fucker. I hope she fucking...
They've scared Republicans, rightly so, everywhere about the way that things are going for them, about all those counties that are shifting into the blue, about the overwhelming kind of up and down, coast to coast Democratic repudiation of Republicans in those off-year elections. Now, think about the United States Senate, where if the House does pass this vote to force the release of the Epstein files, it moves to the Senate, where I believe that the filibuster won't be in play. It'll be a straight up down majority vote. You got 13 sitting Republican senators running for re-election in 2026. We could go through the list of those people. How many of those people want to take a vote against not just the Republican base, but also about 3/4 of the general electorate that wants to see the Epstein files released. Puts them in an incredibly difficult position. I don't think people are saying it's going to be an uphill fight in the Senate. I'm not sure that's right. You need 4 Republican senators to get this through the Senate. Are there 4 of the 13 sitting Republican senators who are up for re-election who are not going to get on the side of this issue where 75% of the American public is and where the MAGA base increasingly is also? I don't really see it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the MAGA base has been there. Like, MAGA base has been pushing this for a decade. The MAGA base has been saying that the powers that be, is like the deep state, has been protecting rich, powerful men who are pedophiles and release the documents. That's all we've heard. Remember, Pam Bondi called the right-wing influencers over and gave them notebooks with very little inside of them, binders with very little inside of them. So it is a central issue for them. But you bring up a great point. We're all focused on the House because that's where I'm a member of the House. If they're conspiracy theorists, chances are good they swirl around in the backbenches of the House. But you bring up a great point. You've got senators that are going to be running, Republican senators that are going to be running. And I've seen it firsthand. The things that you think should break through to the American people don't through. During Bill Clinton's term, there were a lot of things that I thought should break through that didn't break through. And then it was a personal situation, let's just say, that broke through. And I was thinking, wait, okay, they're going to impeach him for this, but they were okay with like missile cells to China that like everybody at the DOD said he should never do. You never know what's going to break through. This is one of those things that break through. And so if you're a Republican senator and you're sitting fairly comfortably, maybe you think you're going to win easily, or by 3 or 4 or 5 points. You just saw what happened last week. The massive wave elections coast to coast. You saw what happened in even Bucks County, the swingiest swing county in America, practically. You'd have to be pretty stupid to say, oh, you know what? I'm going to be on the side of covering up the Epstein files. I think you're right. I think as this gets through the House and goes to the Senate, there are going to be a lot of Republican senators who said no to Donald Trump on the filibuster that are probably going to say no to him on covering up the Epstein files.
So listen, I mean, Joe, the filibuster thing was very much on my mind. You know, the Republican Senate, which has almost never bucked Trump on anything, in the wake of the election results, on the off-year election results that Tuesday, November 4th, immediately thereafter we saw, and it hasn't gotten enough attention, we saw Republican senators suddenly find their backbone on the question of the filibuster. If Republican senators told Trump to pound sand in the wake of the off-year elections on the filibuster, are they really just going to cave into Trump on an issue like this, which, as you say, is cutting through? Most Americans still don't really understand the filibuster. I'm not sure I understand the filibuster, but everybody understands this Jeffrey Epstein story. And you are going to see the survivors out in force again. They are going to be saying, are you really, Senator Susan Collins, are you really going to vote against the wishes of the Jeffrey Epstein survivors who want to see these files come out? They're going to make that case if they have any political savvy, and they have shown that they do. They're going to make that case to every swing sitting Republican senator who's in any way vulnerable. And I think it's going to be a very hard vote to resist for someone like, say, Susan Collins. I don't see it. I can't imagine Susan Collins is going to side with Donald Trump and against the Epstein survivors. Doesn't make any sense to me. And I think there are at least 4 of them who are going to be like that.
This is what the base wanted. This was about 2 systems of justice. Is
this Cope? Do you think there are going to be 4 Republicans who will vote to release the files? No, I think it's going to be a lot more. I guess we'll see. But my prediction is that if the vote actually comes up, a lot more Republicans are going to break. If it actually gets brought up to the House and voted on, I think a lot more Republicans are going to break, assuming a majority is there, right? If we go in and someone flip-flops and they get intimidated from taking their name off the list and it gets voted down, then all the Republicans are going to vote it down. But I think if it looks like it's going to pass, then a bunch of Republicans are going to vote for it. A veto-proof majority is a supermajority requiring 66%. I don't know about that. Like overriding a veto is incredibly hard.
About young girls being.
Do I think Democrats could flip to Trump? I think MJP, Jared Golden, could definitely be flipped to Trump.
Victimized. Who's going to vote against trying to get justice in this case of Jeffrey Epstein? That's the question.
Do you think centrist Dems will try to flip to save Trump from this too? I think it's possible. I think it's definitely possible.
We are now 355 days away from the midterms, and tonight, after nearly 43 days, the government is set to reopen. The House passed the Senate-approved funding deal, and President Trump signed off on it earlier tonight. But of course, the big news of today centered around Jeffrey Epstein and President Trump. Let's start in the House, where Speaker Mike Johnson finally swore in a new Democratic congresswoman from Arizona who immediately became the final signature needed for a discharge petition to force a vote on releasing the full Epstein files. Tonight, Speaker Johnson said he plans to hold that vote next week. And the big headline today, we got to look at several of the emails in the case. They were released by Democrats on the House Oversight Committee after the panel subpoenaed the Epstein estate. In one email from 2019 to Ghislaine Maxwell and author Michael Wolff, Epstein allegedly wrote that Trump, quote, knew about the girls. We should note that MSNBC has not independently confirmed any allegations in these emails, and Donald Trump has not been accused of any wrongdoing in the case. With that, let's bring in our nightcap, MSNBC senior White House correspondent, and my dear, dear friend Vaughn Hilliard is here. Philip Bump, MSNBC columnist and contributor. Max Rose, former Democratic congressman from New York. He is now a senior advisor to Vote Vets. And Mark McKinnon, who is already the best-dressed person on the panel tonight, former advisor to both George W. Bush and John McCain. I start with you and these emails. I understand that this administration continues to say, nothing to see here, nothing to see here, except don't look at it, we're not.
The aircraft carrier jacket with a cowboy hat.
Going to show you. What stood out?
I mean, lots of things stood out, right? I mean,
and these are just some emails.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we spend most of the day talking about these 3 emails, but there's this huge tranche of files, like 20,000 files that people have been digging into. All sorts of names have come up. Larry Summers is in there multiple times. Ken Starrs. I mean, there are all these names. Again, not people who are alleged to have engaged in this activity, but people who are in communication with Epstein. And it really helps us flesh out the community in which he operated, right? And I'm not saying operated when he was doing his nefarious activities, but he was deeply enmeshed in this sort of elite culture that is being revealed here. And of course, the thing that people are most attentive to here is the fact that Donald Trump was similarly enmeshed, right? There's one email, for example, where Epstein makes casual reference to this girlfriend who he gave to Donald Trump. And you do a little digging, and there they are in the mid-1990s. First, there's this woman standing with Jeffrey Epstein, then she's standing with Trump, and the photo of her and Epstein is in Mar-a-Lago. And like all of these ways in which Trump is tied in here, that it really just makes you say, not only like what else is there, but like why didn't they rip the Band-Aid off when they said they were going to rip the Band-Aid off? Because now we get this drip, drip, drip that keeps coming out, and now we're still talking about it after he's been in office for 9 months.
So Republicans, Mark, some want to politicize this and say this is just a smear campaign being led by Democrats, but it's not.
Well, it started with Republicans.
But that's a huge portion, not just of the MAGA base, but MAGA influencers have been. I mean, the basis of MAGA at its start, at its core, has been we're unhappy with the United States of America because it's a 2-tier justice system. It's a 2-tiered economy. Things are not fair. What works for one group doesn't work for the. That's the root of this. On what ground can they say this is just Democrats smearing the president?
Well, the ground's really shaky. And the most chilling thing I heard about today was Lauren Boebert being called to the Situation Room, being confronted by the Attorney General, the head of the FBI, and the Deputy Attorney General, trying to get her to change her vote on it. So I've got a whole new respect for Lauren Boebert, because if she changed her vote, they wouldn't be voting on it. And by the way, now that they're voting on it, it's going to be really hard for a lot of those Republicans not to vote yes.
Okay, so that's my question. Max, what does it mean that every single House Republican will now have to vote on the record about releasing the Epstein files, who, again, people across the political spectrum in this country, people who don't care about politics whatsoever, are just saying...
Does anybody know who is the fucking aircraft carrier guy?
Give me a break. What the hell's in this thing?
Sure. I mean, the story of the Republicans for the last decade has been their willingness to do anything to win the next election. Now, that calculus has kind of overlaid with a desire to...
The Trump administration is about to cut housing grants for the formerly homeless. HUD plans to cut aid for permanent housing by 66%, slashing over $2 billion and leaving 170,000 people at a risk of homelessness again. They're trying to make homelessness worse? Fetterman in the hospital? Chat, if you wish him well, Peepo smile in the chat. I'm wishing that his pain ends once and for all. If you know what I'm saying, chat, we wish him well. We don't want him to suffer. During an early morning walk, Fetterman sustained a fall near his home in Bro, he's acting like he's 80, bro. He ogre down. I guess this Neanderthal DNA conflicted with the Homo sapien sapien. Upon evaluation, it was established he had a ventricular fibrillation flare-up that led to Senator Fetterman feeling lightheaded, falling to the ground, and hitting his face with minor injuries. If you thought my face looked bad before, wait till you see it now. He's doing well and receiving routine observation at the hospital. He has opted to stay so doctors could fine-tune his medication regimen. Jesus Christ, this guy is single-handedly raising the health insurance industry rates in Pennsylvania. It's Homo sapiens sapiens propaganda that Neanderthals were stupid. Evidence shows they were just as smart as we are, and they are the victims of a genocide by our species. Actually, I've heard evidence that they may have been more intelligent than us and more empathetic. So, like, humans were more, like, barbaric and violent and aggressive, so we killed them off. They actually were more intelligent and more empathetic. Mike, did you watch Pluribus yet? No, I have not. Why? Is it good? Neanderthal. Yeah, I like saying Neanderthal. It's better. Neanderthal is like, I like saying Neanderthal, but okay, Neanderthal. I don't think this is real, and also you can't said to be videos like that. What the fuck? The fuck? I think they were killed off because they had weaker language brains. We have an Arc Raiders channel now. Honestly, chat, Arc Raiders, it feels like I am not violent in Arc Raiders. I am not a aggressive, like, you know, predatory person in the game. But I swear to God that anytime I play that game, everyone's gunning for me and I'm killing them all. Someone takes the first shot at me and then I fucking, you know, 180 and then beam them. And I'm like, what are you trying to do? What are you trying to do, man? Last night, I went onto a round with the intention of being peaceful, and I had to beam down 4 people who tried to take me out. 4! And one guy had this, it may have been the most pathetic strategy I've seen yet. All he would try to do is throw the, like, stun grenade. He would just throw the stun grenade and hide. He would throw the stun grenade and hide. He'd throw the stun grenade and hide. It was like, that may have been the most pathetic version. Like, that is actually the most pathetic gameplay style I've seen yet. Trying to be a murderer and just spam the stun grenade. Like, bro, you are bad. You are bad. So for some reason, my solo runs are just, it is Hobbesian war of all against all. Do I have strong opinions about CoffeeZilla? My opinion is he's a centrist and he's an algorithmic chaser. He doesn't care about anything. He's just chasing the algorithm, which is unfortunate. That's how I feel about everyone who's been silent about Gaza. I think you are a fucking, like, I don't consider you to be a serious political commentator if you were silent about Gaza. It's your vibes, man. You got to approve your vibes in solo. I think, you know what it is I'm not a dopey player. I play like the game is hostile. So I think people interpret you, you know, being someone who's hard to shoot at as you being predatory. It's like, I don't want people to be able to like, get the jump on me, so I don't play the game to make it easy. You know what I mean? Run holstered? No. That makes me easier to kill. Shoot on sight is valid. Don't shoot is valid. Everything is valid. It is a diffidence simulator. I like the fact that people are a little snake fucks. That's fun. That makes the game engaging. I like the fact that you also spontaneously cooperate with people. That's cool. I like that people could betray you. That's fucking cool. Now, I don't do that. I don't like betraying people. I'm not a betray guy. I don't like it. However, it's fun that it can happen. What's the latest on Gaza? I mean, there's a ceasefire deal. Aid is starting to flow in. Israel keeps occasionally bombing the territory. The genocide is continuing. Somebody was trying to say that Arc Raiders is AI. As far as I understand, that's not true. I think what happened is they paid a bunch of voice actors to give their voice for like if you're doing in-game voice chat, you can use the voice actors' voices to like as a voice changer. Is that right? So they like paid voice actors to give AI generated voices. So for me, like that kind of seems like an accessibility thing. But maybe I've been listening to propaganda. They use AI for the ping system where they want to add new items. They can use AI instead of bringing the actors back. Oh, okay. Interesting. So that's a little bit more of a gray area for me. But I don't think they're using like a bunch of AI for assets or anything. It's like one of those things where I don't know, man. They say they aren't using any generative AI. Okay, I mean, that's what I'm concerned about, is when they use AI to like replace artists and voice actors and animators and shit like that. That's where I start to get like, that sounds a little sussy. It's definitely worthy of debate. I don't think it's like AI slop though. And I don't know. I go back and forth on this. Like maybe it's wrong to be ambivalent on AI. I think it's incredibly overrated. I feel like a lot of the AI panic is also kind of assuming AI can do what they say it can do, but it can't. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like a lot of people panicking about AI think AI could do shit that it can't actually do. Like, you saw the AI videos from Cuomo. They were fucking terrible. I feel like it almost is like part of what's pumping AI. It's like, it almost feels like a psyop to pump AI stocks where people are like, oh my God, AI is going to take your job. It's like pumping and it's not even AI. It's the LLM shit. It's just like, it's a way of like pumping. Maybe I'm being a conspiracy theorist. But I kind of think AI sucks and it doesn't really do anything good. I think there might be niche places where AI is actually effective. And I think like replacing a high schooler's essay, maybe AI could do that. I don't know. Like it's more about how the creators don't even know what's happening inside the model. It's like less coding it, more like growing it. Overall, I don't know. I mean, is it okay for me to say that I don't know that I know the right answer on this yet? Like, is it okay? Like, I'm not an AI user. I want you to know that. I don't use AI. I'm not an AI user. I literally don't use it. I don't like it. I don't use it. I think there's been a couple people when AI like songs first came out. Like we found the Yugoslavia Forever song that Wake made like years ago when AI music first started coming out, and we found that funny. And a couple people made like small dumb AI videos or songs about me. You know what I mean? But other than that, I've never done that. I've never really generated that shit. Maybe once or twice when it first came out years ago. But I've never been an AI user. But I just don't know, and I don't have a strong feeling about it. I don't feel like it's real. It feels like a giant bubble, and I kind of want the bubble to pop so we can stop talking about it so much. The issue with AI isn't what it could do, it's who profits from it. The Luddites don't break machines because of spiritual reasons. They did it because the machines threaten their livelihood. Well, that's a problem with fucking capitalism. You know what I mean? Like having an AI version of your voice. You know what I mean? Like that's capitalism. And the way that property is distributed in our society is you're only paid what wages you can command on the market as opposed to what value you generate. ML is real and here to stay, but there is so much hype that capitalists have created a fucking bubble because they're stupid enough to believe it's a panacea. Well, capitalists hate labor. Capitalists hate humanity. You have to understand that capitalists despise humanity. All right? And so they're trying to find ways of getting rid of you because they're scum. Honestly, this is going to be the future of technology if we start relying on AI too much. We're just going to have techno priests.
天00地00，敬请6刃先师在，即在烟中永无踪，根深不怕风摇动。 胜两仪，两仪生四象，四象生六合。急急如律令，天圆地方律令9章，五金下笔万鬼伏藏。用符捉鬼一定要配合7斗魁罡步。
What I pay my mechanic to do when he rotates my tires.
才能奏达上天，上灵三清，下应心灵，天清地灵，二比祖师剑，请动天神。
All right, let's go back to talking about the Epstein shit because I don't know why. Why not? Can we like watch Hassan debate, or is everybody against that? What I really want to do is do more China shit. Mike Morquangris? Who is the woman on the right? Is she a translator? The girlfriend of the person in the middle. I thought the guy in the middle was gay, but he's actually straight. The actual gay guys aren't in this photo. LOL. Caroline Kwan, guy in the middle is Hassan's best friend, Will Neff. She's dating Will. Okay, can I say something? And I'm going to be the woke of the day. I'm going to be the woke of the day. Caroline is not Will Neff's girlfriend or whatever. And when I say that, I'm not saying they're not dating. I'm saying that's not who she is. That's a relationship she has. Caroline is her own creator. She's her own person. She is her own, like, and she's actually really talented on her own. She's not an extension of Will. I love Will, but Caroline is her own thing. She's her own unique creator. Actually, she's one of the most unique creators on this fucking platform. Not to be, you know, it's the same thing with Vio. Vio isn't Mike's partner. Vio is Vio. And there's nothing that fucking annoys me more that when talented women or MBs or femmes or whatever start dating men, suddenly they lose their identity. And I want to give an example of that. Emiru is not Miss Kiff's ex. Maya is not Miss Kiff's ex. They are women that are more talented than the men that they used to date. Shut the fuck up. Caroline is not Will's girlfriend. It is by far and away the most annoying bullshit that I see on a regular basis. God damn, like, Jesus. Like, this is fucking misogyny, man. I'm sorry, bro. Like, it's fucking annoying. I'm sorry. Like, the answer is she's a streamer too. She's one of Hassan's colleagues and friends who's a streamer too. That's the answer. And then later, oh, she's also dating Will. That's a side fucking point. It's not the thing that defines her. It's so, and this is supposedly a left-wing space. Jesus fucking Christ, it's so annoying, dude. And I'm the woke of the day. I do this too. Sometimes I say this dumb shit too. And it's misogynistic when I do it. Or the number one thing about Caroline is not that she's dating Will. I'm sorry, it's not true. It's not. It's not. I like Will. I've been Will's friends for a long time, but it's not. And it's just like, it depends on your perspective. If you don't watch them or know who they are, it makes sense to refer their relation to someone the person you are talking to knows. Bro, they didn't even say Will's name. They said the girlfriend of the person in the middle, implying that Will like owns her or some shit. Caroline is not on this trip because she's Will's girlfriend. Like, you know what I mean? Like, come on. Seems like you're having an argument with nobody. I'm having an argument with everybody in the fucking replies. Okay, calm down. You don't know people's intent, and there's no way to make conclusions without content. I'm not saying these people hate women. I'm saying that this convention is misogynistic. It period is. I'm not saying you're a misogynist if you've ever said that Caroline is Will's girlfriend or whatever. In this scenario, when you have 3 people hanging out and they don't know who any of them are, and you go, oh, it's the girlfriend of this guy. No, her name is Caroline Kwan. She is a creator. She's an actress. She's a writer. She streams on her own. She covers pop culture and its intersection with politics. Like, that's who Caroline is. And she's currently dating Will. That is a footnote. It's just a weird fucking thing to do. I don't like it. I don't like it. And I honestly think, and I'm not even memeing now. I'm actually being dead serious. I'm being dead serious. I think if there's anybody in the Hassan Abi circle that could be a serious politician, Caroline is that person. Look, even if the intention wasn't that, it doesn't mean that it isn't a convo worth it. And by the way, I'm not saying these chatters are you know, pieces of shit or anything. I'm just saying this is misogynistic. And we accept it. And we're okay with it. And misogyny goes on a lot. It's actually the most accepted form of bigotry. The most accepted form of bigotry is misogyny, and then Islamophobia. You could basically be a complete misogynist and nobody cares. It's more acceptable to be a misogynist in some places than it is to be Islamophobic. And this is just an example where people don't even they don't even notice. They just let it go. They're just like, that's fine. It's okay. It's okay to be misogynistic. And it's like, bro, when somebody's asking who a person is, don't define the woman by her relationship to a man. Sometimes that is the relevant, right? So, I'm not saying you never do that, but to say like, oh, who is that? Oh, that's that person's partner. That's fucking annoying, dude. As much as we make fun of the word, what you're describing is an actual microaggression. Yes, I know. The thing is, people have always mischaracterized me on this platform as a class reductionist because that's what you assume I am because you see a white man. And so people are counting on the fact that you're never going to listen to me after they spread a lie about me. They just lie on me, and then they assume that you will accept that as confirmation of a stereotype. But I want you to understand that I am probably, never mind. I'm not gonna say myself in relation to other people. Let me just say, I take this shit seriously, and I really don't like misogyny. Check AI stocks. Okay, anyway, done ranting, but it's annoying. It's annoying as fuck. And here's the thing. All of us don't like to be called Hasanabi's best friend or Hasanabi waiting room or whatever. I personally don't give a shit because I realize that if people want to associate me with Hassan, that's good for me. Fine, whatever. I have accepted it as, well, I'm going to be associated with him anyway. I might as well accept it and benefit from it. But other people are rightfully annoyed by that. And they want to have their own creative thing and not just be considered a sidekick. I doubt the number of 170,000. Wow. Personal incredulity. Personal incredulity. We could also show you some hospitality, Mike. Oh, are you a Chinese person? You don't understand how shit America is. You don't understand how shit America is. Oh my Lord. Whoa. 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 We've got a nice little drop here. Nvidia down 420. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. God, I remember when people were buying Nvidia at like $8 a share. None of us bought it at $8. Well, no shit. If we did, we'd be fucking multimillionaires. It's literally Trump's agenda to crash the market so he can buy up assets in crypto for cheap. This is not a benefit to us in any way. I mean, I don't think of Donald Trump as a non-emotional operator like this. I don't see it. What's going on with, are they panicking yet?
Welcome back to Money Movers. IT firm Cognizant announcing exclusively on CNBC this morning it will acquire one of the world's largest providers of Microsoft Azure, called 3Cloud. The deal coming as more corporations make the move to adopt enterprise AI technology. Joining us now in a CNBC exclusive is Cognizant CEO Ravi Kumar. Ravi, it's great to have you. So what is this technology all?
Boston Fed President Collins speaking yesterday at a community banking conference, taking a cautious tone around the path forward for rate cuts, a view that is echoed by our next guest. Joining us here at Post 9 this morning is former Minneapolis Fed President Gary Stern. Gary, it's great to have you back. Good morning. Good morning. So Collins, Daly, Bostic, sort of this school that maybe it's good to slow down?
Yes, and I would agree with that. I don't think, first of all, I don't think there's a compelling rationale to lower rates right away. And, you know, the Fed meets frequently enough that if there's some surprises or circumstances change, they can always act at the next meeting if that's appropriate. Given where the economy is, the way it's performing, and the stubbornness of inflation in the 2.5 to 3 or 3+ range, it seems to me it's difficult to build a rationale, to build a case for lowering rates at this point.
And it doesn't sound like you think the resumption of data is going to change that trajectory.
I'd be surprised if it did because, you know, the data have been, I think the data have been reasonably accurate for the state of the economy. Employment gains have continued, but they've been modest. Inflation, as I already commented, has been stubborn. As far as I can tell, consumer spending has, on average, held up. I'd be surprised if in the next month or 2 or 3, we got a very different picture from the data. It's important to bear in mind some of the series are kind of noisy. And for that reason, you don't want to put a lot of emphasis on any one observation. It's always a good idea to not only do the analysis, but to smooth out the readings you get month after month and see if the trajectory of the economy is changing.
Here's what I don't understand. If it was appropriate to cut in November, at the last meeting, why would it be appropriate to hold here if the only big data release we've received between now and then has been a weaker than expected inflation report?
Well, first of all, I'm not sure that I found the inflation report particularly weak. But beyond that...
Weaker than expected.
But beyond that, I suspect that November, well, it was a close call. There were dissents on both sides. So that's part of it. The enthusiasm of the committee members for the decision may have...
Why is Variety posting so much about Hassan? Twitch is officially releasing age verification in the UK. Users will need to verify their age using an in-app facial scan. Otherwise, they will lose access to watching mature content based on content classification labels. This helps ensure that we provide a safe, age-appropriate experience for UK users between the ages of 13, the minimum age required to use Twitch, and 18. No, it's actually against the rules to be under 18 here. So basically what the former Fed chair was saying, he's not going to cut rates, which means money is not going to get cheaper to borrow, chat. And the AI bubble, the AI guys are borrowing a lot of money to buy chips. So if borrowing is more expensive, it's going to be harder to buy more chips. Why is Variety Hassan posting so much? By the way, their regular posts get like 16 likes, 20 likes for Lady Gaga, 9 likes for the Wuthering Heights trailer. Hassan post 1,000. Uh-oh. If something is wrong, I'm going to call it out. And if I can't call it out, then I can't do my job. Minus 20K. Hassan gets another puff piece. Hassan gets another puff piece. Stupid and sexy Hassan. Didn't you see the content, Nuke? Israel did not kill Charlie Kirk. That is insane. The world according to Hassan Piker. What the fuck is this headline? Hassan Piker is about to prove his point. Oh, fuck. I just accidentally closed it. Damn it. God damn it. The only positive thing Hassan said about Israel. Oh, thank God, chat. You saved. Saved. Although me searching peace by accident is not exactly... Okay. Where is it? Thankfully, I didn't have anything personal on the other monitor, huh? Okay. For weeks, the wildly popular Twitch streamer and leftist commentator has been following the online discourse surrounding the assassination of Charlie Kirk. The topic is personal for Piker, who has scheduled to debate Kirk at Dartmouth College 15 days after the right-wing political activist was gunned down at the Utah campus. Authorities charged college student Tyler Robinson with the crime. Lately, a civil war has erupted among conservatives over conspiratorial claims that the Mossad had a hand in the murder. You would be surprised at how many people believe this stuff, he says, as he mulls the menu options at a crowded Chelsea restaurant on a brisk October morning. Yeah, Tundra Beaver. Fetterman had a fall. Yeah, we saw that. When our waiter arrives, Piker turns to the 20-something hipster. Can I ask you a question? Who is the most likely person that killed Charlie Kirk, he asks. I think it was Israel. It seems like an inside job. Chat, never trust a reporter. 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 This is something all of us occasionally make a mistake and we trust a reporter. But these fucking pieces of shit put in Variety some dumb waiter's comment. Come on. Leave the poor waiter alone. God damn it. He's probably going to get tracked down by the Zionist freaks. The server replies hesitantly before heading back to the kitchen for Piker's cold brew. The answer comes as a shock to me, but it's no surprise to the extremely online millennial who acknowledges that he is fascinated by conspiracy theories. I watch every Candace Owens, Piker says, referring to the new media star of the far right who has fanned the flames of the Israel theory. He nods in the direction of our waiter. It's the reason why I know exactly where he's coming from with the Charlie Israel thing. For me, no matter how far-fetched a conspiracy is, if it's getting 2 million views at 24 hours, that means a lot of people are tuning into it. That means a lot of people are paying attention to it. And this day and age, I think a lot of people are believing it. Piker feels no allyship with Owens, even if they share the belief that Israel is a malignant force. What the fuck? Tatiana Siegel is the author of this piece. He is merely a student of the attention economy, a space in which he is thriving. With nearly 3 million followers on Twitch and 1.75 million YouTube subscribers, the 34-year-old influencer seems like a possible answer to the question of when the left will find its own Joe Rogan. As the next generation turns more conservative and alpha males like Andrew Tate ascend, Piker offers an alternate vision and the rare ability to sway an election. And as an early and enthusiastic supporter of Zohran Mamdani, Piker played a key role in helping catapult the New York mayoral candidate to Gracie Mansion by spreading the Democrats' socialist message to his legion of fans. True! True! We did it. We are the ones who elected Mamdani. It wasn't the 90,000 volunteers. It was me. It was Hassan. It was us. We did it. We did it. We did it. We did it. It was us. We were the kingmakers. With our waiter out of earshot, Piker drops his voice discreetly. Israel did not kill Charlie Kirk. That is insane. I did that for you because you were shocked. When the waiter returns with our order, he tells Piker that he's comping the cold brew. Wait, why? I just like your vibe, the server says. What the fuck? What? He cannot keep getting away with it. He can't keep it. He can't keep getting away with it. He can't keep getting away with it. I would have had to pay double for that cold brew. A lot of people like Piker's vibe. His brand, a twofold critique of Israel and the billionaire class, has made him a multimillionaire and a foil. Anti-Defamation League CEO Jonathan Greenblatt has accused him of using his platform to promote toxic anti-Zionism. Andrew Cuomo invoked Piker's name repeatedly along the campaign trail in an effort to smear Mamdani. On this morning, Piker has just arrived via red eye from his home in Los Angeles for an appearance at the New Yorker Festival. His inclusion in the lineup already sparked a wave of outrage. Wearing a no-logo sweatshirt, sweatpants, and a Free Palestine wristband, and an Apple Watch, and carrying a small Gucci bag that holds his Zyn supply, Piker signals a cross between conspicuous consumption and Bernie bro. Lurking beneath a camo hat emblazoned with the words thieves is a mind that possesses biggest PR threats to the pro-Israel set. I mean, they're really that is true. The Jersey-born, Istanbul-raised, Rutgers-educated provocateur has no plans to back down. God, I love public education. God damn it, I love public education. Ugh! We love it. God, the rich are so mad about it. They're still seething over this shit. They're seething over it. God, I love public education. These last 2 years, I've been called anti-Semitic. I abhor anti-Semitism, and I've spent my entire professional media career combating it. I just happen to be anti-Israel, and that makes me a far greater threat than the likes of Nick Fuentes because they know he's a Nazi, he says, referring to yet another polarizing figure in the ongoing schism within the far right. I don't find kinship with the right because I think there are some on the right that just use Israel as a new opportunity to cut through the noise. His voice... This is... It's
nice of those guys to give a...
It's easy to believe that people are generally nice when you look like Hassan, okay? But what if you look like me? It's a lot harder to be a socialist and assume that humanity is generally good when you look like me, okay? I am morally... He may be taller than me in height, but I'm taller than him in my moral fortitude. His voice, famous from 2,674 live streams... or 18,624 hours in front of a camera since he started on Twitch in 2018, is steady. It evokes the East Coast liberal arts poli-sci education he received. Maybe they see kinship with me, but I've been there for decades, he says, because this is a problem that predates October 7th. That's why a lot of people in the know, shortly after October 7th, and myself included, were like, this is horrifying. But the reasons as to why this is happening is because of 75 years of apartheid at that point. The genocide that was the inception of the Israeli nation state. And most people were just so oblivious to that reality. They were like, how dare you say something so barbaric? How dare you say something instead of just sitting there silently in mourning? But there has never been a moment in my life where I ever considered Israel to be anything but a criminal enterprise. Case in point, Mel Torme was a better singer than Frank Sinatra, but he never got as famous because he looks like a toad. Aww. Being an attractive guy is a minor power. Being an attractive guy that is both smart and kind is the actual superpower. Yes, exactly. That's what makes people like Mamdani or Hassan so frustrating for the right, because they can't throw easy, dismissive arguments at them. hanging with Hassan plays out a bit like one of those marathon streams on Twitch, a hybrid of live television and social media that allows creators to interact with fans via chat. The hours float by as he flits from one topic to the next, a mix of politics and pop culture. He's disgusted by Hollywood's treatment of pro-Palestinian voices who have lost career opportunities, such as Scream actress Melissa Barrera, whose firing for the franchise happened, he says, at the peak of the panic. Some have been dropped by their agencies, including Susan Sarandon, Love Her by UTA, or their labels like Roger Waters, He's Awesome, over their Israel critiques. More recently, British punk rap duo Bob Vylan was cut from UTA for leading chants of death to the IDF during a performance at the Glastonbury Festival. I don't think that's necessarily going too far, Biker says of Bob Vylan's action. I cannot speak. I think the moment that you start talking about Jewish control or the Talmud is when people go too far. As a Muslim who sees so much Islamophobia, I'm very tuned into that dog whistle, like the overemphasis on Sharia. The notion that Mamdani would impose Sharia law in New York was indicative of the tenor of the final stretch of the mayoral race. They do it to the Jewish people as well in a similar vein. I think that's when people go too far. From Piker's perspective, Amy Schumer should have been canceled for social media posts she made in the wake of October 7th. Amy was going crazy and no punishments there. She was just straight up being like, they're all rapists, barbaric monsters, they're head choppers. We've got to deal with them. Piker appears to be referencing an illustration Schumer shared and then deleted on Instagram that depicted pro-Palestinian supporters holding their signs with such slogans as Gazans rape Jewish girls only in self-defense and, quote, proud of our rapist martyrs. Despite calls for his cancellation for his criticism of Israel, Piker has withstood the heat. WME didn't drop me, which I think is very interesting, he says. He was told to tone it down, but he's vague of exactly who told him. He's getting a little too hot, is what I heard, he says. Did he heed the warning? No. Because I'm very stubborn, and if someone is wrong, I'm going to call it out. And if I can't call it out, then I can't do my job. That's my job. That's what I do. So yes, I've gotten warnings, and I'm not oblivious. Journalist Taylor Lorenz, a friend of Piker's who has covered the subject of his internet harassment for 15 years, says that he is unique in the breadth of his haters, from Vice President J.D. Vance to Democratic Rep Richie Torres. Assad has a very particular strain of politics, which is leftism that is attacked by both mainstream centrist Democrats, bad faith left-wing actors, the right wing, and internet trolls. And he's the most dramatic platform possible, Twitch, which has the most parasocial fan base of any platform. He gets the entire internet weaponized against him. He's the only straight man I've ever seen that has been gamergated. That's just not true. That's me too, bitch. Like, what happened? What happened to me? I love Taylor so much. Taylor, obviously they're not going to mention me. Of course they're going to erase me. But I have also been gamergated. In fact, I've been treated like, because I have been gamergated so fucking hard. The problem is I don't have the same level of fan base that Hassan has to rise above it. Teaser, outing you is not straight. Yeah, I know. Love you, Mike, but Hassan got mentioned by the VP. I know, I'm kidding. By the way, this is a bit. This is a bit. This is a bit. I'm not jealous at all. I'm not jealous at all. I'm just doing a bit to be funny. If it's not working, tell me. Earlier this year, Mamdani's mother, director Mira Nair, signed a petition calling for Academy to rescind its invitation to Gal Gadot to appear at the Oscars, given her support for Israel's military actions against Palestinians. Given that Gadot's comments throughout the conflict have centered on releasing hostages, I asked Piker if such a campaign was fair. I think she should be banned from the Oscars for being a dog shit actress. I think she has no business being there for the crime of what she has done not only to the DC franchise, but really any movie she's been a part of. He says of the Wonder Woman star, all jokes aside, Gal Gadot serves an important role in normalizing Israel as not a fascist ethno-state, but instead a place where a lot of beautiful women come from. And those beautiful women happen to serve in the IDF because there's also this weird sexualization of the forces as well that takes place. And it plays another role in normalizing Israel and activities and actions and whitewashing it. Piker appreciates the work of Natalie Portman, who is Israeli but never served in the IDF like Gadot. If Gal Gadot could act like Natalie Portman, there's probably less people yelling her. Natalie Portman has made statements about Israel that are middle of the road, but ultimately nobody holds that against her because she can act her fucking face off all the way back to when she was a teenager. Oh my God, Leon the Professional. I mean, Natalie Portman is like, come on, she's a superstar. I would have probably said like, what, Black Swan, or, I mean, if you're going to be a little bit more of a nerd, like literally V from Vendetta, I mean, cheesy Annihilation. I probably wouldn't have done Leon the Professional, but that's me. Garden State? Okay, millennial detected. Millennial detected. Woo, 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 woo. Elder millennial detected. Woo, 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 woo. Garden State. Move on. Garden State is my all-time favorite movie. Garden State is your favorite movie of all time. Garden State. I'll let you say guilty pleasure. I'll let you say you like it, but it's your favorite of all time? Come on. You're allowed to say it's your guilty pleasure movie, okay? That's fine, but favorite of all time? Come on. I'm not even saying it's bad. I'm just saying millennial detected. All right? I'm just saying millennial detected. That's all I'm saying. All right. James Gunn is a lot more woke than he lets on, and he lets on how woke he is all the time. Come on, man. You made the Moravian leader look like David Ben-Gurion. He just straight up looks like one-to-one like the first prime minister of Israel. We don't even care what you say about this. We know exactly what you're looking at. To make the allegory a step further, Palantir, BlackRock, and Raytheon are Luthor Corps. Lex Luthor is cutting a direct contract with Moravia to extract natural resources and then also have a testing ground for their weapons. I mean, that's literally what we do. Gaza is the weapons laboratory. That's how imperialism works. Apropos of something, Piker then gives a thumbs up to the actor who suited up the latest Man of Skill. David Coruscant, from what I understand, is Jewish, and he's very cool. He's not like pro-Israel or anything like that either, as far as I've seen, he notes. With that, Piker is ready to move on to cross Burbank superhero rival Marvel, but there's a little for him to mind on that front. I've always been a Marvel fan growing up, but I cannot stand the Marvel Cinematic Universe, he says. I mean, because it's slop. I think there were some funds. They were starting to maybe write something interesting with Captain America Winter Soldier, but then they pussed out completely. They might have had something interesting to say, and then they pussed out completely. Piker's intensity is palpable as he chases a double espresso with a 6 milligram Zyn pouch. Bro, he's so ADHD. This is the most self-medicating ADHD move of all time. 30 years ago, he would have been a chain smoker. Fuck, 20 years ago, he would have been a chain smoker. All that's missing is the scroll of chat comments accompanying his musings. Instead, swooning fans enter the real-life frame to express their gratitude. A woman dining with her son approaches our table. No, it's impossible. He lives in LA, she says, beaming. And then I kept looking and looking. It's him. I absolutely love your work. Being a Twitch streamer is a lot of that, he says, in an exchange with the server. I have my ear to the ground all the time. A lot of people in legacy media, traditional journalists are so out of step with the average person around them, even in their immediate vicinity. The Variety article, the Variety journalist, who I'm very curious about now. I want to learn more about you. How'd you get that job at Variety, Tatiana? Oh, she wrote a lot about Amber Heard. No wiki? She holds a bachelor's degree in journalism from Northeastern University and a master's degree in journalism from NYU. I'm so curious. How did we get that? How do we start our career? I guess they just liked her, huh? She immediately became the greater Los Angeles area film reporter. There's no way that is a very coveted and competitive job to suddenly get right out of college. My entry-level job is film reporter for the Hollywood Performer. Probably the most coveted job you could ever get. That's crazy. I need to learn more. How'd you get that? Who's mommy and daddy? Everybody being like, no, she just did really well at NYU. That's funny. That's actually funny. Typically, chat, I am very suspect of people that go immediately from college to highly coveted jobs at 22 or 24. I just want to understand her career path. Did you see Petro called the U.S. government a clan of pedophiles? I did. I mean, if people get power through meritocracy and use it appropriately, it's not an issue. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine, guys. She just became the Hollywood Reporter right out of... There's no one else that could have... She did, that's it. NYU journalism to a top job is like saying going to Harvard Law, going into a top law firm. I mean, I guess. It's possible. It's possible. I'm not saying it's impossible, but I just want to know more about her. I want to know her background. You know, I want to know where she went to high school and all that other stuff. Oh, okay. She worked at the New York Daily News, the Providence Phoenix, and the Boston Globe. She began her journalism career as a sports reporter for the Providence Journal. Now we're talking. That makes a lot more sense. She just removed that from her resume for some reason. And you guys were like, no, that makes perfect sense. She went immediately into a super highly desirable job, one of the most desirable journalism jobs in the entire country, right out of college. That makes sense. No, it doesn't. No, it fucking doesn't. I think I might have a slightly more attuned sense of elite status than a lot of people in the chat, which is okay. Like, it's okay. It's not a good thing that I know this shit. It's just, Mike, I didn't put my McDonald's job on my resume either. Does that mean I'm a Nepo baby? You didn't put your job at the Providence Journal and the Boston Globe on your resume? It's not McDonald's before you became a surgeon. It's a journalism degree. All right. Hold on. Where were we? Still, Piker allows the rich and powerful to occupy plenty of space in his head. Barry Weiss, the recently installed editor-in-chief of CBS News, get a bashing. Barry Weiss is everything that I despise about access journalism, brown-nosing to institutionally powerful people, and a major advocate for Israel as well. A person that has spent her entire career decrying woke or identity politics while simultaneously using her identity as a shield. I'm a lesbian woman, I can't be intolerant. And also using your identity as a Jewish woman to say identity politics sucks unless we're talking about Jewish people. Hiker scoffs at the idea that CBS News was biased before Weiss arrived. There's not enough pro-Israel voices in major news. Come on. That she has been rewarded handsomely for it. $150 million for a shitty Substack that no one cares about or knows about. It's very obvious why that happened. The Redstones and the Ellisons wanted to make CBS more pro-Israel. Sherry Redstone was willing to hand off CBS to the Ellisons because she thought they would do a better job of making it more pro-Israel. When the Paramount deal was announced in August, Redstone said Ellison has a clear strategic vision and the resources to take the studio to the next stage of growth. Since the deal closed, the studio has made a series of moves that bolster Piker's contention that Paramount is now more Israel-friendly. In September, it denounced a petition signed by celebrities including Emma Stone and Javier Bardem that called for a boycott of Israeli film institutions implicated in genocide and apartheid against the Palestinians. Last month, CBS Mornings co-host Tony Dokupuli interviewed Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu in Tel Aviv. Barry Weiss was being packaged as someone who could bring top talent. Wow. Benjamin Netanyahu never gives interviews anymore to American news. He talks to American news more than he does the Israeli news. Perhaps it is Piker's complete lack of filter that makes him so attractive to his growing fan base. God, the seething resentment in that line. The seething resentment of that line is ugh, that tastes bitter, even reading it. Most influencers with red hard career are careful not to bite a Hollywood hand that could feed them. Most influencers are fucking shills and believe in nothing. As a result, these aspiring stars tend to punch down. Piker is willing to punch way up, all the way up to Larry Ellison, the second richest person on the planet, who backed his son David's successful bid to buy Paramount and also has a stake in TikTok. Piker has tried to explain the craven flip of the once liberal tech titan to the Republican side. When Larry Ellison made that big donation to Marco Rubio, people were actually a bit confused. I think he's gay, maybe in the closet. I don't know. I hope he doesn't laser me down for speculating. He says with a laugh about the Oracle co-founder. Larry Ellison has been married to 6 women. Oh my God, what a fucking reptilian. What the fuck of a reptilian? What? 6 divorces? He must be pure evil, dude. He's got to be pure fucking evil. But there are hacked emails that show Larry's Ellison vetted Marco Rubio for fealty to Israel. And as Secretary of State, Rubio played a role in TikTok talks and steered the company toward Ellison. Piker doesn't seem too concerned about the prospect of getting lasered down by any vengeful oligarch. I'm not a stranger to super powerful social media platform owning billionaires directly hating me and making it a personal vendetta and their life's mission to destroy me somehow, he says. In the wake of the Kirk assassination, Elon Musk took to his X to call for Piker's cancellation, dredging up past comments that walked up to the line. Musk even tagged Amazon founder Jeff Bezos. Piker notes the irony that he's not even banned on X, never mind Twitch, because he's a power user and drives engagement. A lot of these guys are very thin-skinned, and I think the gravest mistake of my career was that I had Musk's ex-partner Grimes on my show, and she talked about how buff I was, and then talked about how Tesla was shit. That man has never lived it down. You know, Tatiana, I don't think I like you, but you are a pretty good writer. You are a lot of fun. You are a lot of fun. I don't like her, I don't think, but I think she's a lot of fun. Grimes, I get it now. I get it now. Like, I think she is a talented reporter. I get it now. Grimes wasn't exaggerating. Piker is hard to miss with his muscular 6'4" frame. He works out 1 to 2 hours a day, a regimen that includes playing basketball. If he ingratiated himself better with the oligarchs, he would be courted by mainstream Hollywood. If he ingratiated, he already heard the siren call and turned it down. His manager, former WME agent David Hunzinger, fielded a $1 million offer from one popular betting platform to run a ticker ad during one stream on election night. Piker said no. I'm not the easiest client, and not even because I get into trouble. I say no to all the time to a lot of deals, like a lot of money, and that's why I really respect David, because throughout our professional relationship, he was probably said no to tens of millions of dollars. Starting number was 1 million, which means they could have probably gone up. He's happier helping the Mamdamis of the Democratic Party and sticking a thorn in the side of the Cuomo types. He brought up my name next to Hamas. He said during a debate, why don't you denounce Hamas? Why don't you denounce Hassan Piker? Piker says that the former Democratic governor turned independent mayoral candidate. I'm very similar to Zoran in many respects, and the same reasons why they would be resentful of Zoran or fearful of Zoran is the same reason why they despise me. With the election just 10 days away, Piker is keeping a low profile with the Mamdani campaign. I'm in a holding pattern right now, he says, a hint of sadness creeping into his voice. I don't want to be too prominent in and around the Zoran stuff at the moment because I don't want them to use it as a line of attack over and over again. When the Cuomo campaign used a soundbite of Piker saying America deserved 9/11 during a 2019 stream, I was talking about blowback, a theory that has academic consensus at this point, that our meddling in the affairs of the Middle East has led to the blowback of 9/11. This wasn't to say 9/11 is good. It's a horrifying act of terror where 3,000 New Yorkers were slaughtered, and even many more with the first responders that tried to save as many people as possible. Yet it was, of course, weaponized against me. But as election night swung Mamdani's way, Piker wasn't keeping a low profile, but toasting the millennial mayor-elect with Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez at the Brooklyn Paramount Victory Party. There, he offered no mercy for Cuomo. What happened? I thought Hassan loves 9/11 was a successful campaign strategy. Andrew Cuomo, fuck you. Suck my dick. Oh, the double Hassan flick off is so funny, dude. His head looks so small in this emote. His head looks so small in that emote. So perfect. Before the Mamdani win becomes a reality, however, Piker can only hope the polls are accurate, but he's feeling confident as we walk along a busy stretch of 10th Avenue. An older man wearing a bandana and hoop earrings stops in his tracks and claps as he recognizes Piker. It's a sign that the streamer's message about Mamdani and or Israel is resonating. Then it hits me that Piker has no security detail as he mingles with the masses. Post-Kirk, that seems unwise. I make a point not to have bodyguards when I'm around the people, he says. I think it was it Fidel Castro or Che Guevara who said, I have a moral vest. It was Castro. No one cares. They're so fucking mad. The article, oh my God, dude. This article, Tatiana, fuck. You're good at this shit. She's such a fucking evil reporter, dude. It was good. She's such a fucking evil reporter. It was so good. God damn it. She's so evil. Like, and okay, so I've been thinking about how to explain what I'm thinking to you guys. So I'll put it this way. She knows how to write an article that is like pissing off everybody, but also throwing people a bunch of bones at the same time. The article was like super like there were so many parts of it where it would be like, this is to piss off a centrist. This is to piss off a Zionist. This is to, you know, throw a bone to the socialists. This is to piss off like a rich person. This is to like she was continually like putting things in the article to like, it was full service rage bait. It was so good at like, it was good. I mean, it was well done. I'm not gonna lie. It was pretty good. All right, chat. Yesterday we were watching the Hassan debate. So why don't we get where we left off on that, finish that, and then we'll cover a little bit more of the Epstein shit, unless there's some other story you guys are really hyped about. I haven't seen this. Epstein in newly released emails said Bill Clinton was never on the island. Yeah, that's technically true, but he was all over at the Lolita Express. and he did a special trip to Africa with him, Kevin Spacey, and what's the other guy? Chris Tucker. Adam Friedland interviewed Lena Khan. Oh, we could watch that. Actually, let's watch that. That sounds fun. Guys, Hassan is in fucking China. We can watch longer like interviews this week because I gotta film more content, you know? Like, duh. A man was shot by his dog yesterday in Shillington. Did I remember to shill? We'll shill later.
Kind of like as someone that enforced the law, you were kind of like a cop or like a, you know. Did you ever ask for a gun? You should have got a badge.
I know, we probably should have.
Yeah.
You know, we did have investigators who like went undercover sometimes, and they did have badges.
Did you send guys to Burning Man to like figure out tech corruption?
We didn't have that good idea.
See, had I gone to law school, I would have had that great idea. Because they would have been on Molly, and they would have been like, we're gonna make one company. The whole economy is gonna be one company pretty soon.
I guess.
Tatiana's son is Benjamin Franklin Hamilton Siegel. That is the most. That's based. That's based.
Go. Let's do it. Just let me get over that real quick. Just my feelings being hurt. Hello and welcome back to the Adam Friedland Show. I'm Adam Friedland. Thomas just bullied me. Hello and welcome back to the Adam Friedland Show, guys. Adam Friedland here. First off, as always, I'd like to thank our members for supporting us.
This is like watching a Condition Bleen stream.
Here on youtube.com, you make the show possible. Seriously, guys, members get access to all of our episodes early before they're released to the general public. And if you join at the second or third tiers, you also get your name in the credits of this fine program. If you'd like, .co/safety.
He's doing boner pill ads.
When I've lived in England.
A boner pill ad before Lena Khan. Jesus Christ, Adam. God damn it. I guess that's normal now. If you watch Fox News, it's all the Cialis bathtub ad.
One moment we are feeling spontaneous.
Surprise, I'm home.
Next, we are happily interrupted. Hey, no problem for guys like me with ED. There's Cialis. Cialis is the only erectile dysfunction tablet clinically proven to both go to work fast in as little as 30 minutes for some men and work up to 36 hours. No other ED tablet can do both. Sure, Cialis can work fast, but having up to 36 hours is a great option. And working only when it should means I can respond to Deb only when we're ready.
Tell your doctor about your medical conditions and all medications.
This is what the average American television ad break looks like.
Ask if you're healthy enough for sexual activity. Don't take Cialis if you take nitrates for chest pain, as this may cause an unsafe drop in blood pressure.
You don't have a 36-hour boner. It's that the pill helps you get a boner for 36 hours. How the fuck are you guys misreading this? Whenever you go to get your boner, it will help you get it. It's not that you have one. The boner enhancing medicine lasts for 30. Like, how are you fucking this up?
I think I was.
Anyway, back to Lena Khan.
And maybe Man U at points, but I don't really remember very well.
You're from the shtetl.
I lived in Boulders Green, yeah, northwest
That's where
suburb.
the Frummers lived.
Is it?
That's where the Orthodox, right?
Oh, yeah, that's true. Yes,
Yeah.
yes, it is a pretty Orthodox neighborhood. I think now it's a bit more. There are like a lot of Polish immigrants there
Thank
as well.
God.
But,
Thank God.
No, it was a nice place to grow up.
Dude, she's a gooner. Do you hear that? Arsenal fan.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I don't know that I could faithfully still claim that. I
Stop
don't
being a
follow
lawyer.
closely.
Just lie. Can you learn to lie? You're allowed to lie.
It
now.
is like against my disposition at this point.
I know.
but-
Watching interviews with you, you're like, they give you opportunities to talk some shit, and you're like, I know the rules for this.
Well, I feel like once you've testified before Congress, where like the main goal is not to lie, it's like that becomes like really ingrained in you.
I
you know?
agree. Yeah, people don't lie in front of Congress.
It's bad if you do. So.
You know what, guys? Can we just do the interview now, and then we'll just do the walkout later? Yeah. Okay, because we're already doing the interview.
Okay.
You've never told one lie in your entire life?
I probably have, like as a kid or something, but.
Not since you were a kid?
I don't know. I mean,
lie
my last
my
job.
whole life is a lie. This is a lie.
It looks pretty legit, but.
I wanted to ask you something I thought was really kind of cute, but about the Starbucks thing when you were in high school.
Uh-huh.
So you were in Westchester?
Yeah, I lived in Mamaroneck, went to Mamaroneck High School.
And so the kids were causing a ruckus up in Starbucks by your high school?
So Starbucks said, but that's why we needed to investigate.
And what did you do about it?
So there was basically some stores outside of the high school, including a Starbucks, and people would, go there and hang out there and buy coffee.
At
and
Starbucks?
Then they started a policy that students, even if they purchased something, couldn't stay in the store. They couldn't sit down. So I wrote a school newspaper story about it.
You're Martin Luther King. But didn't you get in the New York Times?
Yeah, it somehow became enough of a thing where the Times then reported on it and cited my story or something.
So were you a little bit sucking up to the popular girls that were at Starbucks?
I don't remember it that way. I was genuinely just curious
You were being
why.
a suck up to or you were the popular girls?
No, I mean, I was a newspaper editor, I don't know that counted. But
Have you ever gotten a B?
A B?
Yeah.
Probably, yeah. And some.
That's a lie. I got you to lie.
No. I mean, I
got
took
you to
some
lie.
hard math classes in college and probably didn't do so well.
I need to swear you in. You never got a B. You got a B in hard math?
Some hard math, yeah.
How did it feel to get a B?
It was humbling, but in a good way.
Humbling. Did you take the LSAT June 2009? Dino
no.
game?
No, I took it later.
Do you know the Dino game? The logic game with the dinosaurs?
Puzzles. I know the logic puzzles, but not with the dinosaurs.
I took it right before you.
Okay, I didn't go to law school till 2014, so I took it later.
What'd you get now?
I don't remember.
Come on.
I really don't.
You're being humble right now. You got 180.
I don't think so.
Straight up 180.
Where did she go to law school, chat? Where did she go to law school? Do you guys remember where she went to law school? Where did she go? I missed it. Columbia. She probably got like a 170 something.
To go back and
Did
check.
you finish first? Were you like done?
I don't think so.
You definitely did. I took it 3 times. It was an inflection point in my life.
Yeah, no, it was an inflection point for me too. I was trying to decide whether to go to law school or whether to be a journalist. So
your thesis in college was on Hannah Arendt.
Mm-hmm.
What was your area of focus? I think it's pretty interesting for the times we're kind of living in right now.
Yeah, it was this close study of a bunch of her work, including a book she wrote called The Human Condition. And in the book, she basically writes about how technological progress can lead to a lot of advances, but also require a certain degree of distance.
Mm-hmm.
And she has this analogy with the plane around how airplanes allow us to do pretty great stuff in physical distance shorter, but it requires an altitude that makes you see less. And I analogize how she talked about kind of expertise and what can get lost in it to how we got into the financial crisis.
So that's the most boring book she wrote? That's what your thesis was on?
I don't know if that was the
I
most
thought your
boring,
thesis would be on her romance with Heidegger.
Oh, yeah.
The Nazi and the Jew.
Right. I guess that was a component of her life.
One thing I heard you say in an interview was that prior to the establishment of the Third Reich as a centralized power structure, industrial conglomeration was a big component of it. Is that correct? Or am I trying to say words? I feel like I'm copying words that I heard on TV, on Succession, maybe?
Obviously there were a lot of factors that facilitated the rise of Nazism, but the U.S. after World War II actually commissioned various studies to be what just happened and what factors contributed to it, including trying to figure out what was happening in the economy. And they did actually find that growing consolidation across the German economy had basically facilitated the rise of Nazism. You had more monopolization in certain types of rubber and steel. And generally speaking, there's long been a recognition that concentrated economic power can go hand in hand with concentrated political power. And, I think that's an insight that has been lost more recently, but we're kind of being forced to reckon with again.
So you think Paramount, if they buy Warner Brothers, maybe Barry Weiss will be maybe the kind of Goebbels. She doesn't talk shit at all because she knows all the rules. You know all the rules. So let's explain to our audience. You became a star even before you graduated law school. So you published an article about Amazon when you were in law school, and you kind
That's
of
right.
made some enemies.
Yes.
What was your thesis? What was your position that you were taking?
So basically, I was writing about how the contemporary way that antitrust law gets interpreted, which is a very short-term focus on whether monopolies are raising prices, was creating all sorts of blind spots, and used Amazon as kind of a vehicle to tell this broader story about changes in our antitrust laws. The Law Review article actually came out of a whole bunch of interviews I had done with two sets of market participants. One was the set of businesses that were selling on Amazon, and the other was financial analysts and investors that were looking at Amazon more through a long-term prism. And it was really interesting because at that time, this is like 2012, 2013, you know, the general consensus in DC was that Amazon is this company that is, you know, just delivering all these low prices, and there's kind of no monopoly power or dominance concern here. But when you talk to those sets of market actors, they were like, yeah, of course, you know, this company is amassing structural power that one day it'll just be able to flip the switch. And that's the whole like investment proposition here. And it was just one of these instances where there was a real gap between how kind of the experts and the pundits were understanding what was going on in the economy, and how when you talk to like real people that were doing business with this company, how they understood it. And that gap was really interesting to me. And so I decided to try to make it into a law review article.
So in essence, you're saying that they were dropping prices so low that like mom and pop were just couldn't compete? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, they were engaging in a bunch of business practices that like 50 years ago would have been illegal. But because there was this kind of Reagan revolution in antitrust.
Well, yeah, what she's really referring to is basically the idea that before Bork, who is a very famous far-right jurist, the idea of antitrust is we're not going to allow monopolies to happen. It doesn't matter if it's good, so-called good or bad for the consumer. Monopolies are just not allowed. And if a company gets too large and too powerful in a certain industry, it'll be broken up by virtue of it being too big. And what Bork did is he created this interpretation of antitrust law where it's like, well, if it's actually good for prices and good for consumers, then we're going to allow the monopolization. Now, I don't know if you know this, chat, but it's never good for consumers. That's just a fucking lie they used in order to ignore the antitrust laws. It's a bullshit interpretation. It's legislation from the bench. The conservatives like legislating from the bench as long as it lets them do whatever the fuck they want.
Where we now basically assume that monopolies were good unless they were engaging in a very narrow set of practices that were bad. We'd kind of become blind to being able to see, you know, corporate dominance and monopoly power unless and until it hit this like very narrow set of conditions.
What do you make of the argument, or like people would say like the Sears catalog is going to drive the general store out of business? Is it just that like, yeah, like Bezos kind of reinvented a supply chain, but I can get any crap I want tomorrow? Like, do you get crap on there?
I'm not a Prime member, so I don't really buy stuff off of there.
What do you mean you're not a Prime? What are you doing? You go with your feet? You go on your feet
I mean,
to
that's a
thing?
good thing about living in New York City, you know? You can buy a lot of stuff in person.
Yeah, but you could also get any crap tomorrow.
It's true. I mean, the thing is, it's really not about, it's more about, you know, the antitrust and anti-monopoly laws were designed to basically create more checks and balances in our economic sphere.
Sure.
Because there was a recognition that, like, you don't want to concentrate economic power. And through competition laws, there's an assumption that firms, if they're having to compete for your business, they're going to try to make things better, be it through lower prices or kind of better service.
Correct.
And so we want to maintain competition, and there are fair ways to compete and unfair ways to compete. And our definition of what is unfair ways of competing has like radically changed over the last few decades, such that companies like Amazon have been able to get away with things. And you know, when I was at the FTC, we ended up filing a lawsuit against it. After investigating it, we found that it was breaking the law, and that now it is actually systematically raising prices for people, both consumers.
Because they fucked everyone off.
Yeah, because they can.
Yeah.
And like the businesses that have to sell on Amazon now have to pay as much as $1 out of every $2 to this company.
Sorry for cussing also.
It's not a good situation.
Yeah.
And you know, a lot of that is because they don't face real competition.
Do you think the game Monopoly is maybe problematic? for people's understanding of monopoly power? Because no one wins at Monopoly and everyone's like, you're a bad guy.
Right.
Everyone's like, you know, I mean, it's a disaster. Your dad just relapsed on alcohol. He told your mom that she's just like her mother. Your sister's crying. That's what happens when you win a Monopoly. And you're like, I'm the best guy in the family.
You know, there's a really interesting history of that game where it was actually designed as an anti-Monopoly game. And then it was like, you know, commercialized and made into a kind of a pro-Monopoly game.
Wait, so what was the objective? That everyone has different stuff?
In the original version?
In the original
I haven't played the original version, though I actually have a version of it. So I need to try it out.
So you went back into the think tank world after law school?
Just briefly, yeah.
Were you offered like a federal clerkship or something? I mean, it seems like from your resume, like you could have.
Yeah, I was supposed to clerk a year out of law school, and my judge ended up passing away a few months before.
Oh.
So then I kind of had to rejigger things and ended up actually working first at the FTC for a commissioner, Rohit Chopra, who had just joined, who was doing incredible work. And then actually ended up joining as a staffer to a congressional committee where we did a big investigation of Apple, Amazon, Facebook, and Google. And so was there for a year and a half or so.
And you started working with Elizabeth Warren, or like in an unofficial capacity at the time? Is that correct?
Yeah, not officially, but you know, she in 2016 gave a big speech basically saying, you know, across the economy we have now extreme consolidation, and she named companies, which, you know, in DC is unusual for kind of somebody to really name the company you're talking about, and she did that across sectors, and it basically helped give much more prominence to this issue of antitrust and anti-monopoly. And she became kind of an ally as somebody who agreed that we really needed to reinvigorate this area of law.
And so, from my understanding, well, two things. First is like, how did President Biden, how did you get drafted in the league at 32?
It's a great question. I have no idea.
You were the youngest by like 40 years probably in the government.
I mean, there had been some prior FTC commissioners that had been in their 30s, but I think Chair, probably was the youngest.
So how did you get scouted? Like, how did they know that you were the GOAT? It's really cool that President Biden was like, this is the one. And you like changed, we'll get into it, but you changed the way kind of a toothless part of the executive functioned, from what I understand.
Yeah, I mean, how people get picked is like a total mystery.
Oh, now you're lying. Now she's lying. We got her, guys. Let's clap it up. What happened?
You know, you basically get a call asking you if you're interested in serving.
From the Monopoly man.
From the federal government, and
you get a call from the federal government.
You get a call from somebody, you know, working in the White House who does personnel.
Uncle Sam.
They usually somebody who works in the Office of Personnel.
HR.
It's basically HR for the White House, who has to like figure out for all of the political appointees who are we going to pick. So they call you, they ask if you're interested. If you say yes, you have to have all of this kind of background checks and have a lot of conversation with security people.
Yeah. They looked into the Starbucks, right?
Probably.
They probably like called someone at the Starbucks.
Yeah, they call people who know you to kind of try to figure out what's going on. And then sometimes you don't hear for a while and you have no idea, am I in or am I out? In my case, I ended up being told that I had been picked as a commissioner and they were going to announce it like the next day.
Had you spoken to President Biden before?
No.
Really?
Yeah.
He wasn't like, kiddo, the malarkey of you got no malarkey.
No, we didn't get to have that conversation.
So you came into it, from what I understand,
Fetterman of Hospitalized, did I cover it? We did cover it. We did laugh about it, but what else is there to say? He fell down and hit his head.
And as you alluded to, from Reagan till the time you came, which 2020?
2021, yeah.
2021, like for what, 30 years, it was basically a completely just, what they did Herbalife, right? Was that their big hit? For 30 years?
They were very focused on, you know, frauds and scams, and you know, it's staffed by very well-meaning people, but there definitely had been kind of a real narrowing in their ambition.
Well, so you walked into the office, everyone's Hawaiian shirt, beer pong. Were people doing like Xeroxes of their butts?
You know, it was still COVID, so it took a while till everybody was like back in. But no, I mean, you know, the staff there was very hardworking. There had been people who'd been there since, you know, for decades.
She won't talk shit. They were definitely like, look at this homework nerd coming in, trying to make us work for the first time ever.
No, I mean, there, you know, I was an unusual pick for a bunch of reasons. So, you know, it was a bit of an adjustment for the agency.
Yeah. How'd you get picked?
It's a great question.
Because you're not Nepo, right?
No, I mean, no.
You're like the smartest one. They never pick the smartest one. Seriously. It's like a rarity. That's why I'm so fascinated by it.
Yeah.
Especially it's so young. They hate youth in Hollywood, in ugly Hollywood, I mean, in DC. They have a contempt for youth.
It was an unusual pick, and I think it really did speak to how, in a pretty small number of years, the kind of elite consensus about antitrust has started to change.
Yeah.
And so there was a growing sense that the kind of Reagan approach, which had become a bipartisan approach, right?
Yeah, under Clinton
the
and
incredible
Obama,
thing about Reagan was, like, when they came in, the stuff they were pushing was seen as really fringe. And, you know, there were deep partisan fights. But then you fast forward 12 years after 8 years of Reagan, 4 years of Bush, and the stuff that had been really fringe of theirs was now just the new common wisdom. And so they were pretty masterful in kind of getting their set of ideas and ideology to become the new mainstream. And it took until, 2018, 2019, 2020 for there to be a greater recognition that that had been the wrong path, and we needed to kind of reinvigorate this area of the law.
Even from what I understand, people that were supporting the Harris campaign were kind of going at your ass a bit. Is that correct? It wasn't clear if Kamala won, if she would continue kind of your project.
Yeah, look, I mean, a president has the prerogative to kind of pick their own team, so they were
the bad guys.
Not choosing who they were gonna have in place before they won.
But you're a first-round draft pick.
I think it would have been her. It was an honor to serve, and it would have been her prerogative to kind of choose the path forward. But it's true that there were people who were upset by what we were doing and that were kind of being very vocal about
There were
that.
a lot of people who were upset.
I don't know if I'd say a lot,
I mean, the newspaper that I believe. Wait, what did I find? There's like 53 op-eds against you after you came into the FTC.
At least, yes.
They were saying why you drove them nuts. You were living rent free because it's tech. Was it big tech and hedge funds?
There was some big tech trade groups. A lot of it was, also the deal
There's
makers.
also crypto.
So parts of Wall Street that make a lot of fees off of mergers and acquisitions.
But you're just some lady. I mean, you're what, 5'4"?
Yeah, 5'4", 5'5".
And there, look at brain death at Khan's FTC, and Lena Khan blocks cancer cures. A hedge fund that made a killing betting against Lena Khan. Lena Khan needs to see Shark Tank's Kevin O'Leary. Lena Khan whiffs again. Why were you such a lightning rod? I mean, how are you like this, but then in the court you're like that?
I mean, I think there were a few things. I think we had several decades of elite impunity, where if you were breaking the law, but you were in a C-suite, the government would go light on you. And, even in places like the FTC, sometimes there had been a double standard, where if you kind of found that there was some like small-time scammer or fraudster, you would like bring the full force of the law against them. But then if you kind of found that a fancy CEO was breaking the law and their company...
Oh my God, chat. Angus King just said the reason why they caved is because the Republicans were going to eliminate the filibuster. I know this was not an idle threat or negotiating ploy. He meant it, and a growing number of the Republican caucus agreed. No filibuster would be facing a nationwide abortion ban, voter suppression laws, and quite possibly the elimination of the Affordable Care Act itself with no tool to stop it. Guys... the tool would be the massive voter backlash, you dumb fuck. I want the GOP to do this shit. Let them do this shit. Because then everybody knows what voting for Republicans means. Let them do it. Let them do their incredibly unpopular shit. And then next year, we throw them out of office and we sweep in with a massive tidal wave of progressive policy. That's how you get a permanent realignment. And by the way, we'll just break the law. If they pass an abortion ban, we'll just break the law. California jury's gonna convict the doctor of doing an abortion. Good fucking luck, bitch. We will break the fucking law. What the fuck are you saying, bro? This chatter is just saying gibberish. They came in and they've been spamming gibberish. What the fuck are you saying? Gibberish. What the fuck? Are you okay, bro? Are you okay? You seem like you're going through one. I got schizophrenia. That makes sense. Go take your meds. Go take your meds. Antifa is now a foreign terrorist organization? Oh, great. The Trump administration, for the first time, is designating 4 Antifa groups as foreign terrorist organizations. This is a big step. Until now, they had only pursued a domestic terror designation, which has less teeth than foreign Anarchist militants have waged terror campaigns in the United States and Europe, conspiring to undermine the foundations of Western civilization through their brutal attacks. Jesus Christ. All right, let's see what's happening in the Red Scare Part 2. Good question. If they rig the elections by literally passing laws to disenfranchise certain communities because the Voting Rights Act is dead, then how will you win the election? Specifically, given they would appoint partisan election boards, basically installing a one-party electoral suppression machine. This is no way to I mean, basically what you're saying is you believe, like, I get the point of your question, which is, will Americans defend democracy? Will they just allow their elections to be stolen? And my answer is no, they won't. And your answer is yes, they will. I guess. I think enough people would be pissed off, and it would put the Democrats on death ground. Now, the Democrats are cowardly and they are whiny, right? If they were said, hey, we're just going to steal the elections from you and you'll never have power again, I think even some of them would have to stand up. Now, every centrist Democrat would just switch to Republican. So that's something to remind yourself of. Like, you know, Jared Golden or MGP would just become Republicans. Anarchist militants have waged terror campaigns in the United States and Europe, conspiring to undermine the foundations of Western civilization through their brutal attacks. The State Department will designate these 4 Antifa groups as foreign terror orgs. Antifa Ost is a terrorist organization based in Germany that is infamous for wielding hammers and premeditated attacks against unsuspecting victims. The International Revolutionary Front is an Italy-based coalition of violent anarchists. The group claimed responsibility for the shooting of an engineering executive in Genoa and set a series of bombs to politicians, embassies, civilian targets, injuring several people. Armed Proletarian Justice is a violent Greek anarchist group that pledges to wage armed conflict against police officers and state infrastructure. The terror group used dynamite to build a homemade bomb, then planted it near the Greek riot police headquarters in a failed attack. So they're just doing like random LARPers who don't even kill anyone now. That's it. That's how weak this shit is. Revolutionary Class Self-Defense is a violent anarchist and anti-capitalist group in Greece that claim responsibility for an improvised explosive device attacks targeting the Greek Ministry of Labor and the offices of a major railway. The Trump administration will continue to identify and disrupt Antifa's terror networks across the world. These terrorist designations deny violent organizations access to America's financial system and impose severe penalties on those who offer support to these militant groups. I think my first reaction is basically they're trying to say that Germany, Hungary, Italy, and Greece cannot police their own country. Did any of these countries ask the United States of America to name their citizens to be international terrorists because of an attack they did in their own country? Isn't that a domestic criminal act? Mike, look at the title of this week's Economist issue. You guys have the cover? Do you have the cover? Can I play some Drake? Sorry, we don't do any pedophiles here. No pedophile music here. The only thing we... It's so funny that Drake is like the kick rapper. Oh my God. Are they inviting Destiny onto their show?
As for Epstein, I've said this before, but just as a reminder, I do know somebody very, very close to this case who is in a position to know virtually everything. Not everything, but virtually everything. And this person has told me from the start, years and years ago, that Jeffrey Epstein, in this person's view, was not a pedophile. This is this person's view, who was there for a lot of this, but that he was into the barely legal
You got to bring on your biggest pro-Israel reporter for the pedophile. It's a bebophilia discussion. Oh, wow. Looks good. I like that. I like that.
Type. Like he liked 15-year-old girls. And I realize this is...
What? That's not legal. That's pedophilia.
It's disgusting. I'm definitely not trying to make an excuse for this. I'm just giving you facts. That he wasn't into like 8-year-olds, but he liked the very young teen types that could pass for even younger than they were, but would look legal to a passerby. And that is what I believed, and that was what I reliably was told for many years. And it wasn't until we heard from Pam Bondi that they had tens of thousands of videos of alleged, forgive me, they used to call it kiddie porn, now they call it child sexual abuse material, on his computer, that for the first time I thought, oh, no, he was an actual pedophile. I mean, only a pedophile gets off on young children abuse videos. She's never clarified it. I don't know whether it's true. I have to be honest. I don't really trust Pam Bondi's word on the Epstein matters anymore. Yeah, so I don't know what's true about him, but we have yet to see anybody come forward and say, I was I was under 10. I was under 14 when I first came within his purview. Look, you can say that's a distinction without a difference.
No, it's not.
I think there is a difference. Yeah. There's a difference between a 15-year-old and a 5-year-old. Yeah. You know, it's just whatever. It's sick. Every time we start talking about Epstein, it makes your skin crawl. Right? The whole thing is just disgusting.
Totally.
There's a reason why Israel picked Destiny as their top influencer in America for the youth. They needed the abibophilia guy. They must know that Donald Trump slept with underage girls. That's the only thing that's the only way this makes sense. Donald Trump must have slept with underage girls, and there must be a smoking gun somewhere. They are manufacturing consent for pedophilia, and they had to bring on their ardent Israel defender in order to nod along. Hey, have they deleted this article yet? I'm surprised CBS has Ari Weiss must not know about this.
Justice by moving to Israel. So Ian Lee has been following this for more than a year, and he traveled to Israel for this investigation. He worked with a group that tracks people accused of sex crimes, which estimates dozens of Americans have used this loophole.
So, he's 6'2".
We are on a stakeout looking for this man, Jimmy Julius, 48 years old, and wanted on charges of sexually assaulting a 9-year-old girl in Oregon back in 2000 and a 5-year-old girl in Israel in 2001. He's considered, but these photos are a few years old, so we don't know if he'll look this. He remains elusive.
Yes. Do you need me to repeat it?
Are you asking me why it's wrong to rape children?
Yeah, I need you to tell me why it is wrong in your eyes
to rape children.
To do that. Yes. Do you need me to repeat it? Can you not hear me? Do you have too many cocks in your ears, or what's up? Why is it wrong? Is that too hard of a question? You can mute me with the background noise if you want. I'm ready to hear your answer.
One can easily explain why raping children is wrong, but I think that the natural reaction that everybody has when they hear this question is not to engage in a calm, rational dialogue, explaining concepts of bodily autonomy and consent and physical damage that would occur and psychological harm. And there's a whole host of reasons why abusing children is wrong. And it is easy to explain. I think the bigger response to this is we've got to find this guy and punish him and arrest him immediately. Like, I think the bigger response is, what is your name? What is your address? We're coming right now. Surrender. Like, the response to that is, this guy is a dangerous predator. Human society has got to protect us from this man. Now, I am a believer in process. I'm a believer that we shouldn't, do vigilante, adventurous actions. I believe in establishing institutions of justice and having a consistent process to ensure that emotion doesn't get away from us. However, in this case, I do believe it is necessary that this man be separated from society immediately.
It's happening. It's actually happening.
That pearl clutching is so beta. Why don't you actually answer the question?
It's actually happening. He's calling me a pearl clutcher for saying that child rape is wrong.
No, because I asked the question. Why are you?
I didn't think this one would happen. You know, we see it often. They'll say that something's wrong, and then Trump will do it, and then they'll defend it. Did that with J6. Did that with the J6 pardons. Did that with the Medicaid cuts. Did that with the cuts. Just didn't think they'd do it with child rape.
Obfuscating. Let's just get to the fucking point, bro.
I just didn't think they'd do it with child rape. And now we're seriously at that point where Trump's supporters are now saying that it's not wrong to rape children and asking why it is wrong to rape children.
I don't know what else to say. I don't know what else to say. I don't know what else to say.
Trump's association with Epstein has been long known in public, and he has repeatedly denied any wrongdoing when it comes to the late sex trafficker.
Okay, I do know what to say, which is, I've said for a long time, there's two types of Republican or conservative. And I've been saying it for a very long time because I know them better than you. I've talked to literally thousands of Republicans, and they broadly fall into two camps. They are either totally ignorant of what the conservative movement and the Republican Party stand for, and they have an idiosyncratic collection of beliefs that they ascribe to the Republican Party that has no connection to reality. That's about 45% of Republican voters at a minimum. And then there is a group of people they are judgmental, they are evil, they are greedy, they are sociopathic, they are fascistic, they're racist, sexist, homophobic, etc. Largely, when you're talking about a conservative or a Republican, they fall into those two categories: ignorant or evil. That's literally true. And it has been a major talking point of this stream for years. Now, there are some people that are both, right? I'm sure we all have an uncle at Thanksgiving who is kind of an evil asshole who's kind of stupid as well. So yes, you can't be both. If somebody's both, they're in the evil camp of the two. Because like the reason they're a conservative is because they're an evil bastard. They're not like, whereas with ignorant people, they can change. They can, if they really learned the reality, they might change their position based on like experience or something that's super credible or social conditions, etc. What that guy demonstrated is that he is an evil piece of shit. For him, politics is about power, and the Republican Party and Donald Trump represent his interests. So child rape, they don't give a fuck. American stupidity politics are unfortunately spreading. I see it with my father where I live. He totally warped version of reality that almost seems he's living in a different dimension. Unfortunately, Goebbels was right. Reality doesn't matter. All that matters is manipulating people's perception of reality. Goebbels is wrong. There's a reason why fascism failed. Because that illusion can only be maintained for so long. Yes, in a certain social bubble. In fact, there's some streamers that are having this bubble popped for them right now. They created a social illusion, a social consensus of maybe 5, 10, 15 people. And then they started to operate as if that social consensus was the consensus. And that consensus represented reality. And just like the Nazis started to believe their own bullshit and their own hype after they defeated France, after they won in Poland, the Nazis saw that they were unbeatable. They started to believe that they were the master race, that they were unbeatable. And so they attacked the Soviet Union. And unfortunately for the Nazis, and fortunately for humanity, material reality caught up to them. And the master race was defeated, shattered, humiliated, and the red flag of socialism flew high over Berlin. Similarly, fascist politics doesn't work. It's not going to make you better off. It's not going to make you richer. It's not going to create material prosperity. The economy is going to spiral into a bunch of scams and then crash. Products are going to be more expensive at the grocery store and at the mall and on Amazon.com. Your rent is going up. Education is going to become more expensive. Healthcare is going to become unaffordable. The conditions around you are going to continue to worsen. And eventually, The illusion will be shattered. Yes, you can manufacture a social consensus. Yes, you could enforce lies and force people to speak them at gunpoint. It is something that you can do. But eventually, material reality, the universe as it actually is, will catch up to you. That is why this obscurantist, romantic nationalist, ultra nationalist, xenophobic hallucination mirage will eventually collapse. The Trump voter is not the master race. They aren't smart. They're not effective. They're not intelligent. Yeah, they are going to do a lot of fucking damage. But at the end of the day, they're overweight slobs on a hover round. They ain't doing shit. It's going to fall apart.
But the president and his aides have been waging an intense pressure campaign that ultimately backfired here on Capitol Hill tonight, where that petition to force a vote on the release of the Epstein files now has all of the votes that it needs. The 218th vote came courtesy of the newest member of the House, Congresswoman Adelita Grijalva, who was sworn in today, 50 days after winning her election. Speaker Mike Johnson said tonight that that bill will get its vote here on Capitol Hill next week.
It's a totally pointless exercise. It is completely moot now. We might as well just do it. I mean, they have 218 signatures, that's fine, we'll do it.
The two members of Congress who have been leading the charge on this bill are my sources on the Hill tonight, Republican Congressman Thomas Massie and Democratic Congressman Ro Khanna. And thank you both for being here, obviously on a huge day for the two of you. I'll ask you, since he's the Republican House Speaker, he's calling it totally pointless exercise and completely moot. What do you make of his comments? Do you agree with those?
Well, the White House spent a lot of effort in the midst of a shutdown to stop a totally pointless exercise that's completely mute. And by the way, I got to give credit to Lauren Boebert to walk into the White House, the center of power, the free world, really, and to sustain that and to come back out and to be solid, and also to Nancy Mace and Marjorie Taylor Greene. There was all the speculation that they might take their names off, and they never did. It's not a hoax. It's not a moot point. It is a very serious thing. There are 1,000 victims, and there are survivors who have had a press conference with Ro Khanna and I, and that's what we're fighting for, justice for them.
Did y'all talk to them at any point during this, as the White House was making clear they were targeting these members?
I talked to them. I don't want to say which one I had this conversation with, but one of them was told, we can't let Massie have a win. Petty is that? I mean, this is more than about political wins. It's about getting transparency and justice, which, by the way, this administration promised. You have the Vice President, J.D. Vance, you have the AG, you have the FBI Director. They've all done a 180 on this.
So the White House said to one of these members that they didn't want you to have a win here.
That's correct.
I mean, what does that say to you, Congressman Ro Khanna, as to the White House's motivation here? I mean, I think so many people look at this and say, why is the White House fighting this as hard as they are?
Because Donald Trump is caught as a fucking pedophile.
And, you know, taking Lauren Boebert into the Situation Room, which is incredibly unusual based on my experience covering the White House.
They've really lost their way, because it was really Donald Trump, and more than Donald Trump, J.D. Vance, who in podcast after podcast said, release the Epstein files. And I give credit, of course, to the courage of Marjorie Taylor Greene, Nancy Mace, and Lauren Boebert. They met with the survivors. It was personal. But I also give credit to Congressman Thomas Massie. I mean, he's got 3 billionaires literally pouring millions of dollars in his race against him to take him out simply because he wants these files released, which the president campaigned on. And you know what? The left and right are agreeing on one thing. It's time to get rid of the Epstein class, these rich and powerful people who rig the rules for themselves and ignore forgotten Americans.
So how many Republicans do you think are going to vote for this next week when Speaker Johnson brings it to a vote?
I think there's going to be a deluge of Republicans. The longer this goes on, the more support we gain. And I think the Speaker recognized that, and that's why, after months of trying to stop us, he's decided to accelerate the vote, because he knows we're going to get votes, and that's going to carry momentum into the Senate. And that's why it's important to get a big vote in the House for Roe and I on this measure. That's where it goes next, is the Senate.
Yeah, so what happens here when it goes, if it passes and it does have that deluge of Republicans? I know you said today you thought 40 to 50 could potentially vote for it. Is that right?
Well, I think the Speaker's concluded if you can't stop the parade, you might as well lead it. And so now he's saying, I want to have the vote. I do think that you could get 30, 40, 50 Republicans voting for it, because what are we talking about? We're talking about rich and powerful men who abused young girls and told people in junior high to go recruit others to be raped or abused. That's what we're talking about. And we're saying these victims want to expose the men who did this to them. Some of these men still have buildings named after them. Some of them still have scholarships named after them. Enough. And so I think when it's actually a vote on the House floor, do you want these files released? Republicans and Democrats are going to vote yes.
So what does it say if that happens and there are that many people who are in the House who vote for it and the Senate doesn't take it up?
Well, you know, we used a discharge petition. This is a parliamentary procedure that's only available in the House. It's only been successful maybe 20 times in the history of our country. Like, we had a 4% probability, if you look at statistics, of getting this to the floor, but we succeeded. In the Senate, They don't have a discharge petition, but they do have other ways. Each senator is almost like their own rules committee over there. And by being dilatory or accelerating the process for other senators, they can cajole them into getting votes. And I think we could see a vote on this.
Why do you think the president keeps calling it a hoax, as he did again today? And he basically said no real Republicans, no good Republicans that aren't stupid or bad would fall for this.
It's sad to me because I actually didn't do this to score points against Donald Trump. I know Representative Massey didn't do it for that reason. We did it because we heard the stories of these survivors and we want justice for them. They're going to be out in front of the Capitol again on Tuesday. They were out about 2 months ago. And my guess is they're going to say the same thing. Mr. President, please meet with us. Listen to us. You can actually release these files. And I rather Donald Trump do the right thing, even if he gets a political win, than for us to go on ignoring women who have been abandoned before Trump's presidency. These women have not had justice for decades.
So you're saying it's bigger than Donald Trump?
It's much bigger than Donald Trump.
Because the White House is saying this is something Democrats didn't talk about when Joe Biden was in office, which we've asked you about before, and said that that's the whole motivating factor here. But you say that that's not the case for you either?
No, and I think Roe can go back and find examples where he talked about these files. I can go back in my social media and show you examples where I talked about these files needing to be released before President Trump was the president. And I don't think it's about Trump. I looked at
also,
those.
So did President Trump, for the record.
Yes, he did, for the record.
And J.D. Vance.
Yeah, and members of the cabinet.
I looked at those emails there, and I don't think that implicates Trump any more than he's already been implicated. And I don't think he's trying to protect himself, per se. I think he's beyond embarrassment. Look, I was in an oversight committee when we were arguing, should he have paid the prostitute he had an affair with through campaign funds, or should he have used his personal funds? He's beyond embarrassment. That's what these files could present to him. I think there are people who are criminally implicated that aren't Donald Trump, but they may be his friends, and I think that's who he's trying to protect.
So you think he's just trying to cover up for other people?
For other people, and also probably for our own intelligence agencies.
But when you read that email from the 2011 email that Jeffrey Epstein wrote to Ghislaine Maxwell, who is obviously serving her sentence right now, and he says that Trump is the dog that has him. I wonder what you read into that.
He's probably saying that why haven't they asked Trump anything? Why hasn't Trump spoken? But, you know, the reason this right at Trump's message is people knew he wasn't perfect when they elected him. People knew he had a lot of things in his past. But he promised, he said, look, I may not be perfect, but I'm going to take on the corrupt elite. I'm going to take on these people who just pay off politicians and have impunity and are shafting. And now he's become part of Washington. And people are like, what happened to him? Why has he become part of the swamp that he said he would drain? And so, in my view, what would redeem him after months of dragging this out is to release the files. For the life of me, I don't understand why he just doesn't.
I mean, Rokata says Trump himself is a pedo. Don't accept the BS Massey just spewed. I mean, I'm sorry, guys, but like the way Donald Trump is acting is very indicative of being a criminal. I don't know what else to say. He's acting so guilty. It's fucking weird.
Release the files, and let's have the left and the right come together to say enough with the Epstein class. They need to go.
Yeah, and
I could be wrong, but I look at that email and about dogs barking. It's cryptic. Maybe they suspected he was going to inform on them.
Okay, so you're saying there could be other interpretations.
Yeah.
I do want to clarify something, which I'm not sure I've clarified before, but Stormy Daniels isn't a prostitute. She's a porn star that alleged to have slept with the president at the center of that agreement. But on this front,
By the way, I say both should be legal.
When it comes to, that's a conversation for another time, but when it comes to the motivation here and...
By the way, chat, God, libertarians are so creepy, dude. Why is he so fucking creepy? They're low-key just trying to trick Trump into owning it. They know he's not innocent, but they don't want to scare him out of releasing the files. They could say whatever they want right now, but the files are released. It's game over for Trump. I don't know. I feel like Trump... Listen, Trump is the president of the United States for at least 3 more years, guys.
How MAGA...
Donald Trump is president of the United States for at least 3 more years, unless he gets removed. Okay? So, or he dies. So I'm very loath to count him out because he's in the seat. But if there is a big enough backlash, he might be able to get thrown. I mean, being a pedophile, if there's ever going to be a reason to remove someone from office, that's that. That's the reason.
Voters feel about this. I mean, you speak to these people. You're someone who has been outspoken against the White House, but you don't generally disagree with some of the things that President Trump does or has run on policy-wise. How do you explain to voters why the president is fighting your discharge petition or fighting the release of these documents from the Justice Department?
Well, you know, I vote with my party 91% of the time, and which means I have agreed with the president 91% of the time. But when they're protecting pedophiles, when they are blowing our budget, when they are starting wars overseas, I'm sorry, I can't go along with that. And back home, people agree with me. They understand, even the most ardent Trump supporters understand sometimes he gets bad advice, sometimes he gives bad advice, and we wouldn't model our lives after him, his personal life, and they're okay with that. I mean, you can still like Donald Trump in Kentucky and like what I'm doing and what Ro Khanna is doing, which is trying to get transparency.
Well, and we were watching Adelita Grajava be sworn in today, and as soon as she was sworn in, she walked over and signed this discharge petition. Seconds later, you went up and shook her hand, as you noted, before any other Democrats had actually even ever gotten over to her side.
You couldn't hear what I said, but I apologized to her for what my own party did, which was to keep her from being sworn in and depriving an entire congressional district of representation for 49, 50 days, which, you know, I won a special election myself. I think I was sworn in within a week, and there was no reason to delay this other than the petty thing that now the speaker is accelerating. He tried to delay this vote. He deprived a congressional district of a congressperson. And now he says, well, okay, I guess I lost. We'll have the vote next week.
Today, Republicans are pretty divided over a vote set for next week that would force the Justice Department to release all the case materials. Yesterday, we saw thousands of pages of Epstein emails released by the House Oversight Committee, emails between Epstein and some of the most powerful.
Sorry about that, chat. I dropped my earbud. Okay, we are back to ethical reacts.
And big business. President Trump is not one of those men, but Epstein does speak about him many, many times. The convicted sex offender was closely tracking Trump's political rise, at times calling him crazy and suggesting he had dirt on his one-time friend. Now, Trump has not been accused of any criminal wrongdoing in connection with Epstein. The White House says it's all a hoax to distract from Trump's political successes. But it is something that Republicans will vote on, either for or against, next week. And a growing number of Republicans are signaling their vote will be.
I'm a Florida girl. I have 2 daughters. So I'm thinking, you know, I'm sure that the president has nothing to fear. Yeah. We do need to know. We do need to know everything about Epstein.
If this comes on the
They're getting random backbencher Republicans to say. Oh, no.
floor, I will vote for it. I want transparency. To me, it's the worst PR job I've seen anywhere. I mean, initially, back in February or March, whatever it was, we have all the Epstein lists right here. We're going to release it. And then all of a sudden, there's nothing. I mean, it's sort of they shot themselves in the foot on this.
I'm going to vote for it if it comes up. Pam Bondi was supposed to come to the House and answer these questions. And look, I'm not on the Judiciary Committee, but I did want Pam Bondi to come and do some explaining.
And I'm joined by a terrific group of reporters. And David Challine, I'm going to start with you. What is your read on where we are on the politics of this right now?
Well, I mean, I think broadly it's pretty clear that the president doesn't want this in the ether. Excuse me. But I think the politics in this has shifted over time. I think that earlier in the spring and the summer, we saw a huge division inside the MAGA world over there. Real anger because there was a lack of a delivered promise, a promise from Donald Trump, J.D. Vance, Pam Bondi, others that said this is going to come out. And there was real anger and frustration. What happened was it exploded as a story this summer. The mainstream media and the Democrats glommed onto it. And all of a sudden, the division inside MAGA started to be a bit more muted because they saw that their political opponents were trying to use it for advantage. I still think as what you just played there, Dana, the Republicans on the Hill are still responding to constituents at home who really want transparency here, even if it's not a get Trump thing. Yeah. They want the transparency. And that piece is still where I think the sort of Republicans on the Hill and Republican voters broadly are at odds with Trump.
And just to that point about transparency versus the politics of this, or maybe
Chad, I'm eating roast beef and cheddar with Ruffles. Honestly, that sounds like a lunch I would have had when I worked on the Pennsylvania Turnpike, man. Doing road construction, roast beef and cheddar. Get a little bit of that. Some, salt and vinegar. Oh, yeah. Chad, are you a salt and vinegar enjoyers, or is that blasphemy? Somebody said worst kind. I hate that shit. Too sour. Salt and vinegar chips are the bomb. You know what is really good? There's a chip. I'm getting hungry, Chad. It's lunchtime. This is the shit. The voodoo chip. $52.99. What is this? The fuck? 60 count? 52? What? What the fuck? Why are chips so much? I guess there's 60 bags, but still, that sounds like so much money. What the fuck? They will let you finance the chips with Shop, and you can have payment options. Thank God I've not logged into anything. My Jesus. Actually, I've never bought it. Jesus. People love to hate on Louisiana up until the moment they're given real Louisiana food. I don't have a problem with Louisiana. I think Louisiana is cool. As long as you're not a 5'3". Never mind. Never mind. I love Louisiana. It's cool as fuck. How did this get locked? How is this a locked post? Why did they lock this post? Reddit is legitimately becoming a man, they are really what are there any new websites that are not completely dog shit? Like, what are the new websites, the new social media sites? We should start pushing towards new social media sites. Like, literally, it's becoming a bit much. Claudia Sheinbaum's security strategy is working. Oh, I thought she was like the next Maduro or whatever. Guess not. Epstein files got so many Israel links. Do you think we will see the evil of Zionism fall in our lifetime? If I had my way, it would fall today. Start with Twitch. We desperately need a new platform. Twitch is probably the best social media platform for the left. That's why so many of the pedophile bot users are going to Kick. Is that Holden Bloodfeast? Holden Bloodfeast is saying that they shouldn't lower rates. Dow is dropping 800. Whoa. Add a 2.5. Oh, okay. Whoa. Hello, VIX. Once it starts breaking 20, chat, we're having a little bit of a dippity dip. Anything above 30 is a serious cause for concern. Anything above 40 is a major crash. Uh-oh, spaghetti-o. AI sentiment is waning. Interest rates went up. People are selling their treasuries too. Oh boy. Robinhood down 9%. Walt Disney down 8%. What's going on here? I mean, the parks were... I saw a post recently about the parks being super empty because they're so expensive. So it's like raising prices constantly. They're going to use AI. And then it made it crash. Oh, boy. Uh-oh.
If we throw up what the interest rate complex looks like, that could very well be a culprit today. No doubt about that. As we've got rates that are moving higher.
Florida resident, I can assure you the parks are as crowded as ever.
Has been undeniably hawkish. So you have to believe that December is 50-50, but as they were just saying at the end of the program prior to this one, maybe we even dipped a little bit below that in terms of expectations for what the the market is going to, get from the Fed in December. That seems to be the story today, no?
Yeah, I think it's actually part of a bigger story. And I was talking to a portfolio manager about this a couple days ago, and he was saying, welcome to the ABC market, or anything but chips. The AI CapEx story is not quite unraveling, but there are more questions surrounding it than ever before. And in the absence of any actual fundamental news, because we're already through earnings season, other than NVIDIA, people are just saying, you know what, I've made a lot of money in this trade. These stocks have gone up a lot this year, at least most of them have. And there are other things that I want to do in my portfolio that aren't directly tied to this trade. So the ABC market is in effect on a day like today, where you see a weird thing like at an index level, the market down, but actually pretty decent internals. And that's because other stocks that are not as important to the averages are actually gaining money while money comes out of that trade. Energy is a great example, and we're going to talk about a new energy name on my best stocks in the market list later in the show. But energy is now leading all sectors on a short-term basis. 100% of the sector components are above their 20-day moving average. Financials number 2.
Okay, chat. The stonks are going down. We'll definitely cover that. But I have a weird fucking story. Apparently, Catholic bishops rebuke U.S. mass deportation of immigrants. In rare statement, the bishops frame the immigration crisis in starkly moral terms. We feel compelled now in this environment to raise our voices in defense of God-given human dignity. Okay, fine. Everybody knows Catholic bishops like immigrants. Okay, we know that. But apparently there's some sort of like biker gang that's starting to show up the alligator Alcatraz to like demand based on like they're called Pope Leo's bikers. Apparently I missed this story. Archbishop Wensky leads knights on bikes to pray rosary at alligator Alcatraz. What the fuck? I missed this. Archbishop Thomas G. Winitsky of Miami and 25 Knights of Columbus saddled up their motorcycles to pray a rosary at the entrance of Alligator Alcatraz. Is still waiting for approval to access the detainees to provide mass for the detainees. So, okay, I understand it. So basically, Miami's Archbishop is trying to get access to the detainees. Interesting. What did they say? Is there any link to the actual video? This is a time of really reflecting on what's happening and to not be afraid to respond to the need to defend the dignity of people. Some prelates, like Bishop Oscar Cantu of San Jose, California, wish the state was even stronger, but the amendment from Cardinal Kupich, what's the amendment? What did the cardinal say? So is Leo being woke pope too? I mean, do you feel like this is teeing up JD Vance to disavow the church and go full evangelical, bro? The entire reason people are Catholic is because they like the pomp. It's theater kid religion shit. You get to dress up like you're 40K. They like the old cathedrals and the marble and the statues and the crucified Jesus. You're not giving that up. People like that shit. They like the weird hats and the silk robes and the frankincense and myrrh and all the crying. That's people like. That's why people want to be Catholic. They don't want to be Catholic because of some sort of theological disagreement. The fuck?
Archbishop Thomas Wensky joined by dozens of Catholic bikers at the entrance of the controversial detention center. It's as far as they were able to go without approval from officials. CBS News Miami's Anna McAllister joins us live from the Archdiocese in Miami Shores. And Anna, Wensky says he's seeking access inside.
That's right, Lauren. And he tells me it was incredibly emotional. Just standing outside of that facility, he and a group of about 25 people, they gathered there praying the rosary for the detainees inside. And I want to take you to some video of the moment they had this moment of prayer outside of this.
Also, like Catholic bishops, their biggest growth opportunity. Let's get materialist for a second. The biggest growth opportunity for Catholicism in America are Latin American immigrants. They also tend to be much more religious, meaning they take their children to get baptized and confirmed, and they get Catholic funerals. Just materially for the growth of the church, financially and clout-wise, Latin American immigrants are their biggest growth opportunity. Like, duh. So it's in the interest of the church as an organization that Catholic immigrants be positively received in the U.S. It's part of why they have the reason why we have an American Pope is because there's a large population of Catholics in America. And the reason why we have a large Catholic population in America is immigration. Duh. Okay, this is what they said. This is the video they made.
We, the bishops of the United States, are bound to our people by ties of communion and compassion in our Lord Jesus Christ. And we are disturbed when we see among our people a climate of fear and anxiety around questions of profiling and immigration enforcement.
We are saddened by the state of contemporary debate and the vilification of immigrants. We are concerned about the conditions in detention centers and the lack of access to pastoral care.
We lament that some immigrants in the United States have arbitrarily lost their legal status. We are troubled by threats against the sanctity of houses of worship and the special nature of hospitals and schools.
We are grieved when we meet parents who fear being detained when taking their children to school, or when we try to console family members who have already been separated from their loved ones.
Despite obstacles and prejudices, generations of immigrants have made enormous contributions to the well-being of our nation. We as Catholic bishops love our country and pray for its peace and prosperity.
For this very reason, we feel compelled now in this environment to raise our voices in defense of God-given human dignity.
I think this is largely about how they're being woke. But in all seriousness, it goes back to what I said before, which is like the Catholic institution it's different in its construction than white Protestantism in America. White Protestantism in America is hucksterism and white supremacy, whereas the Catholic Church is an international institution and most of its members are not, white according to American sense of the term. And it is very pathetic that the Democratic Party is being outflanked by the Catholic Church on immigration. Like, come on, man. Joe Biden, you're supposed to be the Catholic president. What happened, bro?
Facility. He says that, like you mentioned, he was not allowed to go inside of the facility, and he says that he's concerned for the spiritual well-being of the detainees there. He says that he's been able to go to the Crone Detention Center, but he says he hasn't gotten answers from officials as to why he and priests with the Archdiocese haven't been allowed in. Take a listen.
The Archdiocese is still waiting for about 3 weeks now for access to go inside in order to celebrate Mass for the detainees, and we've been getting a runaround. Some people tell us it's state responsibility, the state tells us it's a federal responsibility, but we haven't got an answer yet of why we cannot have religious services there.
And I asked the Archbishop, was there a timeline given as to when he and the other priests will be allowed to go inside to have religious services at Alligator Alcatraz? He tells me so far there's no timeline. But for now, reporting live from Miami Shores, Anna McAllister, CBS News.
This is what he wrote yesterday. He wrote it in the Catholic News. The mass deportation of irregular migrants continue to grow momentum, richly funded by the recently passed Big Beautiful Bill. It is increasingly apparent that the targets for these enforcement actions are not bad actors, criminals that no one wants loose on our streets, but hardworking, honest people, many of whom have been in this country for decades, paying taxes, raising families, and contributing to the common good of our nation. In Victor Hugo's 19th century novel Les Miserables, perhaps more familiar to many in the modern musical version, Les Mis, motivated by bitterly zealous legalism, Inspector Javert relentlessly pursues Jean Valjean, who had spent years in prison for stealing a loaf of bread. Javert, how do you say this fucking thing? God damn it, I can never, Javert, I can't pronounce French either. Javert, thank you, Jesus Christ. I know this character well, and I can't read foreign languages. Bent on enforcing a broken and thus unjust immigration regime are deporting agricultural, construction, service, and hospitality workers who have irregular immigration status. As a result, various personalities in the government and the news media fan flames of resentment against these supposed lawbreakers, equating them with terrorists intent on hurting us. I deliberately describe these migrants as irregular migrants and not undocumented or illegal because the majority of them have some type of documentation or even legal status, albeit a temporary legal status, and most are not guilty of any serious crime. Justice must be more than a cold and impersonal calculation of the narrow legalism of Inspector Javert. Justice is foremost and first a virtue. The Catechism of the Catholic Church describes the virtue of justice as the constant and firm will Javert. Okay, thank you, Chad. I got it. Javert. Okay, I'll remember that, I swear. In other words, justice is the virtue by which we turn outward toward God and to other people to affirm their fundamental dignity and strive to act in accord with their true good. To be a just man or woman is to be a person who turns outward to other people, seeing them as God sees them, which is, of course, with perfect and unwavering charity. Today, many take umbrage at the Catholic bishop's advocacy on behalf of the irregular migrant, but in doing so, we stand in a proud moral tradition that holds positive laws that promote both the common good and the good of the individual and society. This is what Jesus meant when he said Sabbath was made for man and not man for the Sabbath. As St. Augustine is attributed to have said, an unjust law is no law at all, which is why we, a nation of laws, can honor lawbreakers like the patriot of the Boston Tea Party and allow the dignified defiance of Rosa Parks in her act of law breaking to touch its conscience. Oh, an unjust law is no law at all. It's very based. Interesting. We can be a nation of law without becoming a nation of Javert. As Jesus mentioned the embittered zealots of his day, positive laws, even divine positive law like the Sabbath observance, are designated for the benefit of man, not to harm humankind. Javert. Okay. The present enforcement only approach aggravates the polarization of our body politics. It causes irreparable harm to many families whose loved ones are rounded up, detained, and ultimately deported to countries they have not known in many cases for decades. Ultimately, this will not work for the benefit of America. Rather than just busying itself with enforcing flawed immigration laws, the administration should work with Congress to change the laws. This is why the bishops have long advocated for a comprehensive immigration reform, one that would address the need for a legal labor force, aid in family reunification, and provide a path to citizenship for those who have resided and worked here in the U.S. Also, border walls should have doors that would permit the flow of legal immigrants. Catholic teaching does recognize that nations have a right to control their borders. Those teachings urge richer nations to be generous in admitting those fleeing persecution or seeking conditions worthy of human life. America has shown such generosity in the past and is certainly capable of continuing to do so today. Why is this more left-wing than Joe Biden and Kamala Harris? Why is the Catholic Church more left-wing than Kamala Harris on immigration? Pathetic. Absolutely pathetic. So that was yesterday. That was published yesterday. All right, so the stonks are crashing.
80%, healthcare number 3, 74%. That's where people are making money at the moment. Tech is second worst. Only 32% of tech stocks are above a 20-day moving average. Not the end of the world, but a definitive change from what we would have talked about even 3 weeks ago.
Kerry, I feel like you're going to have a pretty good battle. I was trying to pick my word.
Uh-oh.
All right, it is a risk-off day for bonds as well. The government reopens, and bond yields, they're going back higher, back above 4.1%. Let's get more now with Rick Santelli in Chicago. You can comment on the Fed bond market as you prefer, my friend.
Well, let's start with the 30-year bond auction. It was the last of a three-part series of Treasury supply releases. The 30-year, $25 billion, completed $125 billion of coupon supply on Monday, Wednesday, and today. Look at the 6-hour chart. Straight up at 1 Eastern, rates popped. And if you look at a 2-day on a 30, they popped above yesterday's high yields. And if you bring in the whole gang, 2s, 10s, and 30s, you can see the entire curve's rates are up a bit. Spiked on those results. They eased back, and they're back towards the high end. Maybe the big story, as Brian pointed out, is the government, well, open. Traders don't care if the government's open. Traders care if the data's getting released. And that is the rub. Because many now in the administration have floated this notion that we're not going to get some of the lost data. I don't know how it's going to work out, but investors were not happy about that. they dragged the percentages for Fed funds for the December meeting under 50% because there's pessimism regarding the data. And there was that before they learned that they may not even get totally caught up on the data. So if we want markets to do better, the sooner any relevant data is released, I think investors will take that to heart. But ultimately, what we are seeing is still stubborn long end rates. We're still seeing very discriminating investors when they buy supply. And I don't think either of those issues, Brian, are going to go away anytime soon.
Okay, so to explain what's happening, chat, is this is Rick Santelli, who is a famous far-right economic commentator. He was the guy who helped found the Tea Party movement. His expertise is bonds. And he's saying that the markets are very unhappy that Donald Trump is saying he's not going to release the jobs data and the inflation data. And that, furthermore, the United States government had a hard time selling its debt, which is very unusual. So in order to sell its debt, it had to pay higher interest rates. So as you can see over the course of today, interest rates are going up, which is happening across the board in the US. So when interest rates go up, that means that people are not they don't want to lend money to the government, basically. That's what they're saying. And although that's not really correct. As you can see with other countries like Germany, for example, rates are pretty flat. The Brits, same. Whereas, you know, US Treasuries, interest rates are going up. Why would you lend money to the Germans? They don't pay enough interest. What's going on here? Why would you lend money to the Germans? How's Japan looking? That's so crazy, dude. Japanese people, it is crazy to me that Japanese people would rather be like, I only buy Japanese debt. That is so funny, dude. You can see why they were allies of Germany in World War II. What premium are the Italians paying? Oh, okay. So they're pretty much not very much. Man, people really don't like the Brits, huh? Interesting. How could you call yourself a leftist while also thinking about money and the neoliberal doctrine? Huh? Bro, I am 100% a modern monetary theory supporter. The first thing that a leftist has to do is understand the way the markets function. That is like desperately number one most important thing of being a socialist.
Back to you.
Well said.
So what I'm trying to say is that these are indications, you know, the stock market dropping 800 points, the NASDAQ dropping 500 in a day is a sign that perhaps there is some skepticism creeping in about the path forward for the U.S. economy. Also, what other leftist is going to talk about the Catholic bishop's statement? What other leftist is going to talk about the weak bond market? And, you know, who else is going to provide you with the analysis that I'm doing? You know what I mean? Like, I'm trying to provide you with an adult analysis that takes in a full understanding of our society and is not just narrowly tailored toward Twitter threads that are going viral among leftists. I mean, there's 80 people that will read the same fucking Twitter threads. You know what I mean? Like, I'm trying to get you something that's a little bit more deep. Foreclosures jumped 20% in October. Ooh. Will I be able to afford a home one day, chat? Will we have another housing crash? Foreclosure filings climbed again in October after sitting at historic lows in recent years. While the numbers are still small, the persistent rise in foreclosures may be signs of cracks in the housing market. There were 36,766 U.S. properties had some type of foreclosure filing in October, such as default notices, scheduled auctions, or bank repossessions. That was 3% higher than September and a 19% jump from last year, and marked this 8th straight month of increases. Foreclosure starts, which are the initial phase of the process, rose 6% for the month and were 20% higher than the year before. Completed foreclosures, the final phase, jumped 32% year over year. Even with these increases, activity remains well below historic highs. The current trend appears to reflect a gradual normalization in foreclosure volumes as market conditions adjust and some holders continue to navigate higher housing and borrowing costs. Florida, South Carolina, and Illinois led the nation in state foreclosure filings. On the metropolitan area level, Tampa, Jacksonville, and Orlando had the most filings, with Riverside, California, and Cleveland rounding out the top 5. Cleveland, that's really interesting. That's surprising. Cleveland's usually cheap as fuck. Housing prices have gotten insane, haven't they? It's been called. Mayor Bruce Harrell concedes the race. I told you, chat. So every single progressive challenger won except Omar. Is that true? And incumbent. And Omar had a really good race. I hope Katie has got a good team behind her. I didn't really look at the Seattle mayor's race that much. To be fair, Omar is Rizless. I don't think he's Rizless, but I think comparing him to like Michelle or Zoran, like, we didn't really talk about Michelle because some people criticize, you know, she's a mayor. She kicked ass. She absolutely crushed. We didn't even really talk about it, but she's a popular mayor of Boston. Like, what? She got 71% of the vote. I'm surprised she isn't running for Senate. That surprises me. I've been trying to figure out the Omaha loss for some time. I spoke with a Wall staffer, said she agreed with all his policies, but he had a weird vibe, and the others who spoke to agreed with him. It seems me it was kind of racist. Kind of. It's not Omar's fault that Frey turned out to be a grand wizard of Yakubian technology and leveraged intra-ethnic hatred against Omar's particular sub-ethnic clan among Somali Americans. I understood every single word of that. That's why I put my head in my hands, because I understood everything. And I realized it got 30,000 likes. We're entering an era where you guys are getting aware of actual niche shit. It's becoming mainstream. Elon's dad being racist as fuck on CNN. What?
The big concern at the moment, and why I think South Africa is a big talking point in the US right now, is America in the next 20 years will become, for the first time in its history, a minority white country.
Well, that will be a very, very bad thing to happen. You want to see the US go down? Why? Oh, you don't like cars and electric cars, and you don't like technology, or what is it? You want to go back to the jungle, or?
If the US becomes a minority.
Do you guys know what the poorest country of the world was in 1949? I want you to tell me, what was the poorest country in the world, or among the poorest, in 1949? The answer is China. Under capitalism, under imperialism, the poorest country in the world was China. In 1949, at the time of the Chinese Revolution, the infant mortality rate in China was 200 per 1,000 live births. In 1949, China was one of the world's poorest countries. Only 10 countries had a lower per capita GDP than China. Chairman Mao's famous words at his inauguration of the People's Republic of China, "The Chinese people have stood up," is a reflection of a century of humiliations that produced terrible poverty in the country. Between 1840 and 1949, 100 million Chinese people died in wars. The reason why they hate China so much is because they want it to go back to when it was dominated by the West, where it was the poorest country of the world, but its people were nothing more than a dumping ground for opioids that the British Empire grew at slave plantations in India. The British Empire was built its power as a drug cartel. So when you see them saying this shit, like go back to the jungle, they're not talking about how white people are actually superior. What they're saying is that you will have to live as an equal with people from all over the world. To them, that's going back to the jungle.
Minority white country.
Yes.
There's Latinas, there's blacks, there's people from all different races make up the majority, and then, you know, it could be 48% white people. Do you really think the US is doomed? Goes under?
Yes, goes under then.
Seriously?
Yes, of course. You see, if you take South Africa, we have a small white population that projects the European culture, or what we learned from Europe.
And oppressed millions of black people.
No.
For decades.
How do you oppress? We gave them work, we fed them. They grew from a tiny little group into a massive group. That's not oppression, that's feeding them. Do you understand? You only grow big if you get fed. You only start at 800 and become 50 million if you get fed. We fed them, for crying out loud. You know, enough with this nonsense.
But so you understand, because black population was so oppressed under apartheid.
Well, we never saw this oppression you're talking about.
You never saw it?
No, I never saw it.
Yeah, because you're white.
This is the father of Elon Musk. The most despicable fucking racist. Elon is named after a Nazi novel written by Werner von Braun. Interest in this novel increased in 2021 when people connected the Martian leader called the Elon to SpaceX founder Elon Musk. suggesting that von Braun may have somehow foreseen Musk's space exploration ventures. The Martian government was directed by 10 men, the leader of whom was elected by universal suffrage for 5 years and entitled Elon. In 1980, the world is governed by the United States of Earth, established about a devastating war in the 70s between the Western and Eastern Bloc. The West won the conflict with the aid of Luneta, an orbiting space station that dropped nuclear missiles on the Soviet Union. So the Nazi guy wrote a book, or we nuked the Soviets. After peace is declared, a reflecting telescope on Luneta confirms the existence of canals on Mars, vindicating Percival Lowell's assertion that intelligent life exists on the planet. The president orders a mission to Mars to establish how intelligent the Martians are and whether they pose a threat to Earth. Bro, these fucking Nazis are like, you cannot take the Nazi out of a Nazi. The explorers make contact with the Martians, who are humanoid in appearance and live underground. They welcome the Earthlings, who they quickly establish that Martians have an ancient, benevolent super civilization. They learn about the Martian social structured government, which is run by 10 males under the leadership of the Elon. They witness technology far superior to their own, including underground transport and organ transplants. They learn Martian views on ethics, morality, and the responsible use of technology. So in other words, this is just like Werner von Braun's What I Want to Happen. Somebody save me. How do you Massachusetts leftists, what do you guys think of Michelle? Massachusetts leftists, what do you think of Michelle? Is she all right? Or is she kind of like sussy? One of the least worst polls in the state. Wow. Socialist Masshole says she's sussy. She sent the gang unit after pro-Palestinian protests and reneged her campaign promise to end the BRICS surveillance program that disproportionately targets black communities. She funded a pilot program on freeze buses. I think of her as like Elizabeth Warren 2, the sequel. That's kind of how I've always thought of her. So I've never been a hater, but I've also never been like a woo super fan. I was surprised that Zoran hyped her up so much. It's very clear that Zoran is basically testing out an AOC strat. This is what I think. This is what I think the thinking is among like the DC socialists and progressives, is that if they unite the Bernie Sanders coalition and they have a bunch of like Elizabeth Warren people and they make good inroads with certain like marginalized communities, that'll be the pathway to like win the party. That seems to me to be the general thought. And so like a coalition with social liberals, the thinking being that America's so far right, we can pass a whole bunch of policies that social liberals will agree with, and that it'll move us a lot of the way closer to more left-wing politics. Something like Medicare for all, for example, as like a compromise with social liberals.
Something. Especially over here. Yep.
He can't keep getting away with the chat. He can't keep getting away with it. A soccer player that got fired from his German club for posting about genocide early on has won another appeal in court against them. Let's go. So he was, man, German Zionists are fucking creepy, dude. Like Germany being super creepy about Zionism. It's like they're about to get relegated. Get fucked. His body was so incredibly large, yet his head and face were so small. When he was sitting down, I didn't even realize how big he was just by looking at his face. And I, a woman, am much smaller than him, but my head and face are much bigger. And when I gain weight, my face gets bigger first. Okay, quit. Can you stop translating memes into Chinese? Can you quit translating memes into Chinese and pretending like you're a Chinese user? Come on. How small? It's not small, chat. He's just big. You know, in context, it looks small. All right, chat. Let's go back to, can we watch the Hassan debate? The Pod Save America debate where we left off, where I was malding. Okay, calm down. What the fuck?
I can't get with the, well, Donald Trump didn't moderate a bit. No, they tripled down on the bad stuff and had nice graphics and good and smiled through it.
So can I? Just not. I want to bring us back.
Simone is.
All right, Hassan, quick, and then I want to bring us back.
Okay, so let's back up to what Simone was originally saying. Basically, Simone was saying that the right wing tripled down on racism, and they basically fed their They fed their base red meat. They didn't moderate. Donald Trump didn't moderate. He went fucking fascist. He went wild. And he got every right-winger super excited to vote for him.
I'm not saying he wasn't a moderate. I'm saying he moderated on things.
Ethnocentric nationalist version of this country and say that he moderated. What he did is say, people in Gaza, you should vote for me because Joe Biden ain't doing what you want. That's not a moderation. He had good rhetoric, but his policy was consistent. And the vice president on that debate stage said all of the things that he was saying that he would do, and he has outdone them. He said he was going to send the military into the streets. He was saying it on the campaign. That's not moderation. That's fascism.
I agree.
He said he was going to deport all of these people in this country. That is what he said. That it's not just the criminals. He's coming for anybody that is in this country who is undocumented. So I can't get with the, well, Donald Trump didn't moderate a bit. No. They tripled down on the bad stuff and had nice graphics and good and smiled through it.
So I want to bring us back.
Simone is...
all right. Hassan, quick, and then I want to bring us back.
Simone is absolutely right, 100%. And these were things that I was screaming about nonstop.
You said you agreed with me that he ran to the left of Kamala on foreign policy.
On foreign
That's
policy.
moderating. He moderated
policy.
He didn't run on the unpopular Republican.
By the way, this dumb fucking centrist piece of shit is like, no, you need to be more moderate. Like when you run as a peace candidate. And then we're like, okay, the Democrats should run as peace candidates. No, you're a terrorist supporter. Oh, no, you want Ukraine to die. You support China invading Taiwan. Meh. So the moment we say to do the thing that's popular and thus left wing, he's going to be like, you're a terrorist supporter.
Confused on foreign policy.
He ran to the left on foreign policy only because the Democrats came out and said, I'm going to have the most lethal military. Because unfortunately, I mean this sincerely, I don't think the Democrats actually saw the threat of Donald Trump as a significant enough threat, because if they were, they would have locked in and had better messaging overall and tried to at least establish a base of support with counter narratives, with counter messaging leading up to the election, not in the aftermath or not during the election, but leading up to the election. Because Republicans, they act as though there is an election every single day. They are constantly on message. They're constantly creating an alternative reality with lies, saying that undocumented migrants are actually responsible for a metric ton of the crimes that are taking place in American cities, when that is an abject lie. And when I talk to congresspersons, whether it be at the DNC or even before, even after, and I tell them, why the fuck aren't you guys counter-messaging against this? We are a nation of immigrants. America is the most diverse nation on the fucking planet. It is literally the reason why we are such a domineering force beyond all these other, beyond all the other, violent reasons. But like that is one of the most redeemable aspects of America that I personally love, that the Democrats completely dropped because they were scared. They saw that one poll from the Pew Center of Research that said that 66% of Americans want mass deportations. That exact same poll also showed that if given two options, mass deportation and mass amnesty, the majority always chose mass amnesty. So why is that never communicated? Because Americans, sure, the median voter, trying to understand where the median voter is coming from is impossible, okay? You will kill yourself if you try to understand what these people are thinking.
You just lost me, Hassan. I was with you halfway through that, but you lost me, but I'm with you.
But what I'm trying to say is this, okay? There are Trump supporters out there, okay, that have been deluded into thinking that Donald Trump represented a change. And obviously, we saw that buyer's remorse this past Tuesday, especially in Hispanic communities where they were like, oh, I can't believe that he is actually doing mass deportation. And it's we're in D.C., this is a fairly liberal crowd, and we laugh at those people. But, like, I talk to those people every day, and there were people that genuinely believed that Donald Trump was actually excising the violent criminals. And the only reason why people are led to believe this lie, aside from the faucet of misinformation that comes from independent outlets on the right and also Fox News as well, is because there is no robust response from the Democratic Party that says that's a fucking lie. That's a lie.
Okay, it's not just saying that he's lying. It's that they don't have a message that is worth talking about, right? Like they don't. It's not just they're not calling them liars. It's that he doesn't have a message that actually motivates people to come out. And like immigration is an issue that pops up at times of anxiety. It's an issue that pops up when there are other underlying issues that are not being addressed. Why do people care about immigration, or why do they say they care about crime? It's issues like we can't afford housing, we can't get a good job, there is homelessness and visible poverty on the street, there is a decline in the quality of social and public services.
Documented migrants in this country are responsible for a lower rate of per capita crime than natural-born U.S. citizens are. If you pair that up with documented migrants, it's negligible. It is marginal, and they're hyper-focusing on it specifically because this is a vulnerable population that is easy to target and it's easy to ridicule, and there is not enough of a robust defense mechanism out there. Yeah. And that's the reason why people end up believing this bullshit, and then they get shocked when it's actually implemented.
So I think that's a good point, and I think I sort of agree with Tim and with Simone about this.
Impossible. Fundamental rift.
Because one of Trump's gifts is I think he convinced a lot of people he was going to go after criminals, but he also said at the convention that they were going to do mass deportations. And I think how to bring it back is that is possible because of a big void. So Trump can do a lot. Trump has room to operate, to maneuver. Why? Because he has built an authentic connection with millions of people who believe him, who have his back, who think, yeah, he'll compromise. It is inconceivable that Kamala Harris would appoint Mike Pence to be Secretary of Health and Human Services. Inconceivable. We wouldn't live in that world. But Trump can appoint a Kennedy to run the health department. Why? Because he has built such a credible, loyal following.
Also, but Kennedy is doing the shit his base wants him to do, though. His base is full of vaccine deniers and weirdo creeps. He's not appointing a Kennedy to go against the will of the base, a Kennedy that supports him and is bending the knee to him. It is an ally to his crank base.
Because of the authentic way in which you don't agree with that.
Cult. No, it was just cult.
Upgrading you from look, yes, it has certainly become a cult. And then you look at our side, and you find the politicians that have that kind of authentic connection to the voters. You look at the list of leadership of the Democratic Party. How far down do you go before you have somebody that can fill an arena? You have to get to Bernie Sanders, you go to Barack Obama, you go to Zohran Mamdani, you go to AOC. It is largely on the left. That is the truth of this moment, but it wasn't always true. Barack Obama didn't run from the left. He ran against Washington. Bill Clinton had that kind of momentum. He actually ran from the right, but right now that energy and connection is coming from the left, and so Hassan lays out a group of policies that are from the left. Like, I'm not for socialized housing. I'm for building a ton of housing.
Boo.
That's okay. But it is a void that the left is currently filling, that the leadership of the Democratic Party is not. How does Trump get away with all this stuff? How do we get defined as being anti-trans? The other day, Bernie Sanders was asked about the border, and he said, "Oh, country's got to have a border." And that pissed off some people on.
Me too.
It pissed off some people on the left. Did it piss off Hassan?
I mean, I disagree with Bernie Sanders' message around that, because obviously, yes, nation states have well-defined borders and boundaries.
But my point about it is he can say that with confidence because everyone knows what Bernie Sanders stands for.
Yes.
And so when he is asked about trans issues, when he is asked about issues in which Democrats are not at 55-45, but at 30-70, whatever it may be, he can either say, you know what, I don't care about that, I'm not talking about that, or he can answer in a way that maybe riles some of the base, but you trust him. And that to me is the connection between, honestly, the kind of like what seems a bit frivolous, like are we having fun, and the actual hard work of politics. Like Zohran,
This is so annoying because I kind of agree with him. And this is what makes my analysis a bit different than some other people's analysis, which is people don't vote for policies. They vote for a person that they trust. I'm the expert in policies. All right. I'll tell you if a policy is good or a policy is bad. All right. I support candidates because of policy. I'm fucking weird. I know I'm fucking weird. So if I don't like someone, it's because of their policies and their policies alone. But I also understand that there is a different wavelength that a lot of normal people are on. If they trust someone, they're not even interested in all the policies. I'm a fucking freak. It's okay to be a freak like this. I'm a weird ass. I like to go like, Is your housing policy relying on TIFs? I know what a TIF is, okay? None of you fucking know what a TIF is. I don't want you to know what a TIF is. It's not important that you know what a TIF is. The question is, are we subsidizing regular people when we build housing, or are we subsidizing developers and for-profit corporations? That's the question that you need to know. And I want you to understand that it's correct to subsidize the people consuming the housing, not the fucking developers and the companies. So, in other words, Donald Trump is just trusted by the base to be picking the policies that they like. They just trust him that if he's doing it, he's doing the right thing. That's what happened with FDR too. Do you think everybody understood all the aspects of the New Deal when he was getting 60% of the vote? Do you think it's because they understood every policy plank and the implications of every policy plank, and they were reading? Like, a lot of them did. A lot of them were excited about that. But most of them were like, my life is better. FDR is working hard. I trust him. I believe in him. I could see the efforts that he's making happening in my real life. I'm going with FDR. He is the guy. I trust him. I like him. Donald Trump has established that with Trumples. They worship him like a cult leader. Now, the solution for Democrats isn't just, here's the thing that's different with Democrats. The left is not going to just coalesce around a random guy, okay? Donald Trump got that status because he was seen as the most extreme on their issues. His support started with ideological people, racist ideological people who saw him as the most anti-immigration candidate. And that built energy and momentum. And then his charisma that could appeal to them took over. And so we need to have a candidate who is strong on policy, who's authentic on policy, but that has the charisma to gain momentum. And then the vibes get good.
You said was moderating in the last few weeks of the campaign. I was glad to see that. Tim and I are both
Thrilled.
people
I don't know if this
that
makes
pushed
sense.
him hard.
I almost got a t-shirt.
I am to the left. I am to the left of
came
Tim.
out against him, and I was like, okay, we're in business now, Z.
I mean, the reason why Zoran was moderating on, I don't know what he was moderating on. I guess like maybe you guys were talking about like the policing stuff, even though it was, now that the election is over, we can be honest about it. Zoran Mamdani did this brilliant thing that got liberals to basically come to terms with a lot of things that liberal media had considered radical. Because he had a way with, he had a really good way of communicating these.
Can you generously
things.
call that he did a good job of listening, seeming curious, and being persuasive to bring more people into his camp?
Yeah.
Well,
But one of the things that he did, but he was still uncompromising. Defund the police always was about making sure that the headcount either remained stable, but then we actually turned around and restructured some.
Defund is very
now who's doing? Now you're the PR guy. That's the most political you've sounded.
No. But the thing is, it has a bad rap. No matter what you say or do. Democrats immediately attacked it. They said this is a danger, and it's partially because Americans really love police. It's unfortunate. I don't know how, because they don't do their fucking jobs ever. And I wish they would, because I'm not saying we can
for police
live in
never do their jobs ever.
I want to be able to call the police. I just don't want them to think I'm a suspect when they show up.
Exactly.
Yeah, but for that to happen, you need to have a fundamental reform of the policing system. It's built on racism. Training is racist. The police officers do racist shit. The system is fucking biased against black people. That's the problem. It needs to be fundamental. It's trained by the IDF. It needs to fundamentally be restructured and rebuilt. And it's incompetent. Uvalde shows you in Texas, they could be more pro-cop. They could spend more money on cops. 80 cops showed up to a fucking shooting and sat there as kids were fundamentally murdered one by one because they don't have professionalism, because they don't have honor, because they don't have civic virtue. They see themselves as an occupying army. They're to make money and get home at the end of the day. They don't see themselves as guardians. They don't see themselves as stewards of the community. They see themselves as better. Our policing system is completely corrupt from top to bottom. Obviously, you need public safety. Obviously, you need people who are specialists in handling people who are aggressive, people that are intoxicated, people that are abusers, people that are victimizers, people that are bullies. Like, yeah, we want to have people that are good at handling when someone's antisocial. Everybody understands that. Nobody is against that. But whenever you empower someone to use force against another person, they have to be held to the highest standard. They have to be respectful of the person that they are about to use force against. Because but in America, we've now worshiped these guys and we celebrate them just using force wantonly on citizens. This is the fucking problem with policing in America. It needs to be fundamentally transformed because it's not professional. It is not effective. We have some of the lowest clearance rates of any Western country. What does clearance mean? It means they don't solve crimes. Murderers get away with it scot-free. Rapists get away with it scot-free. Cars get stolen and they laugh at you. That's a fucking $30,000, $40,000 theft. That's a grand theft. That's a big deal. And they don't give a shit. They don't give a shit if someone breaks into your house. They don't give a shit at all if you're harassed or hassled. They don't give a fuck. They don't do their fucking jobs. They stand around and they play Candy Crush and they write tickets. Our policing system doesn't make us safe. They don't do work. They suck up money. They retire at 45 and they make $200,000 a year paying Candy Crush. The average police officer makes 1 felony arrest a month. Or is it a year? They do fucking nothing. Is it a year or a month? Average cop makes 1 felony arrest per year. I think it's per year. 1 per month per officer. So cool. Like they're not doing shit. And it's not because they're like, we are not going to make arrests that are petty. They make a bunch of petty bullshit arrests. I talked about this 4 years ago during the policing debate, but basically cops spend most of their time doing nothing.
We want a presence of law and order. And unfortunately, in many communities, police's presence is lawlessness and disorder. Now, having said that, he wanted to not reduce the head count necessarily, but at least like bring in social workers to take away some.
Okay, I can explain this better than Hassan, so I'm going to. Basically, Zohran Mamdani was proposing using the same fiscal strategies that Republicans have used against schooling systems, where they keep funding or head counts stable and let inflation and the years tick by, and inflation creates a cut. Because every year, for services to remain the same, budgets have to increase. But if you keep the budget or you keep the head count at the same number, it's an effective cut. And when you start doing those effective cuts, 5, 10, 15 years, the power of compound interest, you have effectively delivered a defunding of 40%, 50%. And so instead of spending all our money on cops, we're creating a non-putative, non-police agency to handle public safety in a non-policing fashion so that we could better address what really is causing disorder, homelessness, mental health crises, dirty streets, broken light bulbs. You could actually address the city's physical condition.
Of the bandwidth, some of the workload from the police, and that was a message that resonated with even Tim Miller. It seems. He liked it.
It was.
Defund the police now.
No.
This episode is brought to you by Walmart. At Walmart, more than 75% of managers began as .com/crooked, code crooked at checkout.
Can I just really quick? Because I think, like Simone, I'm like, you're talking, I'm like, yeah. And then you say something like, dude, bro. Here's I think what Zohran did well that kind of combines part of what you're talking about with what maybe I think I'm happy he didn't take your advice on part of his campaign. But what he did well are we having fun yet? Zohran was happy. He was having a good fucking time. He was a fun hang. He came on my pod. We had a great time. He had a couple specific things.
Yeah, dude, you cooked him on Globalize the Intifada.
That wasn't his best answer. That wasn't his best answer. But we were vibing though, and the people that listened to the pod liked it. He had 4 issues, like you mentioned. Like it's kind of hard to know what Kamala's issues were. I think if you quizzed all of us on here, everybody would say different things. Everybody knew what Zohran's issues were. That was good. He was good on that. He could go on a pod with me or with somebody.
Well, the reason why we knew what his issues were is because they were radical. So when Zohran said, I want to talk about my issues, freeze the rent, everybody's like, whoa, freeze the rent. Whoa, you're going to take power from capitalists and tell them to eat shit? Whoa, we got to talk about that. We got to debate that. I'm going to make the buses free. Whoa, you're going to make the buses free? Like, people were gobsmacked by the issues. If Kamala Harris comes up there and goes, I'm going to do a tax credit for small businesses, everyone's like, The reason why he got to talk about his issues is because his issues were seemingly, now if you're a socialist like me, none of these are radical, they're all common sense, but they are seemingly big change. They are in themselves worth talking about. If you run up there and go like, tax credit for small business and big military, people are not going to be excited for that, dumb fuck.
Else. He could have gone on Rogan for 3 hours and hung out and had a good time. So he could communicate. He's happy. He had 3 or 4 issues. But he also just did like making the practical decision to say he was going to keep the police chief rather than doubling down on the tweets that he sent in 2019 was smart, practical politics. Like you can do both.
I
you
agree.
Can have clear left-wing policy issues that people understand. You can be positive and optimistic, and you can also be practical. He did all of that like quite well, actually.
I'll give you, I agree with that. I think his messaging was good on that, and that's precisely what I was talking about. Like, for example, okay, especially not in like the broader population's understanding of this issue, but like in mainstream media and in American politics, there's a major division between how the population is receiving what Israel is doing and how our politicians are responding to it, right? And how the media even responds to it. Anti-Zionism is like a scary term or a scary word for a lot of media professionals in a way that, like, you know, being anti-Israel is not necessarily scary at all for the average person. As a matter of fact, they are very anti-Israel now, and there's polling to reflect on that reality. Now, what Zoran did so perfectly was to communicate his position in a way that liberals understand it. He turned around and said, yeah, Israel has a right to exist as a nation state that has equal rights and representation for all people. That is identifying that Israel has a Jewish ethno-state project. That is identifying that Israel has an exterminationist policy on the Palestinians and incredibly repressive policies on
Is that true for Qatar too? Does Qatar have a right to exist only if everybody has equal rights for all religions? Is that true?
First of all, yes, of course. I'm a fucking socialist, you dumb fuck. You're the conservative dipshit. I don't believe in the vanity of nations, you fucking dumbass. I think it's all gobbledygook. I think there's only one race, the human race. Qatar is a fucking colonial project left behind from British imperial rule where they set up various tribesmen as local kings so they could steal their oil. Eat shit. Fuck you.
For Qatar?
I don't.
Or just Israel?
No, I don't care. I mean, yeah, okay. No nation state has a right to exist, including Qatar. Like, I don't know why you're bringing up Qatar, like as though I'm going to be like, oh my God, Qatar. Like,
no,
they pay me so much money.
I just say I don't know why that's the only country that doesn't have a right to exist unless they give equal rights for everybody.
Well, because it's an ethno-state,
so are all of those countries in that region are
We're giving money to them, Tim. We are giving them money and helping them in the United Nations, Timothy. We are helping them kill men, women, and children. You fucking idiot. Yes, I can't go around the world stomping my feet and dictating the laws of every country, but I certainly could stop giving them our money, Timothy. I could stop defending them at the Security Council, Timothy. I could stop intimidating the ICC judges and prosecutors when they indict Benjamin Netanyahu, Timothy, you warmongering fuck. And every Bush should be in prison at The Hague.
State. If you can, Qatar's an ethno-state, Iran's an ethno-state, Jordan's an ethno-state, Saudi's an ethno-state.
So I'm okay. No, they're fucking not. Iran is not an ethno-state. No, they're fucking not. Saudi Arabia is an American ally, that puppet state we set up for Exxon, you fucking rat. Look at how Islamophobia gets smuggled into the Democratic Party by, who would have guessed it, a Republican.
Criticizing Israel, I'm just saying
so you're okay. So you're okay with all of these other countries being ethno-states then, and you're not just using that as a deflective mechanism to move the attention away from Israel, a country that literally receives more aid and more political support than from the United States of America than anyone else. As a matter of fact, a lot of people actually get mad about Qatar because now the Gulf leaders have realized, oh, if we give this guy fucking jets, he's gonna defend us too. We're oil barons. It's awesome, and that's the reason why it almost feels like people who defend Israel are jealous that like now other Gulf nations are trying to do like Israel style things over there.
I love it. Please bring us back.
All right.
Sorry. Anyway.
Well, these cowardly rat fucks. Jesus Christ. A genocide happens and they're all like, ooh, don't make Israel mad at us. Coward.
I would say this. Look, I don't
the message without compromise.
I have disagreements with you on this, as you know. I will say that Zoran had a challenge, right? And part of his challenge was reassuring a lot of Jewish New Yorkers that are deeply worried about some of his past comments, and which he has, and he spent a lot of time trying to reassure those people. I think because he recognized that there was a liability in some of the ways in which his previous statements and some of his positions were seen by a lot of New Yorkers, which is where more Jews on earth live than in any other place than in Israel. I think it was, and he sought to address it. Now, without getting into the details of where
I think he had to do that because he's Muslim. I'm gonna be honest. I think it was racism, straight up. He had never said a single thing that was even remotely anti-Semitic, and yet the media constantly kept needling him on that.
I don't agree with that, and I don't agree with that because it's honestly impossible to know because it's overdetermined, right? Do I think there's Islamophobia in the reaction to Zoran? Of course there is. Do I think there's genuine concerns about some of the things he said? Of course there is. You can't tease it out.
What was concerned?
Well,
he got elected, so does that argument really matter? He is now the mayor-elect of New York City. So whatever he did worked.
So the reason I don't want to stay on it is because I think there's a lot we can say about it. But what I'm trying to say is he had people that were really glad to see someone who had taken his views run for mayor and succeed. He also had people he needed to reassure who had disagreement. But he recognized that he was in coalition with a lot of people who had different views, including he was asked about Abigail Spanberger and he was asked about Mikey Sherrill. And he said that this is a party that has room for everybody, not just people who look like me. And I think that to me is what I
hate Republicans. If you can unseat a Republican, it's good. It's good in my book. And so, that was my anger and resentment with the way that the Democrats were representing themselves during the campaign, where it kind of felt like they didn't hate Republicans too much. Whenever I hear Nancy Pelosi say, "Oh, we need a strong Republican Party," I'm like, "No, we don't need a Republican Party. We want to run this country in every seat and be so successful that you have a weak and feckless and ineffective Republican Party that cannot undermine the agenda that centers the working class." That's what I want.
And so here's what I want to come back to. Talking about the overlap of the ways in which Zoran built a big enthusiastic base of support, talking about the ways in which Democrats have a void of people not really knowing what they stand for, which lets them be buffeted by issues where they're kind of, whether it's trans issues or other kind of issues where they feel like they're on their heels, and there's this debate about throwing people under the bus. What are the lessons that you think Democrats should be taking from the success on Tuesday? You know, Chuck Schumer was afraid to. So this is now going to be the third time Chuck Schumer has been booed at a Democratic event I've been at in 48 hours. And
all right, you ready? The former Republican's going to praise Chuck Schumer right now. The shutdown strategy's worked pretty good.
Wow, I can't believe Jeb Bush's communication director likes losing. You're well practiced.
We're doing great on the shutdown.
Giving him a little claps. Shutdown strategy turned out to work pretty good. Everybody's like, "Oh, yeah. Chuck."
Yeah, we had to drag him to finally do that. He had an opportunity to do it earlier.
At least he's there.
Yeah, no.
What
is Jessica
Simone, you were going to leave the Democratic Party in March.
Well, you know, about every 6 months, I got to do a gut check. Every member of the 92%, that's how we sustain ourselves.
It's like renewing your vows.
Yeah, very much so. Very happy to be with my husband.
So, Chuck Schumer is being afraid of Democrats being tied to Zoran. He is less afraid, it seems to me, about the young people and people that support Zoran not seeing Schumer on their side. And so, Jessica, how do Democrats confidently assert that we are a big tent that includes everyone from Mikey Sherrill and Abigail Spanberger and Tim Miller and Hassan and Zoran without ignoring the genuine and real politics of moderates not wanting to be tagged as New York or San Francisco socialists, which is real and we can't ignore?
Well, I think so. I just want to say, since I've been looking and reading Are We Having Fun Yet? The last 10 minutes were the opposite of fun. And I think that...
Yeah, because you had a fucking worthless Republican and Fox News scold on the panel. Get out of here, and we'll have a lot more fun without you.
No, but it's important for our electoral strategy because that fight is the opposite of fun. It doesn't mean that it shouldn't happen, but when you are the party that is being represented by that kind of screaming back and forth versus saying the stuff that we agree upon, that we're like, all of the candidates that won were affordability candidates. It sounded different out of Abigail Spanberger's mouth and what she was talking about than out of Zoran's mouth, but we all got to the place where they thought the Democrats want us to have more housing and more money in our pockets, and the Republicans have been dicking us over with their policies. And so that's where we have to be. was so excited by Zoran's campaign in that it finally felt to me like there was some Obama energy back. And as a, an elder millennial who spends a lot of time with Gen Zs, I'm sad for them that they don't know what hope and change felt like. They don't know, what it meant to watch him from the DNC convention through, when he left. Tim's like, it was terrible. But
it was fine. He was good. I got some goosebumps every now and then.
No, I hated the DNC for sure. Like, I'll stand on that.
People finding community, people combating loneliness, people having shared purpose, getting outside, touching grass.
By the way, chat, God, these people are such reptilians. These people are such reptilians. They're trying to... What's the best analogy for it? It's like they're trying to take the heart. You know how they do, they use pig hearts as their valves as transplants? You know what I mean? They they take the pig's heart, they rip it out of his chest, and they'll remove all of the cells and DNA till they have nothing but the cartilage and the flaps of the heart, and they'll transplant that into a human. Basically, they see Zoran Mamdani's campaign, and they want to rip the heart out and strip it of any life and just try to preserve the structure, which is, yes, people had shared purpose. Yes, people got outside and touched grass. Lots of people found friendships and companionship, and they had purpose. But that wasn't the reason the campaign existed. The campaign existed because people were excited about the ideas and the man behind them. You can't transplant purpose and meaning and touching grass and volunteerism and all this shit out of the ideas and the man itself. They go hand in hand. Reptilian, inhuman, weird.
All of that. That's what politics means to me. And you want a great policy agenda, of course, but you really want to feel common cause with people. And you can have disagreements about various issues, but that is the path forward for me, and that's not going to come from Chuck Schumer. I think Chuck Schumer is past his sell-by date in terms of leading the party this way. But Chuck Schumer, I think that he was right to recruit Roy Cooper and Sherrod Brown to be running for those Senate seats, and I hope that they're going to win, and I feel good about that. And I think that his Mamdani stuff is about himself, and he's he voted in the election. He's a Jewish New Yorker in Brooklyn there. And Mamdani got 30% of the Jewish vote, which is very low. He has work to do with the community. I hope that he will do that work. But I don't think focusing on Chuck Schumer is the answer to it. It's the energy, and that there was energy across New Jersey, and there's energy in Virginia, and there's energy in New York. And that's the kind of organizing. It's not, big Democratic energy. It's individual candidates that have this affordability message and are communicating as a naval pilot, as a CIA officer, or a community organizer.
Simone. And this can be for everybody. So Trump is also now giving us a pretty big opportunity. On the one hand, he's been going after comedians, and he's trying to get Kimmel canceled. He's angry about Seth Meyers every other day. He's tearing down parts of the White House. Which was a strange choice, which I tried to walk to see it, and they've built giant walls so that we don't see the construction site. And, Trump is not doing as many rallies as he used to do. He's really kind of ensconced now in Mar-a-Lago and the White House at his Great Gatsby parties. He's tweeting out photos of marble bathrooms. Even some of his top staff now are living on military bases. They've isolated themselves in a lot of ways. Do we now have the opportunity to say, hey, they're the hall monitors and out-of-touch scolds. We're the ones that actually understand what's going on.
Yeah.
And is there a way, is there a way to a unifying agenda that does what Hassan is talking about, but is one that is appealing to maybe not every single most centrist Democrat, but a broad enough and big enough agenda that would unite?
What Zoran Mamdani won the election doing was expanding the electorate. He transformed the electorate. He brought out people that would never normally vote. That's why he won. He didn't do it by expanding the electorate to the right. If anything, that was the focus of Cuomo, and he got fucking smoked.
That you would like, and Tim would like, and Jessica would like, that we can get behind?
I just come at this from as a former strategist. I was a comms person for most of my career, and I did campaigns from state legislative races to judges races to presidentials. Yes, I worked in the White House. I don't know if you'd agree with me here, Tim, but I think that the answer is not, okay, just these 5 things and then da-da-da-da. I think the answer is about the strategy. And what things you put under your strategy depends on what candidate you are and where you are running. Because coming up in 2026, there are gubernatorial races, there are state legislative races. Like 2026 and frankly 2027 are really about 2028 and then 2030. And you have to win state legislative seats. You have to win the governor's races, but you also, you should want to take back the House and the Senate. Okay, and how do you do that? It is not by saying, we only do these 5 things right here. No, it is about what is this. And the strategy does have to be touch grass, talk to people. You need to understand your constituents and your community. So whether it's Abigail Spanberger, Mikey Sherrill, or Zohran Mamdani, the thing, to Jessica's point, that they all did well is they understood what the people wanted. Affordability in Jersey and Virginia also meant energy. Energy prices are way up. One of the things that Mikey Sherrill said that people got behind is that she wanted to declare a state of emergency on energy on day 1. And that is what she plans to do. I talked to the folks whose job it was to go out there and organize African-American voters in New Jersey. And they said for the black voters in New Jersey that they talked to, for them, it was bigger than Mikey Sherrill. They were dealing with all of these issues that they listed that had to do with affordability and whatnot, and they felt like what was happening in the other states and places in this country, voting for Mikey Sherrill was going to keep that from happening because Jack Ciattarelli was very much so aligned with Donald Trump. So I think that you have to just stay close to the issues and the races, but the answer is not the party apparatus says this is, the answer is not those policy papers that these people keep putting out. That's not the answer from my perspective, because that's not how you win races by campaigning, and you go out there and you talk to people and you earn their votes. You do not win a race by...
Oh my Lord in heaven. The Democratic Party is so fucking worthless. Mamdani won because the first thing he did is right after Donald Trump won, he went right out on the streets and he started asking people who they voted for and why. And when he talked to a Trump supporter, he asked them why. And they said, I can't afford to live. And he said, if I'm going to make a campaign for mayor, I'm going to do so based on affordability. I'm going to directly address the reason why people voted or didn't vote. He didn't go out there and lecture people. He went out there and listened and came up with policies to address their concerns. That's why he won.
A policy paper. And I just think that there's all this focus on how can we align on these 5 issues and not a focus on, well, what is our strategy? Is our strategy staying close to the people? It's why Democrats, the shutdown fight, it is terrible for people in this country who work in the federal government. That is absolutely terrible. What the Democrats are doing, at the end of the day, is going to benefit all of those people because they are fighting, but they settled on a strategy.
And isn't this a good example, though, this shutdown, exactly what we're talking about, which is Democrats chose an issue. I was skeptical. I was skeptical of every choice. To be honest, I didn't think there was a good option for Democrats. We're not playing with the best hand. But we chose healthcare. We chose it. And we said, we're going to take this to its logical conclusion. And it's worked better than anyone, I think, really predicted.
But can I just note, they didn't just choose healthcare. They chose a very specific thing that was happening in Congress that was tangible, that connected to people's everyday lives that they could see. And so when I say we don't need to choose all the, that was a strategy.
Exactly. No, I'm agreeing with you.
Yeah, I just, we're getting, I think I was having fun, by the way. We could do a whole nother hour.
Yeah, and I think the disagreement is necessary.
I also would say, I'm also I'm pretty easy to please. I mean, Zohran had me. I don't know what more you people want from me. I voted for 3 straight Democratic presidents, and I was going to vote for Zohran for mayor. So I'm pretty easy to please. So you can get me on board. Here's what you have to do. We'll get this. Some specific things. Have some fucking balls. Run a fucking campaign. Tell us what your campaign is about. Don't be a fascist, and be able to talk. And be able to communicate to people and lift them up. And that seems like that isn't that hard, but it's kind of been for.
Jeb Bush's communications director is only up there because he was an establishment Republican. They got pantsed by Trump. And then in a whiny, petulant way, he went to the Democrats, and they brought him in because it was the Hillary Clinton strategy to bear hug Republicans and abandon the economic left. And he is a remnant of a failed strategy, and he's embedded himself like a tick into the Democrat media complex. This guy's got nothing to offer. He is a voting block of one. He's a fucking born loser. He believes in nothing but his own grift. He sucks. Fuck him.
For us for the last 10 years. But like that's
Tim asks if he's the most valuable and wanted voice in the room. No one wants to hear that man in their camp. Yeah, because he's a white man, man. Like only as a white man, when you see another white man like this, toxic masculinity, toxic masculinity is a problem, right? Like we don't want to do that. But how
I would summarize.
I do think so. We're coming from behind in part because I think we've paid for having, like if you were someone coming up in politics and you see who the standard bearers of our party have been for the last 10 years, you might not know exactly that Democrats used to be fun and cool.
Right.
So we have 1 minute left. Hassan, final thought.
Yeah, we got to get rid of the gerontocracy within the party. Down with the seniority structure that we have. We need real whips in the party. This is something that I talk to you about. This is something that I talk to the Pod Johns about every single time. If you have people who don't want to play ball,
what kind of whips?
like
I don't.
Not like whipping votes. I don't mean it in the unless it's Joe Manchin, in which case maybe. No, I'm kidding. Of course, I can't use spicy language here.
John Fetterman is the most bitch-made fucking loser I've ever seen.
We need to make sure that we earn the trust of the working class back, and I think that they have been hyper-focused on culture war narratives, and the only reason why they've been hyper-focused on culture war narratives is because we have not done enough on the left flank to say, no, we are with you, we will fight for you, we're going to make sure that we solve your economic hardships.
And Jessica,
yes,
you're just going to go back in there and you're going to fight all these people and you're going to defeat them for us.
Yeah, no.
You got this, girl.
But agree with all of what was just said as the kind of final wrap-up stuff. But, this idea you need to be able to talk. You need to be able to talk where I talk. You don't need to be able to talk for 3 hours with people who agree with you. It's easy. I launched a podcast last year like everybody else. I can get anyone who's going to be running for president to come on my pod. They're dying to do it. The tougher conversations are the ones that we need to be having because that's how you can get in people's faces and say, that isn't what my party stands for. We're not a communist party. We're not a socialist party. We're a
Fox News lady.
Big Tent part, sorry.
We're a big tent that includes some socialists.
Yeah, a democratic socialist is not a socialist. They use these words interchangeably.
Hassan was pro-USSR earlier this week.
We're wrapping it up. We're ending on a high note.
Are we having fun?
Are we having fun? All right. And I do think, by the way,
the USSR was better than Russia today. Are you fucking kidding me? Like, is there even any debate? Is there any debate that the USSR is better than the Russia we have today? Like, come on.
I hear, look, what's great about being part of a big coalition is being comfortable with the moments of tension and discomfort and disagreement because Republicans can't, you're right, they've been a little less scoldy, but they also are running to squash dissent because they're not comfortable with discomfort. They're trying to tell people that politics is easy and there's never any time where you need to feel conflicted or
Except
bad.
Except for the secret police, sure. There are worse secret police now than there were in the USSR, bro. There's worse secret police now than there was in the most, like, what the fuck are you talking about? The FSB arrests people for everything.
Anything is hard. That's a kind of part of the appeal of fascism. Democratic politics can be tough. Democracy can be tough. But we are part of a big coalition, and I just think we can all have fun together.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks, everybody. Thanks for coming to this. And thank you to Jessica Tarlov, Tim Miller, Hassan Piker, and Simone Sanders.
Tim Miller is so out of touch. His politics are so irrelevant. He's still wearing the same skinny jeans he got when he was fucking in the Republican Party in 2016. Jesus fucking Christ. If he was carrying anything, I would be able to see it, but no print, nothing to see there. And I have one more thing to show you, chat. And it is fucking based.
You said, quote, I've drunk deeply of the venom of both the left and the right. As a connoisseur, I can confirm that the most poisonous, the bitterest, is from the far left. That is pretty remarkable to hear you say that as an elected Democrat. Why?
No. It's just been my personal experience on this thing. And when I asked my digital team, I said, we're on all the platforms. Really, what's kind of the harshest? What's kind of the most personal? And
hey, you dumb fuck! You're betraying the left. That you tried to get the DSA endorsement. You fucking rat, fuck, liar. You're a traitor and you're a scumbag. You're helping the Republicans fuck over the Democrats. You pathetic worm. No wonder we hate you more. The right wing likes that you're doing that.
The answer was immediate. He said, "Oh, blue sky. It's blue sky." And the difference is, the right would say really rough things and names. Some names I won't repeat on TV. But the on the left, it was like they want me to die, or that we're cheering for your next stroke, or that's terrible that depression won. Why couldn't it depression won? And I hope your kids find you.
Chat, if you condemn this, people smile if you condemn. People smile if you condemn.
Have like the graphic, a GIF where they have like a stroke, in your head, cheering at that. Yeah, and they said that. I remember one. They claimed, the doctor let us down, and why did they have to save his life? Just really, I just can't imagine. People are wishing, I wish he dies, or I want him to die.
Bro, you cheered on children being murdered with bombs, man. You are the person who directly funded the murder of children, and you said it was righteous. Are you surprised that people want you to face consequences for that? Yeah, that is, not very you're not respecting decorum with those comments. Yes, they are a bit ghoulish. You're the ultimate ghoul. You were walking around waving an Israeli flag right after they murdered hundreds of children in a bombing of a refugee camp, when they cut off all food, water, and electricity to 2 million civilians.
Literally cheering for a stroke. And I don't know what the kind of a place where that comes from. That's much different than just calling me a name. That's really been consistent, in that community online.
All righty, chat. That's going to be it for me today. We pulled a nice 7-hour shift. Hope you enjoyed it. I didn't really shill, but it's okay. We'll hit it tomorrow. I figured it would randomly happen at some point. I'm sending you guys, gals, non-binary pals over to my friend Joshua at the Brain Domain. Oh, is this the GIF they're talking about? Oh, that's horrible. That's not him. That's just a generic stroke GIF. I think he was lying.
You said, quote,
anyway, chat, thank you so much for all the support. I'll see you all tomorrow. Here's my links. Hit those follow button. Make sure you have notifications turned on. We are here every day at 7 a.m. Pacific, 10 a.m. Eastern. Solidarity forever, my friends. Socialism will win. And Donald Trump is a pedophile. All right, everybody. Peace out.